Esports Racing League action. The Spring Cup is in the past, and what fun we had as we focus on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Team Redline have left the Spring Cup with the points lead, but it was the Unicorns of Love that asserted their dominance as the masters of Assetto Corsa Competizione. We start, though, the Summer Cup with a focus on rFactor 2, and our grid of drivers is raring to go with some new changes that we'll talk about in a few moments' time. And while school is out, quite literally, for some of our drivers, being very, very young and very talented, we have a slightly older broadcast team to talk you through all the action. So with that, my name is Arjuna Kenkipati, delighted to be joined again by the dream team of Luke Crane and Lewis McClade. Team Ty is no more. I have sided with Actual Vision as we go colourful for this Summer Cup. And Luke, I mean, we had so much fun in the Spring Cup.
Oh mate, you've just thrown shade on me and Lewis straight off
and
the
myself.
You're
So I'm the youngest here. It's fine.
I don't know how old. Well, I'm 23, so like, whatever. It's good to be back, Arjuna. It really is. Again, yeah, we've gone for a bit of colour. It's the Summer Cup. It's another chance for people to earn a little bit of cash. It's another chance for people to qualify for the next iteration of our World Cup. But it's really a fresh start for everybody, isn't it? So yeah, it's just a happy day all round.
And, you know, I think fresh start's a good way to put it, Lewis, right? Because we finally have a bit of an understanding on how teams and drivers want to approach each of these individual cups, because they all pay out points through the course of the year, but really, you really do want to get some prize money, get invited to the Masters where we have those one-on-one battles.
It's also, you know, more so that in the ERWC we had obviously the selection of cars, which was the same as the Spring Cup in ERL. We're having a bit of a reset here. We don't have the same cars. We've switched it out. We're certainly not racing. And the changes in cars, they could not be more different. You know, here in rFactor 2, we are switching out the Formula Pro car with a Toyota Corolla BTCC car. Could not be more different. And it is that fresh start that some teams that may well be rFactor 2 specialists, they might not be as strong now as they originally were.
To reset as well in terms of the drivers. New rosters for each of these cups means 5 new drivers allocated. We'll talk more about who's racing today when we dive into the business. The focus of the Spring Cup was Assetto Corsa Competizione. The focus of this Summer Cup is rFactor 2. It's where we start today, and you, the fans, have voted. The choice was between Donington Park and Laguna Seca. Of course, only one of those is a classic track for British touring car action. We are going to Donington Park, and that should be some fun. Let's run you down through the changes, though, for those who joined us for the Spring Cup. A little bit different in terms of our format for this Summer Cup. So you'll note we've got 3 heat races, but each team only will allocate 1 driver to each of the heats. From there, we've gotten rid of the last chance race. Instead, 14 teams advance directly to the quarterfinals. We break them up into 2. 2 quarterfinals leads to 6 teams advancing to the semis, and then our best of 3 finals, where we always have so much fun. And it's not just the format that has changed, Luke, but the race lengths have changed as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are shortening them a little bit. We had some 15-minute time races, didn't we? And then we had some 10-minute time races, but now we've got 8 minutes or 12 minutes, which I think's a lot better, especially in the final. It's going to be super short and sharp. When it's 1v1 with only 8 minutes to get jobs done, it really is going to put, I don't know, a bit more of a bearing on qualifying for race 1 especially. But yeah, I think shortening the races just adds that little bit more extra spice to this already incredible championship.
And you'll notice as well, the left side, many returning names for this Summer Cup, but we've got some new teams to join the party as well. Koana Gaming, not Coanda, Koana, yes, it's somewhat confusing. GTWR Esports and Aspar Esports team by Odox. Lewis, when you look at those names, who are you expecting to be strong here on rFactor 2?
I mean, to kick it straight out of the gates is a little bit of a tricky one. I'd lean more generally across the competition towards GTWR, purely based on their affiliation with R8G and stuff. But generally, from top to bottom on that list, it's hard to know. Obviously, we'd lean more towards Team Redline. We know how strong they are. But, you know, I've got to have a little bit of bias my way. The Rocket and particularly more so the Brabham team with drivers like Matt Richards and stuff, a lot of touring car specialists. I think it's kind of one of the things that we were speaking of beforehand, is that especially in this car, in rFactor 2, we could see, lottery's the wrong kind of word, but a surprise result.
And we mentioned the change of cars. rFactor 2, one of the newest bits of content, joins us in the form of this BTCC Toyota Corolla. When we go to iRacing in 2 weeks' time, we'll head for what, in my opinion, is the best car that iRacing has to offer right now, the Dallara IR18, the Indy car. And when we head over to Assetto Corsa Competizione, we'll go Cup car racing in the form of the Porsche 992 Generation Cup car, maybe at some of the new tracks that have just released a couple of days ago. And I love the resets. I love these opportunities. Luke, we talk about the meta so much. When you look at this new format, what do you think changes when it comes to the teams and their approach to get through to the later stages of the day?
I think teams are going to be a little bit more aggressive here because effectively you've got 3 chances in the heats. If driver 1, for instance, has a really terrible heat 1, it's not game over, right? You know, if you were in a heat race previously or prior to this, if you had a bad event in your first race, you're kind of done as a team, whereas now you've got those 2 extra chances as well. And it becomes a bit more about the individual performances opposed to team at the start, but as we progress, it will become more and more about the teams as well. I do want to add a little note here today. BTCC cars on rFactor 2, not only is it a new car for our championship, it's a relatively new car to sim racing. It's only recently come out over the last month or so, so there's going to be minimal time put in from the drivers. So I really do expect, you know, we know that Team Redline are going to be in and amongst it. We know potentially the likes of RHG are going to be in and amongst it. But I think today, specifically, could be the day we do see a huge surprise.
Lewis, you were saying that you fancied yourself in terms of looking at the grid and what you might be able to do in this car. What does this car drive like? What are we expecting to see, the challenges that the driver's going to be facing here today?
Well, it's a tricky car. I mean, people kind of always assume that front-wheel drives are very easy to drive and that only the weak drivers take part. That's why I tend to drive them. Yes, you're absolutely right. But do not underestimate a front-wheel drive. They are tricky cars, and especially around Donington Park, which is one with very high commitment. When you go through the old hairpin, the rear end is going to want to step out a lot. When you lift off and turn in, because you're coming downhill, as you lift off from the car, you're turning, it's putting all of the weight onto the rear end, it's throwing the car this way. You're going to lose the rear end quite a bit up towards Coppice and McLean's. They're all a little bit tricky, and I think that's going to cause its fair share of issues, just purely based on the fact of people wanting to get on with it. You know, after, let's be honest, someone's going to have a bad qualifying here. They're going to want to rush through the order. They're going to overdrive it on that first lap when the tyres aren't up to temperature, particularly on the rear rather than the front. We're going to see some dicey racing at the start.
If you're watching on the VCO Esports Twitch or YouTube, let us know where you're watching from, who you're going to be supporting here today as we get ready to kick off the Summer Cup. And one thing that you pointed out there is we're not running the traditional touring car layout at Donington Park. Instead, we're going to add a couple of hairpins, Luke, which really will be send magnets. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, 100%. It just extends the opportunity of overtaking, I think, because you can set someone up through the chicane down in towards the final hairpin, or the second to last hairpin, actually. I guess it opens up 2 hairpins near the end. So there's 2 real big braking zones, probably the biggest actually on the circuit, right in that final sector, whereas you just wouldn't have that if it was the national layout. So there's lots of positives. I'm a sucker for the national layout. If I'm honest, I'd much prefer to be seeing that. But again, I still feel like this does open up the opportunity. I think Lewis nailed it, though. It is all about that old hairpin there. Through turn 2, down in towards turn number 3. People, with how short the races are, they are going to try and make a move around the outside, try and get that inside line down towards the old hairpin. And it really is traditionally a 1-line corner. And if they are going to go through that 2 wide, it is going to not only slow the 2 drivers up, but there's going to be opportunities for other drivers behind to take full advantage of some potential contact. This is going to be like, when you stare at the whole touring cars in the dictionary, you are going to see Donington Park and these races in there. It will be summed up by that. It's going to be incredible. I'm excited. Expect anything and everything today.
And kind of piggybacking on what we were talking about with poor qualifyings, Lewis, unlike what we had with the Formula Pro in the Spring Cup, where we had rolling starts, we will have standing starts in this British touring car machine. And for those who aren't as accustomed to that, maybe to understand the intricacies of getting the car off the line, that's another potential where we might see a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, as much as, it's not like an incredible amount of power going to the front wheels. They're all going to the front wheels. It controls the steering, it controls the power, it controls everything on the car. The rear wheels there are just to stop it from falling over and dragging itself along. It's tricky to get off the line. It really is. It's kind of one of those things that the touring car specialists, even from using mods and stuff, or even the old Honda Civic NGTC car that's been on rFactor 2 for years, they will actually have a little bit of an advantage, just purely based on the fact of, as much as this is a new car, there is still tricks and stuff they would have learnt from driving that still will work in this kind of context. So like I say, it's a little bit of a tricky one to get off the line. I expect a lot of people will either wheel spin an awful lot on the line or not put enough power down, and they'll just bog instantly. That fine middle ground is so hard to find.
It is a fixed setup as well in rFactor 2 with this British touring car, the Toyota Corolla. We're going to stop talking now. We're just about ready for qualifying to get underway. Practice is coming to a close. I'm going to be watching on with you guys in the chat, so let's get involved and let's talk about what's going on. But I'll hand it over to Lewis and Luke for heat number 1.
Well, should be a lot of fun, this one. We're in practice at the moment, but we can get our first visuals of the cars on circuit for the ERL Summer Cup. And this is going to be a lot of fun. I mean, I don't know about you, Luke, but I am very much a touring car fan. Love myself some BTCC racing, and it just doesn't get much better than racing around here.
No, absolutely. I'm the same as you, to be honest. Again, it's touring cars are easy to get around a race circuit, but they are very difficult to make them go fast around a race circuit. So that's the difference here. We've got some of the best drivers in the world, if not the best drivers in the world. Kevin Siggy in practice right now, leading the timesheets as you'd expect. And well, on screen here, we've got Blast, aka Burst Esports, bursting onto the scene here. Look at this, all different teams there on the left-hand side of your screen. Just a little tweak to the format, which, again, takes a little bit of pressure off as a team as a whole, I think, especially if your first driver gets a massive result. So, for instance, if Kevin Siggy goes out here and gets a race win, it just takes so much pressure off the other drivers. That is not what you want to be doing, though.
No.
That is not ideal.
That was suboptimal indeed. Yaron Half, Apex Racing team, someone who's not been particularly fond of racing on RF2, actually looking pretty good at the moment. 4/10 off of Kevin Siggy as we'll move into that qualifying session. Kevin Siggy, I would argue, is probably the favourite in this race, purely based on the fact of his pedigree on the platform and how good he is in touring cars. The last season, or not the last season, I've done in touring cars, but back in 2018, 2019, the most competitive season or series in touring car racing on rFactor 2 was actually the GPVWC International Touring Cup, which is a mouthful, yes. And Kevin Siggy won it twice, back to back, and it was against very, very good drivers. And it just kind of proved how good he was, because he didn't win it by a little bit. He won it by a country mile in both seasons. It's quite good.
I think there's lots of positives for him, really, because he was probably in the top 5 overall in our Spring Cup. He was probably top 5 overall in our first World Cup as well. And performance-wise, when it came to the 24 hours VCO event as well, the Infinity event, he was one of the top 5, I would say, there as well. And he had DTM Esports to contend with at the same time. He's gone out and won DTM Esports and overall won the prize, which is to now be driving in the DTM trophy for 2023. So he's got a full-time drive there. So he's now only really preparing for one competition at this stage. So he's got a little bit of weight lifted off of his shoulders in terms of expectations, because he's only repping in one championship at the moment. Of course, we know that will change across the year because he's that talented. He will be, put in for Team Redline as often as they possibly can. But yeah, I think it's just more positives for him. He's going to be even faster. It's really only a negative for everybody else in this race right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing well. The most recent new winner in the rFactor 2 Formula Pro Series, the most competitive open wheel championship on rFactor 2. So he's doing well over there, as he obviously competed at a high level in the Le Mans Virtual Series on the platform, and then the things he's done here in VCO in the recent part. I mean, such a well-rounded driver, and we'll be able to see a lap of the Donington Park circuit on board with Kevin Siggy. They don't have very long in qualifying to do this. Lap's only 7 minutes, and you can see obviously the time of day. They'll be a little bit blind coming up towards McLean's a little bit later on in the lap. Let's see and talk our way through this, coming through the Goddard's hairpin onto the Wheatcroft straight on that run down towards turn 1, and watch the line at Redgate, because what they're going to do, I'm assuming anyway, they're going to pull quite far over to the left-hand side just here, using all of that pit lane exit, then hook up to the apex, which will be quite late. Rear end steps out there, that's going to happen quite a lot. That's why a couple of laps this might actually be the best, because you want to warm up those tyres just a little bit. Through Hollywood and then down through the Craner curves. Watch it drop away on the left-hand side quite a lot. pulls it back over to the left to go through the old hairpin, incredibly fast here. Rear end's constantly stepping out, managed to catch it quite nicely to Kevin Siggy there, up through Starkeys towards the Schwantz curves, and then this one's actually a lot trickier than it seems. You go through Schwantz, you've got to keep it over to the left-hand side, into the braking zone, up through McLean's, slightly off-cambered on the exit, pushes you all the way over to that curve on the left-hand side, and then up through Coppice, blind entry, throw it over the curb on the right-hand side, and then keep it absolutely pinned as we head onto the Starkey Straight. Anyone who knows Donington Park from the old days, this is where the Donington Bridge used to, the Dunlop Bridge used to be at Donington Park. Heading down into the Fogarty S's, 1 curb, 2 curb, maximum commitment as we head down towards the Melbourne hairpin. This one is downhill, a lot more downhill than it looks. It's very easy to snatch the front right coming into the braking zone around here, and you want that quite late apex to give you a nice straight drive. Second hairpin coming up, and this one is Goddard's, the final corner of the circuit. Quite tricky to actually find your braking zone because the track dips away so much you don't really know where it is until you've actually turned into it. Boom, Kevin Siggy, obviously no problem on that front, out onto the Wheatcroft Straight to set a time which I'm pretty sure is going to be a pretty tough one to beat. It was a nice clean lap from Kevin Siggy right there.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. And we're going to see, you saw in turn number 1, especially stepping that rear of the car out. The top drivers are going to be utilizing that. They're going to be using that because rotation in this car is the toughest thing, right, Lewis? Of course, like as you have already mentioned, you're not only putting the power down through the front wheels, you're trying to turn the car as well at the same time. So if you can get any help with rotating that car on the pivot, you absolutely got to utilize that. So Siggy there putting in an incredible time. Good to see Naji there in P2. We expect to see him in and amongst it. We've commentated on him many a time on Race Room, in Touring Car Series, haven't we? Adam Pinches, again, another driver that we're expecting to see up there, predominantly a Race Room background prior to the last sort of 12 months because of ERL, been driving on everything, hasn't he? To be honest there. Johan Harth, to see him up there as well in P4. More of an open wheel specialist on iRacing, I would say, but again, one of the top drivers around the world here, so incredible to see him. But we will see some big surprises here. You're going to see some of the big drivers that we are used to seeing in the top 3, maybe top 5, outside the top 10 in their heats today, just because of the nature of this car. And that is the beauty of this championship. We are testing drivers on different disciplines, different circuits, which is always good. We want to see some new names sort of get up towards the top end of our system.
Yeah, we've got a fresh livery for Brabham Esports this season because obviously they did switch around quite a bit last season, but now we've got a proper Brabham Esports livery. As I said before, Jordi Sveers as well, P6 at the moment. That is your from the rFactor 2 esports scene. Won the GT Challenge Championship in Season 2, which is quite a high-level GT Challenge series, but basically it's the second highest GT3 championship on the platform. Cedar Vi will punch his way towards the line. He's currently in 21st position, goes up to 11th. They're feeling pretty strong today, but instantly Petr Beliak moves up into 8th place, so already marching his way right up the order. You said before about David Noj, of course, the champion of the Cupra Sim Racing Series back in 2021. Adam Pinsesh has won countless times. Didn't he win it? He won a couple of times, at least not championship-wise, but he did win a few races in the WTCR Esports Championship, if memory serves, but certainly has won countless stuff. And has actually that championship that I was talking about, GPPWC ITC, that Kevin Siggy won a few times. Yeah, Adam Pinsesh races in that as well. It was quite a strong championship. Gogo Bowdy as well. Yeah, there's a few good names in that. Also me, but yeah, well, each their own.
Well, when there's a touring car championship on Race Room, there's always a Hungarian. That's something
always
expect. There's always a Hungarian. Kevin Siggy, who got his lap time in very early in the session, and you said that will probably stand for the rest of the session. It looks very likely that that's the case, although Terzic has just gone in and posted a time within 700ths of a second, 600ths of a second off the pace there. Naj now into P3, Pinches in P4. Harth, who is on a bit of a flyer here for the Apex Racing team, currently in 5th position. I'm not sure he'd be too disappointed if he wasn't to improve here. P5 is a very good position to be in. This potentially, the fact that Ottaviani's P10 here, actually, I would expect him to be a little bit higher. I think this is a very strong heat. You know, looking at the 3 heats, could you pick one that's the strongest? I would go as far to say that Group 1 here might be the group of death, if you like.
I mean, it's quite hard to be. I think all of them are strong in their own rights. Of course, I know that's very much a cheap answer, but you're absolutely right. I mean, either way, this one is very strong at the moment. Alan Terzic, who messaged me earlier on in the week saying that he's definitely not a touring car driver, but he said, I've been driving this touring car quite a bit recently, and he's been really enjoying it. He said it's really put a smile on his face for something which he hasn't had in sim racing quite a bit. Johan Harth, though, look at the sectors right now. Yeah. Decent in the first sector, great in the second, and Johan Harth comes out of the final corner. Is it good enough to pole, though? No, it isn't. Lost a lot of time in that final sector. Alessandro Ottaviani, though, boom, straight up onto pole.
Well, I did say Ottaviani.
You did say.
out of sorts seeing him down that far, and well, he has absolutely come in and obliterated the pole time, just nearly 0.2 of a second clear of Kevin Siggy. If you are 0.2 clear of Kevin Siggy, you know you've put in an absolute flyer. It doesn't matter where he is on the grid. That is an incredible bit of work there from Ottaviani. Terzic now into 3rd spot, Pinches in 4th, Naj then is in 5th position. Then we've got Half down in 6th spot. Benjamin Hitz has just gone up into P8 there, as we can see, 4.5 of a second off of the pace there. Zoya's in 9th, and then we've got D'Amelio in 10th position. What a top 10 that is. It's only the heats that would be worthy of a final. Oh boy, it is back. It is the ERL Summer Cup, baby. Whew, this is going to be great.
Loving this at the moment. Here's David Naj down towards the final corner. Yeah, Yuri Toman moved his way up the order into 7th. What does David Naj do? He's doing decent, but he didn't look so great through the fog at ES's. What's he going to do in the final sector? He did lose an awful lot of time, so he's just going to be good enough for 5th. Petr Belyak, great first sector, not so great in the second sector. He's currently in 12th spot, but if he can hold this through the final, might well move himself inside the top 10 for Williams Esports.
Yeah, where is he currently right now? P12, yeah, so just outside that top 10. Seems like at this stage of qualifying, people are really struggling with that final sector. With Kevin Siggy showing earlier on that really one lap run, the first lap is the quickest here. So can Berliak potentially move up the order here? Needs to have an absolute flyer. No improve, well, 1 position, so gained 1 spot there. P11 not appearing in the top 10, of course. There you go. Ottaviani. I thought he was out of position ever so slightly, and well, he proved that by going and putting on pole position. Incredible stuff there. Is well, I don't know what Arjuna's doing. He's doing something. There he is. Hi, Arjuna. Hi.
Had my feet up relaxing, was enjoying watching qualifying. Thought we were going straight to the race, but qualifying interesting, and we said we expected shakeups, but Luke, I mean, still seeing Kevin Siggy up there. Yes, he's not on pole, but it's a good continuation of the adaptability that we've seen from Team Redline so far in this ERL.
Yeah, 100%. You know, they are the team to beat. As much as Unicorns of Love have taken our first Masters, it's still Team Redline that you are looking at over the course of all of our disciplines on ACC, on rFactor 2, and indeed on iRacing. You'd still say that they were the favourites out there. But let's talk about Ottaviani. Ottaviani has absolutely thrown the cat amongst the pigeons for me. I'm expecting to see him up there. Was I expecting him to go pole? Probably not. It doesn't matter though, does it? Because he is pole, but it's the margin. It's nearly 0.2 of a second. That is an exceptional qualifying time.
In short races like these, Lewis, the gaps can be small, but it's going to be hard to pass at Donington with a 0.2 of a second advantage. The real opportunities, I guess, present themselves in that extra couple of hairpins that we have with this full GP layout. It's a bit hard. I wouldn't read into the times too much in that qualifying session. Yes, I know some of the gaps and stuff, but Donington's quite a tricky circuit to hook together in a qualifying session like that. I think what we're going to see in the race is something very, very different. And Kevin Siggy, I think he's going to be very strong in this race. I think he's still going to be going for that win. I'll get the feet back up and I'll relax with those watching. We'll hand it back over to Lewis and Luke. We're ready to go for the first time in the Summer Cup. The first race and the first heat on the horizon. Ottaviani on pole, Siggy alongside on that front row. I mean, we've already had a bit of a shock to the system with that lap time from Ottaviani. How much more are we going to get through this day?
It's one of those, I think anyone right now in the top 5, you're going to be maybe on the first lap, try and make something happen where people are a little bit nervous. But the rest of after that first lap, you're going to try and chill out and just guarantee yourself that top 5. Anybody else outside of that are absolutely going for it here, right? This is going to be fast. It's going to be frantic. We're going to see absolutely everything thrown out there. And well, yeah, I'm super, super excited to see this. We do have a few teams missing. Rocket, SimSports missing. We've got E-Team Brit having their own struggles. But either way, we are going to put 10 minutes onto the clock. And the first race of the Summer Cup is about to get underway here for the VCO Esports Racing League as they launch their way. Sean Arnold instantly pick up a penalty for a jump start. Look at Alan Terzic, though, straight on the inside, looking to try and attack Alessandro Ottaviani. But it's a great start from Kevin Siggy for Team Redline. He takes the lead down into Redgate as we head through Hollywood and then down the hill. It's Siggy from Ottaviani, from Terzic and from Naj. A nice clean start there from Siggy. Little bit of a bog down from Alessandro Ottaviani, and he was under the attack from the Slovenian behind. Oh, absolutely incredible start there from Kevin Siggy. Does take the lead, half a second advantage now. And Ottaviani just had to go and defend against Terzic as soon as possible. It was just not a good start from our pole sitter, but again, a P2 right now. You're happy you move forward here. Representing virtual drivers by TX3 this season is Ottaviani, but Terzic then for BS competition currently in 3rd spot. Then we've got Mirror Esports, David Nagy in 4th position. Pinches holding on to that 5th spot as we've got Yellow in sector number 2. I'm sure we will indeed see exactly what happened there. Then we've got Toman in 6th, Johan Harth then in 7th, D'Amelio in 8th position. We've then got Sveers in 9th, and then Benjamin Hitz as your top 10. Kevin Siggy didn't qualify, I say particularly well, he's still P2. I guess for his standards, he would have been expected to be P1, but look at his advantage already here, 9/10 of a second. Perfect start for Team Redline, perfect start for Kevin Siggy.
Look at that from Cedo Via, absolutely sent it down the inside. There is contact all the way over the place in the Melbourne hairpin as they've all just sort of dived in and made their own sort of mess for about 11th place. And they're all going side by side. Cedo Via's got Michi Hoyer on the inside, Noah Roybers also in there. Peter Boljak leading the group in that Williams Esports car. Then Michi Hoyer. That is just absolute madness in all of this.
Yeah, you've got kind of what you want to see from touring cars at the front, where everyone's just kind of not getting involved. Then you get the touring cars right behind. The second group there's a little nudge just behind Unicorns of Love getting nudged there. It looks like they're all good. It was Lukaszek then who was the driver that lost out for Carbon Esports, and really he was the one who kind of manufactured the incident himself there, if we're completely honest, as he's now being absolutely swamped here. There's a big lockup as well. Again, so many drivers outside that sort of top 10 under a lot of pressure. They've got to try and make up some positions as soon as they possibly can. We've got RHE battling with Apex here as well. Again, some very well-known teams, maybe out of position for where they would like to be. Johan Harth already dropping positions here in the race, but looking to try and get them back as soon as he possibly can.
Yeah, retirements for Fordzilla in the form of Sean Arnold and Eros Mashuli, who's driving the Absolute Motorsports car this round. So retirements already. Of course, Sean Arnold picking up that drive-through penalty straight away in the race. So he was never going to get a good result from that spot. We're already a couple laps ticked down. Here's Johan Harth on the attack of Yuri Toman for R8G. He's recently signed for R8G, and he's already under attack from Johan Harth. Straight down the inside into the Melbourne hairpin, and that is the move done. Potentially just trying to squeeze on the exit of the corner, just pushing Yuri Toman off the road, and Johan Harth up into 6th. A little bit dicey stuff there. That's touring cars.
Yeah, tell us it's your first race in touring cars in the ERL. That's telling us it's your first race there. Toman leaving room for another driver to make a move up the inside. I'm sure over the course of today that will change very, very quickly indeed. I think something that we haven't discussed really in terms of the format changing a touch, where we have individual drivers from every team in Heat 1, same for Heat 2 and same for Heat 3, is you have no idea how well the other drivers are doing, right? Because they're not racing at the same time. So right now, you've just got to get, especially in race number 1, you've got to gain as many positions as possible, because you have no idea how the rest of the day is going to go. So I think we're going to see very much an aggressive race in race number 1. Then in heat number 2, what you're going to see is you're going to see drivers trying to make up for mistakes that their driver number 1 made, or if their driver 1 had a really good race, then you can see drivers just trying to hold position. And then heat 3 is going to be absolutely bananas. You just got to hope that your 2 drivers beforehand have done relatively well, but the drivers that have not, or the teams that have not had a good day, they're going to be going out for absolutely everything then. Patrick Long Esports, D'Amelio trying to hold on to P8 as it stands, with John Alesi Esports Vias just in behind in P9, and then we've got Hits in P10. And while D'Amelio just trying to really hold on to this position here, P8 would not be a bad start here for Patrick Long Esports. Not had the best of Spring Cups. This could be the turning point here, as they're trying to maybe sneak a move there on the R8G driver in Toman. Seeing earlier on, Toman leaving lots of room on the inside, not so much this time, but runs a little bit wide on exits. We come up towards that final corner and then just tucks into the slipstream once again, and I think patience will prevail in these kinds of races here, Lewis. Again, we're going to see people get very excited and try and make moves as quickly as possible, but sometimes you've got to just use your loaf, have a bit of patience, and just take your medicine and just take a P9, P10. This is not the worst result in the world.
No, I mean 14 teams will move through into the quarterfinals. So there's if you're in a position like, say for example, Adam Pintesh, who's right on the rear end of David Noj, the battle between the 2 Hungarians for 4th spot. If I'm in Adam Pintesh's point of view for the Arnage competition team, I'm not actually going to fight. 5th is a great points haul. There's no need to really push it too hard. 5th is a good enough result. It kind of gives your team a little bit of leeway. Alessandro Ottaviani, I almost wouldn't even try and push that hard for the race win. I'd try and secure second. If the race win's there, of course, you're going to go for it. It's the first one of the season, but still, it's about playing the long game. Around this point of view, though, you do want to hoover up a couple more points. I do expect Jordi Zviz to try and do something about the feisty Italian directly ahead of him in Luca D'Amelio for the Patrick Long Esports team. But right now, they're all remaining fairly calm, at least inside the top 10. That battle for 11th has kind of spread itself out just a little bit, but still, I think it is a bit of crazy town back there.
Effectively, 3 top 14 should be enough. Mathematically, that is not the case because there'll be certain teams that have incredible 2 races. But yeah, 2 top 14s should be enough. But if you get 2 top 10s, you're pretty much golden, because there's only 2 drivers that count, Lewis, still, right? It's not all 3.
Correct.
Yeah, so still, these 2 best performing drivers. So you can afford to basically chalk one race up if it doesn't go according to plan. So yeah, get yourself a couple of top 10s and you're all good here. So I think it, you know, it should be a little bit easier to qualify. Absolutely not. It's still, 463 teams trying to go for those spots, so it's not going to be easy at all, is it? The one thing that we do know is in good hands is Team Redline. They're in a good spot, although the gap was just over a second earlier on in this race, but now it's down to 3/10 here. Ottaviani with 3 minutes, maybe finding a bit of form. And P2, you're pretty happy with that. Do you go for the win here? You've got to try and get one over on Kevin Siggy if you get the opportunity, because that doesn't come around very often, does it?
Yeah, and like you say, it's not only Ottaviani is closed, and you can see here as we head back to the fight for the race lead with 3 minutes left in this race. Kevin Siggy's leading from Ottaviani, but not by much. Then it's not by much over Alan Terzic. A penalty for a warning rather, for avoidable contact to Cedo Via for Brabham Esports. They're already picking up stuff, but Jordi Zviers, who is running in 9th spot at the moment, has just received a drive-through penalty. That'll be for track limit excursions down at the old hairpin. That is an automated system in-game, so he's already been touched by that. Alessandro Ottaviani's close, looking into the fog at ES's. He's going to back out of it here, but he might well attack going down to the Melbourne hairpin. The thing is, as much as it's only a 10-minute race, tyres do play its part. Tarato now picks up a penalty as well. That'll be down at the old hairpin in the same place that Jordi Zviers got one. Ottaviani's not on the attack now, but he's got to worry about the Slovenian behind in Alan Terzic, who is very, very close indeed.
Yeah, I think you'll find here Ottaviani's got one opportunity. He's got to make it stick. So once he goes for it, which he's going for it right now to the final corner, he just wasn't committed enough, I don't think, as we've unfortunately just going to miss out on that. Rashmat under a little bit of pressure here as well from the Carbon Esports team as we come down towards that final corner. Was there a change of positions? No, there wasn't, but has now given an opportunity here for Terzic to get himself involved. Now he senses the opportunity, runs the car up the inside here. BS Competition looking to get up into P2, and Ottaviani, by not being clear and concise with his movement towards that P1, has actually now put himself under a lot of pressure. He will now have to sit in behind as we come down towards the old hairpin. That is very opportunistic work there from Terzic. It's a beautiful move there, and Ottaviani really, for me, has only got himself to blame. It's kind of one of those positions where you've either got to hold position or you've got to absolutely send it for that P1. He didn't do either there, and ultimately BS now have come through. P3 still not a bad result, but he knows he could probably be, grabbing a bit more.
Got a lot of penalties coming through here. Michi Hoyer's under attack from Rayalago, Manny Rayalago, who's also just received a penalty for track limit excursions also. So there are quite a few coming through. That's the 3rd penalty that we've had in this 10-minute race, and I expect we're probably going to see a couple more. I think if any of the drivers from the other heats are kind of watching this at the moment, they'll be thinking, okay, right, we're going to not play it so aggressively. They get to do that 3 times. They can exceed track limits 3 times. That is anywhere in the circuit. And then if you rack up 3 track limit excursions that gain you time, boom, you'll get a penalty. Alessandro Ottaviani straight down the inside of Alan Terzic as well. So that was a bit of a bold move. He's trying to cut off Alan Terzic in the way that Terzic cut him off. Terzic has got straight back to the inside, still trying to make it a Slovenian 1-2 in this race. For BS Competition, he has sent it again, and these two are giving Kevin Siggy the golden ticket to lead here as we head on to the final lap at Donington Park.
Yeah, both battling to be the meat in the sandwich here, aren't they? We've got Zebra right now as the meat. It was indeed Ottaviani momentarily, but you're right. Siggy's being gifted the opportunity now to sort of drift out to what's that half a second lead. Half a second is not massive, but in terms of touring cars, it's a fair old chunk of change for sure. The only real winners in that situation are the likes of Nagy and Pinches, who are now 4th and 5th. But if you're not really going to push for those positions, I don't think, this late on in this race. We've got Wire here for Brabham Esports, who had a phenomenal start, by the way, has gained many positions over the course of this race for the Brabham Esports outfit. P12 as it stands, battling with the UOL, of course, our Spring Cup champions, Unicorns of Love. They'll be looking to try and spring a surprise during rFactor or potentially iRacing during this whole championship here. How much have they improved as well? We know that they are the standout team on ACC, but can they potentially snag a couple of results when it comes to rFactor 2, or indeed on iRacing. You can see a potential nudge there as we come down towards that last chicane here. Stiggy has made a mistake somewhere because he had that gap to work with, but Terzic has closed it on, and I'll tell you what, Lewis, there might be a change for the lead.
Yeah, coming down the middle, we're having outsider Ottaviani sent it in too deep. The three of them make contact. Oh my goodness me, it is calamity here for the race lead in the very first race of the season. Alan Terzic has got a bit alongside the two Slovenians coming into contact. Kevin Ziggy is trying to win the first race of the season. Alan Terzic has sent it in too deep, and then he's been door banged by Kevin Ziggy out of the final corner though. 5 for the lead. Alan Terzic is going to win from Ziggy, from Pinsesh, from Ottaviani and Noj. I don't think that one's going to hold at the end of the race. My goodness me, the race control have something to look at there.
Wow, I just don't think it wasn't Terzic's fault. I think Terzic's made a legitimate move, and then Ottaviani sent it on everybody. I think he was the one who initiated the contact there, so I think the race win, Terzic's done nothing wrong there, so BS are going to be looking very happy with that. Pinches has just taken full advantage of the situation by being in P3. Ironically, I think really the biggest loser was, of course, Siggy, because he lost the lead of the race. I think Terzic was going to make that move anyway, but it's Pinches who's really gained on that, and Ottaviani kind of lost that anyway, so he's kind of penalised himself in a position regardless. But if there's ever a way to kick off the Summer Cup, that's the way to do it on the final lap, and I feel like we are only going to see more and more and more of that.
I'm pretty excited for the rest of the day now. To be fair, if it's all going to be like this. I mean, don't get me wrong, yeah, it was a little bit heavy on the contact, but I'm in it for the entertaining racing, and we had plenty of it there. Absolutely superb stuff. Alan Terzic will win the first race of the Summer Cup ahead of Kevin Siggy there. Arjuna, what do you make of that?
I was thinking it wasn't looking very touring car-like until the final lap when it all kicked off, and that was fun. That was a lot of fun, and the reality is, with these different heat formats, you have to think about it differently. We talked, for example, you talked about Johan Hart there, Luke, for a moment, was up there in the top 5. All he had to do was get some good points on the board. He comes across the line in 18th. Of course, the focus for the fight was up front, but it's all about the points and getting them on the board.
It certainly is. It is, you know, as much as it's fun for us to watch at the end there, and again, please keep doing it. You know, I don't care about these strategies and whatnot. You just, if you get yourself in a pretty half-decent position, just hold on to that, especially a team like Apex. We expect to see Apex as one of the top teams at any race they ever race in. So they, you know, and the facts are, they haven't really been at the races, have they, in our Spring Cup, realistically. So these kind of mistakes being made in races, they just can't afford to do it until, you know, they've got a bit of momentum. I think that's what's lacking here, isn't it? It's momentum, a bit of confidence, especially with a new car on a you know, a platform that they're maybe not as strong as, well, let's say, iRacing. But that's, you know, they're just one team. There's so many other teams that are making those mistakes as well. And just jostling for position like that, especially the front teams on the final lap, it's great to watch, but it's just not great for their team managers' hearts, I would say, but phenomenal stuff. This is the first race, man. This is going to be a ridiculous day.
When it comes to, as well, someone like Apex, and it's a point that I think a lot of the teams will be looking at, but the summer does tend to be a little bit of a quieter time for sim racing. People go out there and enjoy the warmer months. Of course, Apex coming off 5, maybe even 6 of their drivers in the iRacing Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, so they'll be able to place a little bit more focus on this championship moving forward, Lewis. That's something that some of the teams are going to enjoy, but with other esports picking up, SRO, for example, and many more, it's one that maybe we'll see the momentum shift back and forth as we work our way through even in the full cup later this year.
Sim races don't go outside. I refuse to believe it. But you know, you're absolutely right. In the Summer Cup, the summer season is always a sim racing. It does quiet down a little bit. We do have our summer breaks. Kind of just allows people to breathe. You do need to breathe from sim racing every now and then, because as much as we love it, it is relentless when you're doing it every single week. But like you say, with some things coming to an end in the sim racing world, it just allows some teams to focus a little bit more, especially more towards, in this competition, their weaker platform, and find out why they're weaker on it, how to get stronger. Because hey, do you know what? It might actually make them stronger across the whole board rather than just on the one platform, because they'll learn some new tricks and stuff and think, hang on, could we apply this a little bit to like iRacing or to ACC? How do we work this process to go faster?
And I'll come back to you straight away then, Lewis, with the point about Unicorns of Love, that partnership with NetRex. We did see them in the Spring Cup get better across the different platforms after struggling outside of their strong house in the Esports Racing World Cup. But Noah Roivers down in 12th position.
Yeah, to be fair, we'll actually have this chat with Jürgen van Bergen and René Sievert a bit later on in the broadcast. But essentially, NetRex are an open wheel specialist team, not just an rFactor specialist. They're very specific towards their open wheelers, not so much a touring car stuff. So it's a learning process for them. Of course, Noah Roivers, Colin Spohr, Kim Leineck, who will be driving a little bit later on. Kind of not too shocked to see him there. 12th is not bad. It's not awful, especially considering he did qualify that 18th.
Well, we're working our way towards the second of the heats. I'm sure Race Control just taking a final look at the melee that broke out through that final couple of corners. Luke, I want to ask you though about the start of the race. Any surprise from your perspective as to how these cars and these drivers got these touring car machines off the line?
We saw a couple of mistakes, didn't we? Saw actually Brabham get a really good start. We saw Kevin Siggy get a phenomenal start. You know that he is going to be meticulous in his preparation. It's not always about, he would have practiced his 1 lap pace. He would have practiced his 10-minute pace, probably 12-minute pace, and 8-minute pace as well. Like that's the kind of he'll want to know exactly what the tires are going to be like on the final lap of each of those distances. But he was also massively indeed practice his race starts. We saw that from him. I'm really surprised from Otto Viani. Just did not get a good start at all. Realistically, and I feel like he has the more pace out of everybody. I feel like Otto Viani has the most pace out of everybody in that lobby. We saw it in the race, and he just made it an uphill battle for himself there, and ultimately tried to make moves where it really wasn't on, potentially, or just overstretching the tyres. I know the tyres, in terms of their lifespan, aren't really going to be affected, but the heat in the tyre is going to be a massive factor in terms of getting the car stopped as well, and it just maybe... It showed near the end there. It was a very desperate dive in that second to last hairpin on the final lap. So yeah, I thought we were going to see more people struggle, to be completely honest. I'm actually quite impressed with how good it was. But again, I would say that was probably the group of death. I think that's going to be the strongest group we'll see over our heats today.
And here's the results out of Heat 1. Remember, lower points are better, and you get the number of points based on where you finish. Much like we had in the Spring Cup, only the best 2 results out of the heats will count, so only 2 of your drivers have to perform that third one. Well, their main focus will be on minimizing the penalty points on their debut in the Esports Racing League. Koana Gaming, they're in 7th. R8G, Team Redline up in the top 3 out of the Spring Cup. They finish inside those top 6 positions. Unicorns of Love, our Spring Cup champions, our Spring Cup Masters, all the way down in 11th spot. Although, I'm just taking a look at that. Where's 4? There should be 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there was, maybe we'll have to get confirmation on those results. Maybe there was some penalty points, of course, that came down as well. Lewis, I mean, now as we look forward, Luke's already said that we may have seen the strongest of the lineups in terms of each of our heats. What are you expecting from drivers who have now seen what the racing is going to be like and they know what they have to do?
Well, I mean, there is one thing in that 10-minute race that I think some drivers might have maybe overestimated, underestimated. You know, some people might not have played their strategy too well in that race. Kevin Siggy's actually one who I'd argue did not play his strategy very well in that race. Is tyres. Got a message from Alan Terzic who said tyre saving for the win, literally straight after that race, and that is exactly what it's about. Just because it's a 10-minute touring car race, this will come into it in the 12 minutes as well, and even in the 8-minute races when we get to the finals. Tyre saving is a thing in this car. You can't just go all out and just go on the attack. You do need to think about the longevity of the tyres, because even in 10 minutes, you're very much equipped to overheat the tyres quite quickly. I think that's one of the major talking points that a lot of the teams and drivers will already be looking at in their race and think, right, if I get into like the top 5 at the start of the race, don't push past that point, wait until the end.
I can't believe it, lads. Normally, I get one thing right every single season, right? And the tyres, like first broadcast. Like, that's it, I'm done. So
it's downhill from here then.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Nothing else right from me, guys.
And it's a format that lends itself in some ways to be allowing you to do the practice, to understand what the car, the tires are going to do with short races. You only find out the track a couple of hours before. Yes, the fan voting for the track goes on for 24 hours before race day effectively. So there is a bit more of a buffer period for you to practice. But Lewis, I mean, we were talking about this during the BMW Sim GT Cup, right? It's a 2-hour race. A driver does 60 minutes and the second driver does the next 60 minutes or so. It's a series where often you see no tire strategies, 2 tire strategies, 4 tire strategies. Teams there are doing full race simulations. They'll be very glad that they can jump into this and at least dial in their preparation without committing so much time.
Well, yeah, like I say, it's only if you're going to do the longest stint of the race of the day, to do a race stint, well, it's only 12 minutes, so each their own. But I think some drivers will naturally work better. I know it's like the differences are quite small, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 12. Those are the distances of the races today. But they're not. Some drivers will still favour, just in their own driving style, will favour one race over another. Those that are a little bit smoother will obviously favour the 12-minute race. And that sounds like obvious, but it's kind of one of those things that you don't really think about. That it's just driving style. We're running on a fixed setup here. It's locked off and stuff, and so it's what you can do behind the wheel.
Tyres maybe are going to be the point of this entire Summer Cup. We go from this touring car to an Indy car where you'll have different compounds of tyres available. You'll have to decide which one you want and how it's going to go. Then race 3, or rather Sim 3, is going to be about the Cup car, the Porsche 911 992 generation Cup car, which can be very easy to drive over the limit. So that's something to think about as well. Just confirmation, when we saw that points graphic, it was incorrect. There was a virtual drivers by TX3 team missing. Here we go. It's slightly updated now, although Patrick Long esports are not where they should be. So there are still some issues on the back end that we'll work our way through. But I think we are ready for heat number 2. So again, I'm going to be watching on with you, especially intrigued after what we saw at the end of heat number 1. I'll hand it back over to Lewis and Luke, who will take it away for heat number 2.
Qualifying's already been complete. We already have our grid order ahead of us. Enzo Benito will start this one from pole position ahead of Jack Keithley, Lucas Vela, and then Marcel Chinchik in 4th. Marco Viducci, who's plenty much of a touring car specialist himself, will start from 5th. I mean, to be fair, going through those names, likes of Jerne, Simoncic, Milnak, this, as much as we were talking about grid 1 being quite a strong grid, this one's not exactly far behind it, is it, Luke?
No, it's, every group's a group of death, if we're going to be completely honest. Historically, we've never had a bad grid because these are the best drivers in the world. Little shout out to Enzo Benito. Oh boy, what a beautiful human that guy is. He's on pole position. Here we go. It's heat number 2. Don't worry about what it says on the screen. It is heat number 2.
Yes, it is. And Enzo Benito will start from pole with Jack Keithley alongside on the run down towards turn 1. On board with Ibrahim Khan on the bottom right. You've got Brabham Esports, who are a bit slow off in the background, getting side by side with Rocket. But at the moment, it's Jack Keithley with the best launch to lead to turn 1. The second consecutive race that second place has led by the first corner. This time, it's Keithley from Benito, from Chinchik. Look at that in the background. Already a bit of side by side. I think it's the virtual drivers by TX3 machine that was just sent off in the background. Either way, Keithley's leading at the moment. There is Ibrahim Khan on the attack, getting past Alvarez, and that is a big send from Enzo Benito into the old hairpin.
Yeah, nearly gets it done as well there, but as you can see, it is the lead then for Jack Keithley, aka Isaac Price. Never seen them both in the same room together. Arnage competition, that is Verle. Off we go. It's it's a long way back from there, that's for sure. Into the barrier we will go as well. Unicorns of Love here with Milanek battling for what will be P8. Potentially, yeah, just up ahead here with Jean Lacey Esports as well. Krupi just behind, and there's so many positions changes here. It's absolutely ridiculous. Looks like the TX3 car has got themselves together. Seagull, just saw a seagull. It is rFactor 2, I guess. As we come then through that final chicane, Unicorns of Love. That's brilliant, actually. Krupi makes a bit of a mistake, and actually under a lot of pressure here from Maulana now. Maulana trying to come through as well. The Balash Esports team of Luciano Whitvert. Watch out for him this season. Luciano Whitvert, especially with this car, very much a touring car specialist. He will absolutely be in and amongst it. If you give him a chance, he will take every opportunity that indeed presents itself. Back up towards the leaders, Enzo Benito trying to find a little bit of a gap there, not able to do so. The end of lap number 1, though, is Jack Keithley that leads, and I'm going to throw something at you here, Lewis. If your team have found what they feel like is the best possible start for them, then ultimately all 3 drivers are going to be very, similarly paced in terms of the race start. Redline here have probably been practicing together, and it's no coincidence that both their drivers have. Hold on, no. What am I talking about here? Siggy got an absolute flyer, didn't he, off the line? He actually went up into the lead of the race, so scrap that. I got excited for a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Back to being wrong.
I mean, to be fair, you've already had your one of the seasons, so this is it. Like I said, it is all downhill from here. But I get your point that you're coming for, though, is because you're all practicing start together. You should all be in the same region of starts. But sometimes it's just not really the case. Sometimes it's all about feel and stuff and just understanding where the proper clutch bite point is and boom. Or even just some of the odd oddities with various starts. Ibrahim Khan, by the way, has been dropped back to 22nd. So despite BS Competition having that race victory in Heat 1, Ibrahim Khan is not backing it up right now, as he's been down to 22nd. Obviously went off track on the first lap, so a bit of a shame for BS Competition. Matty Krupi's dropped back a couple of positions as well, because Remco Mayur's got past in the Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine. So there's not quite as much pace for this John Lacey Esports Academy as there was for Jordi Zveers in the previous race. And Dika Raul Molana has already got a drive-through penalty.
Oh, well, he's making so many positions up as well. Unfortunately, a drive-through is going to completely halt that performance as we go back up towards the leaders here. Then so Shinjik is closing up to the back here of Enzo Benito. And is Benito, you know, trying to look after the tyres and maybe go on an attack later on, trying to force Keithley to be, you know, ridiculously hard on the tyres early on in this race and then maybe attack him later. We saw that on the final lap, actually, a 9/10 of a second gap was able to be closed in race number 1 from Ottavia. Was it Ottaviani or was it Terzic? No, it was Terzic, wasn't it? Who closed that gap on the final lap and actually made the move on Kevin Siggy. So we know that that is a definite opportunity later on in this race. With 6 minutes to go here, just look after those tyres. Fiducci then for Team Fordzilla, just in behind Shinjik. As we go a little bit further back here, we've got Michael Tyler then for E-Team Brit, battling for what is the top 20, just in behind Pound. And again, not too sure who's in behind. Alvarez then just in behind there. And it's not really good here for Alvarez. Is that Mirror Esports that are being... no, it's not Mirror Esports at all there, is it? It's one of our new teams. For the life of me, not being able to remember every team name here. But yeah, not the greatest of starts for those 3 teams at the back there. We'll be looking to try and make a move up towards the leaders as soon as they possibly can.
Here is Gianmarco Fiducci then. It'll be on the attack of Marcel Chinchik at the moment. These two are quite easy to pick apart these days. Obviously, they're quite similar in colours, being the RHE and then the Team Fordzilla car. But got to worry about Gal Valero, who's directly behind. I mean, Apex Racing Team seem to have a lot better pace. I know they didn't get the result in the previous heat as what maybe they felt they had the pace for in the form of Johan Harth, but still, they seem to have really fixed a lot of their issues with the rFactor 2 platform, because looking very, very quick today as Valero sat in that 5th position, trying to attack Fiduci, trying to attack Chinchik, trying to attack Benito, but of course, I'd argue the major touring car specialist on this grid, Jack Keithley, clearing off from everyone, same way that Kevin Siggy did in the previous race. Is this pushing his tyres too far? I do know, I've raced Jack Keithley enough, I do know he can be a little bit aggressive on his tyres.
Yeah, well, it's well, we'll find out, that's for sure. But right now, 1.3 seconds. I think if he has that lead onto the final lap, he is absolutely golden here. But we know that Enzo Benito is a wily old fox, isn't he? He will be doing the best strategy possible to get the best result. But he's also got in his back pocket knowing that Kevin Siggy got a phenomenal result in race number 1. So he doesn't need to push for the lead as well. Just remember that factor. That's something that Heat 1 would not have had. They have no results to go back on, so it's kind of they have to race as hard as possible. I want to shout out to Aspar Esports again. I sometimes forget my own name in the morning, so remembering 27 esports teams is very, very difficult. But it was Aspar that I was trying to get there. As we're on board here then with Jersey Glack for Triton Racing. Easy this one because it says it at the bottom of the screen for us, so that's always handy. But yeah, a little bit off the pace, I would say, as well. We expect to see Triton up in and amongst it. Not so much so far today. Of course, we've still got Heat 3 to go. But yeah, just trying to defend here, not really able to move forward. And that's one thing with touring cars as well, Lewis, isn't it? If you've got someone right up your chaff pipe, it's very difficult to be able to try and make any inroads on someone in front when you defend him, because you go offline in this car, you lose so much time, as we do indeed see a battle here for our top 3.
Yeah, Gianmarco Fiduci was on the attack. Look to the outside, coming down to the Gollard's hairpin. Yellow flag comes out in sector 2, but I'm not sure who that is for. You can see them in the background there, just rejoining before the hairpin. Might be Tyler. There's Gianmarco Fiduci straight to the inside into red gate. It's going to be a little bit of a big commitment from the Italian, just trying to get past Marcel Chinchik. Not able to do so. They go through Hollywood and then down through the crane of curves. They're going to be side by side all the way to the old hairpin. Chinchik, though, plays the long game, backs out, blocks off Gael Valero, though, directly behind, and Fiduci is onto the podium.
He is absolutely textbook move there. Again, it's high risk, high reward, trying to make a move through the crane of curves. Leave my curves alone, ladies and gentlemen. Then down in towards the old hairpin, but ultimately got it done. And I think what was really clever there from Shinjik was noticing or establishing that there's 2 cars very close behind here, and if you fight too hard, you're not only going to potentially lose 1 position, you might lose 2 or 3. So absolutely fought hard and then realized, you know what, letting it go, I'm just going to guarantee myself that top 4. RHG, of course, with a good result in race 1 as well, so they're looking pretty good. But then you got Gael Valero, who was incredible during the Infinity Series that we had, the 24 races in 24 hours, currently in P5 there for Apex Racing Team, and has to deliver here, doesn't he? Ultimately, with the Johan Half finishing P18 in race number 1, the pressure is on Apex already, of course, not having a great Spring Cup. They need to start the Summer Cup with a bang, and they are. Top 5 here, another good result in race number 3, and you are golden. They're going to be through. We expect to see them at the front. We've then got Muller in P6, then we've got Milinek in P7, we've got Simicic, Luciano Witwer, and Major as your top 10. But Keithley, 0.8 of a second. I think he might have gone out a little bit too hard here, because the gap is now starting to come down.
Yeah, and you don't want Benito closing into you late in the race. Got to say, really impressed with Koana Gaming in this. They finished 8th in the previous race, 6th running at the moment in this race. And with those kind of results, you're almost at a point of basically guaranteeing yourself a pathway through into the quarterfinals. Who was that who just moved down the order? It was disqualification for Remco Major. There we go. For virtual drivers by TX3, despite having 4th place in the previous race with Alessandro Ottaviani, Major has received a disqualification. That'll be potentially, I'd assume, for ignoring a drive-through penalty. It's normally what it is. If you've not served your drive-through penalty, we're seeing a lot of drive-thrus coming through. Glax had 2 in this race for track limit excursions. You see Porn having one right there in 18th spot. A lot coming through. It is quite an easy circuit to receive track limit violations for, but it is the same for everyone. So, you know, each to their own.
Every game, this track, it's like the complete opposite of Red Bull Ring. Red Bull Ring in every single game is very, very lax in terms of the track limits. You can run off wide everywhere there, and Donington is very strict every single sim racing game. So it's not a surprise to see people getting drive-throughs, especially when you're racing against the very best. You know, hundreds of seconds is the difference between positions or making an overtake. So yeah, we're expecting to see them on the absolute ragged edge here. Benito really is closing in. I think we are going to see a potential battle here at the end of this race between Geithley and Benito. The fact that Benito's got a nice 2-second gap to the group behind means that he can really actually go out there and attack. Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic final lap here. I just don't think, like, Marcel Chinchik doesn't really need to do anything here and make a move, but we've seen from him that he absolutely will take it on if he gets that opportunity. Keithley just indeed extending his lead as he comes down through the old hairpin, still hitting those lines, still running out a little bit wide there, but yeah, it doesn't really look like he's being too troubled there by Enzo Benito. I think Keithley might be in the running here for a race victory for Williams Esports.
Yeah, which would not be great for. It's not going to be great for Redline. Redline finished 2nd in the previous race, looking to finish 2nd again. Not starting out the season with. I mean, they'll go through with 2 seconds, no doubt. But it's still just. Yeah, we expect Redline to win, so you know, it's fine. Jack Keithley though is leading from Enzo Benito, from Fiducci, from Chinchik, and Gael Valero. Very, very tight in this battle because Gianmarco Fiducci's been defending a little bit from Chinchik. Saw a little bit of an attack down into the first corner at Redgate. But wasn't able to find his way through. But a couple more attempts coming down to the Melbourne hairpin, and here is the look from Chinchik. But I think you're absolutely right. There's just no need to send it. They finished in 7th place in the previous, or 8th place in the previous race. There is no need for RHG to really attack this one. Jack Keithley's done all of the work though, qualified in 2nd, took the lead on the race start, final corner, and Williams Esports going to win here in the 2nd heat, here in the Summer Cup at Donington Park. Easy win, to be honest, from Jack Keithley, just super in control, looked after his tyres in the right way, felt a little bit of pressure late on from Enzo Benito, but it wasn't enough. Great move late on from Gianmarco Fiducci, Chinchik, Valero, Muller as well inside the top 10. Again, super start from Koana Gaming, then Milinek, and then Jene Simicic, Vegrecki and Mattia Krupi rounding out the top 10. A lot of switches down the back end of the top 10 at the latter portion of that race.
Yeah, well, what's the secret to winning races? Have Action Man curtains and wrestling wallpaper.
Apparently so.
Yeah, is the secret to success. Jack Keithley, though, a.k.a. Isaac Price, or the other way around, whatever, never seen them in the same room. It's like, you know, they both could be Batman at this point. He wins the race there, does very, very well. Benito, could he maybe have a bit more in the tank? Is he got saving something for later on during this championship? Maybe. I don't think he really was ever pushing, to be honest. He had a nice gap behind him, and indeed in front, Fiducci and Chinchik, they had a nice little ding-dong. Chinchik, though, I think was very, very clever in his decision to kind of let it go. So yeah, for the first time we've seen someone being clever with their decision making on the race circuit, not battling for every single position there. So yeah, the R8G team are in very good stead. The Team Fordzilla team getting a nice result. Of course, Sean Arnold not getting a good start in race number 1. When is it going to turn around for Sean, by the way? Like probably the most unluckiest driver in sim racing. But again, Fordzilla, I think, are the most unluckiest team that we've had realistically in our championships. They've got a good result on the board, so all good for them. But the day really belongs to Jack Keithley. That's probably the most dominant performance we've seen so far today, albeit we've only had 2 races.
And we talk about points. Well, we have a better understanding now of how things look in these heat standing points-wise. However, for those who advance to the quarterfinals, doesn't really matter where they finish. Slightly different though, Lewis, if you're outside of the top 14, because you get points based on where you finish in these heat standings then. So for some of these teams that are on the bubble, the likes of Triton, Rocket, Butler Power Motorsports, they are looking for this heat number 3 as an opportunity, maybe not to qualify for the quarterfinals, but to at least get some good points on the board on the road to the Esports Racing World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to hoover up some points, as many as you can. If it's not your day, that's fair enough. It's not your sim, that's fair enough. Doesn't mean you can't go out there and get some points. And there are quite a lot of teams that will go through into the quarterfinals. So for those of you that get knocked out, you're not going to get too many points, but still, points mean prizes at the end of the day. And if it is your weak platform and you can still get 15th, that will do for the day. Interesting though, with the quarterfinals, of course, the way that that's going to work when we get to it, I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but we're going to split the teams up between 2 quarterfinals where we'll see all of the drivers going out on track, kind of more so what we had last season. That's going to be a very, very different ball game than what we're seeing now. It's the only kind of time where might get a little bit uncomfortable with each other's teammates, because it's going to be quite busy out on track in those.
I mean, the goal of this new format was to try and make the track a little less busy. We'll see what those quarterfinals are going to be like, though, when we really get them out on track. Luke, from your opinion, any big surprises from heat number 2?
Not really, if I'm completely honest. I think it's good to see drivers being a bit clever with it, but you're going to expect to see that in a heat number 2, especially when you already know, if one of your drivers has already performed exceptionally well in heat 1, and with only 2 drivers, your 2 best drivers, should I say, count towards your result for this stage. If you know if you're going in a half decent position and your teammate's already done well, you kind of just want to stick. You don't really want to push for any more positions there, and then you just really take the complete pressure off of your driver in heat number 3. They could almost just sit on the sidelines right now. If I'm honest, that's kind of how it could work out in race number 3. A few drivers are just going to get completely out of it, and I just don't want to cause any penalties that could potentially put my team in. I think what's going to be pretty exciting in heat 3 will be the teams that are just outside the bubble, like you've mentioned there, Arjuna, and then I think with this the new way the format is, I think them not only knowing how they stand, but knowing how other teams around them stand, and potentially teams that have already got themselves qualified, sort of being able to pinpoint those drivers and going, I can send it on this driver because they're more than likely going to get out of my way. They don't want to get involved in any incidents here. So kind of knowing your surroundings here, knowing what other teams have done, might be vital really in heat number 3, especially for the bubble teams.
I'm watching live as race control is tabulating all the numbers, so we'll get an understanding of how the situation is before we get underway for heat number 3. But the magic number to get out of these initial heat races, Lewis, in the Spring Cup was anywhere from 20 to 30. I think with this new format, you might see that number drop very slightly because you don't have so many cars on the track. You have the opportunity for each driver in subsequent races to understand the game plan and what they need to do. I think we might be looking at a slightly lower number.
I agree. I think we will look at just not like crazy low. It's not going to be like 10 points to go through. I mean that would be completely otherworldly. But with there being 3 races and stuff, and it being taken from your 2 best results from it, the likelihood is in a format like this, with it being spread out, the number will be slightly lower. I would say if you want to guarantee your pathway, you need 2 top 10s. Really, if you've got 2 top 10s, I think you should be pretty good to go through. But if you used to have like a 1 top 10 and then like 13th, 14th place, you might just sneak through if you get a little bit lucky. But I think you really need to make sure that you got at least 2 cars inside the top 10 across some of the 3 races.
I think 28. To be honest, I think 21 was the sort of number you were looking at in our previous format in these stages. I think 28 is going to be the cutoff here, around about that mark. So I think it actually might be a little bit higher than we've had historically.
It's always weird. It's lower higher here because, of course, we reverse the points how you pay out, right? First gives the lowest number of points. I think we're on the same page, at least, when it comes to how you look at it. now I'm thinking more about what happens in the quarterfinals when you split them up into the 2 groups of 7, right? So you have a maximum of 21. Oh, in fact, we'll talk more about that later. Here are your results out of Heat 2. So these are the combined results of Heat 1 and Heat 2. These are the top 14. Team Redline at the top. Williams Esports second. 2 races, 2 different teams have emerged victorious. Good to see RAG at the front as well, with Arnage, Koana Gaming up there as well. And BS Competition struggles, not so bad when you look at them still being in a good spot to qualify. Now, you do need to remember 2 quarterfinals. You'll split the 14 in half. The first team goes to quarterfinal 1, second quarterfinal 2. Rinse and repeat through the 14. So that gives you an indication of how it's looking. The Apex Racing team want to watch. Of course, they very much need to get some good points on the board, not even qualifying for the Masters of our Spring Cup. Well, I think we're ready to go for heat number 3. So again, I'm going to dip. I'm going to leave you in the hands of Lewis and Luke. For the 3rd time today, we head back to Donington Park.
And what a couple of heats to open this up with. This one is not going to be any different. It is a bit of a shock in qualifying. Matt Richards did find catch wind of this a bit earlier on. Matt Richards will be starting from pole position in the Brabham Esports team. One of the teams is a bit further down. It's outside of the top 10 in the points. But Matt Richards is a proper touring car specialist on this platform. Jamie Fluke will start alongside, just proving once again the Apex Racing team have really found their form on the platform. Then Jonas Raivio, then Erhan Yovski, Rietveld a little bit lower down, but I wonder if he might have learnt from these same starts as his other main rFactor 2 driver. He does his teammates with Kevin Siggy elsewhere in rFactor 2. Wonder if he's learnt how Kevin Siggy started and might well see him rising up inside the top 5 right at the start of the race.
If Richards goes and gets a P1 here, that instantly will drag Brabham into qualifying. Like they're going to be golden, even if they got a P21 in race in either of the races. If that was their best result, it'd only be 22 points. So they'd be golden to go through here. So a big opportunity for Richards. Interesting to see Fluke up there. Fluke, who drives in the Porsche Carrera Cup in the GB series, did very well there. It's not a similar car in terms of the drivetrain, but it's a similar car in terms of being on the limit. So I expect to see him up there. But it's heat number 3 here. This is do or die for some teams, and some other teams might just want to get out of the way.
Wow, this is going to be a pretty tense race for a few of them. You're absolutely right. Matt Richards will start from pole position here alongside Jamie Fluke as Heat 3 is about to get underway at Donington Park. We are racing on the run down towards Redgate. Once again, Burst instantly on the attack in the background, taking it side by side, moving their way up the order is Davin Marocek on the attack. Matt Richards had a great start. Look at the move from Jonas Raivio, the Finn, instantly trying to get past Jamie Fluke in the first corner. 2 of the white, black and blue cars all over the place going through the first corner. Erhan Yovski in 4th. Vela 5th. Rietveld hasn't made the same kind of start as his teammates have, as there's a bit of side-by-side outside the top 10 going through the Grainers.
Oh, it's incredible stuff here. Side-by-side action then as Lorenz Herzing trying to make a move there for one of our new teams, Koana Gaming, not quite able to do so. Indeed, having the Carbon Esports car just up in front of Carbon and Koana, they both need a big result in this final race here, realistically. So you are going to see them go absolutely toe-to-toe throughout this race. We saw actually the race start from Petr Pliska, which I'm just expecting a little bit more from him realistically. I've actually pointed him out as one of the touring car specialists coming into this. He did not get a good start, but actually has held on to a top 10 here, so he's doing relatively well. Down towards that final chicane we will come in towards what I like to call the boot section of Donington Park GP. And for me, this is kind of the cleanest start we've had. Not that we've had very much of a dirty start, but there's not been that much side-by-side action. As I say that, it goes about 9 wide in the background.
Leandro Vela then, 5th spot at the moment. You're absolutely right, it did go a little bit side by side. There is Rory McDuff getting past Lorenz Herzing. Man, he loves fishing, and he is moving up the order, fishing for spots up into 12th position now is Rory McDuff, trying to get himself inside the top 10.
Living that MILF life there on his hat, as you can see. Man, I do love fishing. That is the way you've got to live your life. On your own, on the riverbank, just catching fish. What a guy. Anyway, in towards turn 1 we will go. We are on board with Rory McDuff for the Patrick Long Esports. Zoltan Zuti in 14th position, on board with him now. In the Mirror Esports outfit. Again, always a Hungarian when it comes to touring car racing, it seems, whether it be on Race Room or indeed on rFactor 2. Erhan Yuyovski, first time we've seen him, of course, just someone who's been around for many a year over the course of my sim racing experience. Anyway, he's just been there since the very beginning. Still a very young man, but seems like he's been there since sim racing was born, up into P4 here. And R8G, we expect them to look good on rFactor 2, and they have looked good here. As much as Rietveld's out of picture, he's currently in P6. Team Redline look really good as well, don't they? Yeah. I think we can actually say the same for BS Competition and Apex. As much as it didn't go well for Johan Harf, he had pace. He qualified there in the top 5. He was in a P6 pretty comfortably, or he qualified P6. He was in P7 quite comfortably. Ooh. Apex looked really good today as well. So it looks like there are some standout teams. And well, if you've got someone like Richards for Brabham, who could drag you along, I'll tell you, if you can have one individual driver that's absolutely exceptional, you can go very far in these competitions, as much as it is a team event. And I'll also go far to say for Williams Esports as well, with Jack Keithley. So it's just simmering nicely here, Lewis, for the rest of the day.
These two couldn't be separated much more width-wise across Great Britain, because of course Matt Richards coming from Wales, it's not too far along in Wales, but still over in Wales, and then Jamie Fluke at the moment being based in Corby. They do come from one side of the island to the other, but either way, they are not separated by very much on this circuit right now. 0.4 of a second between the two of them, and Fluke was properly on the attack. Couldn't find his way through going down the head. The two of them have gapped Jonas Raivio quite a bit. He's dropping back into the clutch of the Macedonian of Erhan Yuyovski, who's not so much the biggest touring car specialist as Yuyovski, but certainly knows how to wrestle one around. He's battled a few times in the touring car category. I think, in fact, the largest crash that I ever caused in touring car racing, Erhan Yuyovski was one of the participants, shall I say. Poor lad. I'm sure he doesn't hate me too much for it, but either way, currently only in 4th spot. I would suspect he'll be able to find his way past Jonas Raivio. Maybe Raivio is looking after his tyres a little bit.
Yeah, when you're a participant, normally that means you want to partake in something. It means you've made the choice to partake. I'm not sure you can put into a racing crash. You call them participants. Innocent, not bystanders, or innocent parties, I guess, in someone else's incident. But I'm sure Yuyovski remembers it like it was yesterday and talks about it with everybody. That one day I had that incident with Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, it was a three-way into turn 1 at Le Mans Bugatti, which wasn't a good one. It certainly was. I mean, it was a big crash. Either way, it's one of those things. There again is Jamie Fluke. Got very close again in that final sector. I think he's a lot better through the fog ESs than. Oh God, goodness me! A lot of grass was picked up there from Jonas Raivio. But I think Jamie Fluke's better in that 3rd and final sector. Matt Richards tends to pick out a little bit more speed through this old hairpin and up towards McLean's.
Yeah, he just looks quick here. But again, he knows he doesn't really need to push for the lead here. And we've seen in race number 1, it can have a massively negative. Oh, we've got a first penalty on screen here. So Dominic Blyer has got a penalty for Triton Racing. 3 penalty points then for causing a collision. I am very surprised that that's the first one we've seen pop up on our screen, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, back to the front 2, or as we head now down towards William Esports here. What position is this? Oh, Brzezinski down in P16. Again, I feel like it doesn't matter how badly you perform in heats 1 and 3. If your driver wins heat number 2, you're golden. You can finish anywhere as your second driver. If you get a race victory, I think you're absolutely sorted. So BS, are in a great spot here. Obviously Williams Esports, and well, right now Brabham Esports. This would be amazing for Brabham. This would be the coming of age for the team in the ERL, in my opinion. We haven't seen a massive result for them, as we see Fluke there having a little look. And as much as Jamie Fluke is probably one of the nicest guys in esports or sim racing, if there's an opportunity for him to make a move, he will absolutely make the move. So do not, indeed mistake his persona as kindness, as we see a mistake there from Richards. But yeah, this would be the coming of age, or the welcome to the ERL for Brabham Esports here. Fair play to them, 2/10 of difference, but one of the last driver names you want behind you is Jamie Fluke.
Yeah, did struggle a little bit in the Spring Cup, but Summer Cup, new series, new day, new time to prove yourself. You're absolutely right, though. I mean, we all know that Jamie Fluke is a super nice guy, absolutely ruthless on the racetrack. If there is a gap, he will go for it, and that is exactly what Matt Richards will be feeling right now. But I will say, Richards is well experienced in touring cars. I would argue that Matt Richards is probably the most experienced driver on the entire platform when it comes to touring car racing. Has raced touring cars on this platform for the last 5-6 years. But Jamie Fluke's there. He's looking at the inside of Coppis. Really tries to throw it in there. That was nearly contact between the two. They still managed to keep going. Has actually dropped Jamie Fluke off of the rear end of Matt Richards a bit.
Yeah, if you're wondering whether Matt Richards was going to potentially just drive this home and guarantee himself a P2, he absolutely isn't. He wants the race victory here. And again, this is something Brabham could build around. If they've got a specialist, on rFactor 2 here with Richards, this is something that could mould their future within the ERLs. Fantastic stuff here. As Yuyovski then has, well, it's a little bit of a love tap there. It's a kind of a backhanded high five saying, hi, yeah, I'm behind you. But ultimately, the BS team of Rivio just have to hold on. Dalla Valle, by the way, it's got a penalty as well here. That will be, I guess, any penalty that comes up there is a drive through, right? Oh! Arnage having a little touch there with the Lucas Verle in P5. Arnage needing a massive result here, so you don't really want to be taking too many chances with contact. But you see the multiple different lines being taken there. Look how confident Rivio is, by the way, by taking that wide line, leaving that inside line open through turn number 1, not expecting anybody to dive him up the inside. But Erhan Yuyovski under a bit of pressure here then from Verle.
It is super aggressive to use all of that pegs. We saw Gianmarco Fiducci doing a very similar thing in Heat 2. You gain quite a bit from it, but like I say, you're absolutely opening yourself up to a stonking dive from Redgate. But your average speed through Redgate is faster from doing so because you're taking a less aggressive line through the corner when it comes to your turning angle. So there is a lot to gain from it, but you've got to be quite brave to do it because you've got to get all the way over there, balance the car, and then bring it back over. It is not easy. Colin Spork is under attack from David Marocek, and I've commentated on these two battling in open wheelers a fair few times. Wasn't really expected to talk about them battling in touring cars. It's exactly what we've got. More penalties being dished out. Garcia getting one. Vinieri obviously picked one up, as well as Dalla Valle for track limit excursions. You're absolutely right. There'll be drive-through penalties for track limits excursions. Little bit deep there from Colin Sport, but is able to keep Marocek at bay for now. I think there might have been another little bit of a look, another little bit of a dive from Jamie Fluke on Matt Richards. We're coming round to start the final lap of the race. It's been a bit calmer of an affair, this one, must be said.
Yeah, I think Marocek made more of a mistake in terms of his braking, actually, and made Spork look like he was running wide. So I just think Marocek was just a little bit slow through the chicane. We are on to the final race. Oh, yes, please stay on board with this. That's it. Stay on board like this, please, for the rest of this lap. That'd be great. As we come up then towards turn number 1, both opening up the corner as best they possibly can. Apex, we're on board with Apex Racing Teams. Jamie Fluke does not need to push for this win here. They are looking golden to get themselves safe passage through to the quarterfinals. But Richards realistically needs to go out there and win to guarantee Brabham's safe passage through, to come then through the old hairpin. Bit of a lock up there from the front right of that Brabham Esports car, but again, still looking very, very quick out of the old hairpin. They came. There's a little bit of a gap then, 0.4 of a second, probably the biggest gap we have seen so far. Up towards the highest point of the circuit we will come here, and realistically, there's only 2 more opportunities to make that overtake. As it says, 0 minutes remaining. We love to see that. It is a final lap. Bit of a mistake there, not grabbing as much apex as you would probably expect from Richards, and it's a really nice run here then from Jamie Fluke. Right up the chuff pipe here then of that Toyota Corolla down towards that final chicane. He will brake a little bit earlier here, I would imagine, and try and punch the exit out and then potentially get a run down towards the second to last hairpin. Not the best run here, but still in that slipstream underneath that rear wing we will go. And I think he's going to decide to open up the corner here. He is. He's actually going to look to try and go round the outside. Richards then will turn in, hit that apex, and he's not going to have the overlap here on the exit. One more opportunity here, though. Can Richards get a race victory then? The first of the ERL for the Brabham Esports team as Fluke dives down the inside. It's not going to be enough here. Brabham still holding strong, and Richards going to do it here, Lewis. He will take victory here in heat number 3, and Brabham Esports, welcome to the ERL.
Yeah, super stuff from Matt Richards, Jamie Fluke and Jonas Rivio battling in the background for third spot. Rivio and Yuyovski super close as they came across the line. They were battling into the Melbourne hairpin, and the two of them switched over a little bit down there. But yeah, crazy stuff. But a great victory for Matt Richards and the Brabham Esports team. I think you're absolutely right, guaranteeing their pathway into the quarterfinals, which is something which they couldn't do back in the Spring Cup.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to do them a disservice as a team, ladies and gentlemen. We know that Brabham have been racing in our Spring Cup series. That's the first time they've got that massive result, and confidence, momentum is huge, whether it be sim racing, whether it be real racing, or any sport out there. Get a bit of momentum, get a bit of confidence within the team. He's obviously going to go report back to his teammates, go, I found this to help me get that pace. They are ultimately going to be a team to watch out for because they've got a driver capable of winning races. That is a fact. Oh. what a start to proceedings. That's the heat's done, Arjuna. And well, 3, I guess say 2 unexpected victors, to be completely honest. Historically for our competition, we know that Jack Keesley's capable. We know that Richards has got all of that experience. We know Kevin Siggy, well, actually, no, Kevin Siggy didn't win race number 1, did he? So 3 drivers we maybe not putting up there as our favourites to win races, winning races. Oh, this Summer Cup started beautifully well.
You did say we may be in for some shocks. I don't know if we call them shocks, but definitely surprises, that's for sure. 3 heat races done, 3 different winners. We'll get confirmation on who's going to advance as soon as we can. Of course, the biggest storyline for me is definitely that Brabham Esports win, but some of the performances, Lewis, from some of those other teams, the Apex Racing team, for example, coming back to rFactor after Jamie Fluke, in his own words, got rFactored at Zandvoort in the Spring Cup, having a lot better of a timeout this time around.
Well, all 3 of their drivers look fast. I know, obviously, Johan Half didn't get the result in Heat 1 that maybe they were expecting, but they have all 3 shown great pace in their respective heats, and that is going to be important moving on. This is a team that, for the ERWC and for the ERL, they weren't strong on rFactor 2. They were quite bad on rFactor 2. It was not their platform. It wasn't what they were trying to do. This, though, so different. Now, when it comes across the entirety of the Summer Cup here, that moves them right up the order in my books as definitely a team to look for in this. They are one to really take it to Redline in this competition if they can kind of keep this speed up.
From your perspective, Luke, I mean, we've had these heat races now. They've set the grids for the quarterfinals. Do you like this change? How have you perceived this first run out with this new format?
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to see it a couple more times to really have a genuine opinion. To be honest, you know, we talk about this meta. We don't really have any idea about the meta as it stood with the championship, because it is just so unique. It is so different. Yeah, I'm still, I don't know, I'm optimistic with it. I think the third race, it was very clear that a lot of teams were safe passage. They're just not going to make too many moves there. So for excitement, I think Heat 3 may suffer. But in terms of race number 1 especially, everybody has to give 100%, and Heat number 2 as well, to try and guarantee those 2 performances early and take the pressure off Heat 3. So I think there's positives. I think there's also negatives, but I don't think you're ever going to get it perfect, right? It doesn't matter whether we're doing endurance races within sim racing or sprint championships like this. There's always going to be room for improvement, and there's always going to be things that, oh, you could have done this, you know, when you look at things with 20/20 vision, with hindsight at the end of it.
Well, when it comes to, you know, you talk about metas, the reason why that word is used is because things change so frequently. So maybe we need to mix things up between each of these cups, but regardless of whether we change things up after every running of the World Cup. But while we get set for these quarterfinals, the heats are done, we had the chance to catch up with the Unicorns of Love, our Spring Cup Masters champions. We caught up with René Siever and Jurgen van Bergen to talk more about the Unicorns of Love and NetRex partnership that saw them really step up in the Spring Cup.
So I'm joined by Jurgen and René, of course, from the Unicorns of Love and NetRex partnership. And we'll go to Jurgen van Bergen first, because whilst we know that Unicorns of Love are more of a GT specialist team, you yourselves are more of an open wheel specialist team. That's not what we're racing today, though. We're racing touring cars, something very, very different. And how do you kind of get your head around such tricky touring cars?
First of all, thank you for having us on, Lewis. To answer your question, I think it's primarily driving style. We're still driving on rFactor 2, so the same simulation logic still applies. Of course, there's some difference between a touring car on rFactor 2 and an open wheeler on RF2, but it's still RF2. Going back to driver behavior, driver mentality, and also driving style. At the beginning of this week, I would say the drivers were like, "Oh my god, I'm never going to be able to drive this. It's so different. I don't know what I have to do." Like, I even have to quote, "My brain is going too fast for this." So I would say it's primarily the driving style that has to be adjusted. My drivers, I would say like 2 hours ago, they told me like, "Okay, I'm starting to get a little bit more comfortable with the car. It's starting to grow to me." So yeah. Driving style, and also maybe a little bit between the years that we have to change.
And over to René, of course, victory at the end of the Spring Cup in the Masters. Absolutely fantastic form in that 1v1 against Veloce. How do you feel that's kind of boosting the squad across the board?
Yeah, I think massively. You know, we are coming from ACC, So I don't think a lot of guys from sim racing overall know us as a team. Also Netrex. Obviously, Netrex is well known in rFactor 2. We are very known in ACC, but no one from iRacing knows us. And I think with ERL, having all platforms, also the reach is coming from all platforms. So we got known quite good. So obviously. We are a competitive team now. We can face teams like Redline, which is insane. You know, I respect Redline as a team. Everyone knows who Redline is, and I think that the same goes for us now. We are known, and also Network is known. I think we got a bit underrated, and now competing against the best and also finishing in P3 in the Spring Cup overall is very good, and I think it will push us forward. Also maybe to iRacing in the future, apart from ERL, but also Netrex as a team. I think they are very underrated, and it pushes a lot. Yeah.
Now, back over to Jürgen. No pressure with this question as well, because obviously Rene is right there. Because we've asked Unicorns of Love about this partnership quite a few times, about the positives from their point of view. Not really heard from your angle. What are the positives that work out in favour for you guys at Netrex?
Good question. I would personally say we are the same type of teams. We're teams with the same type of culture, a culture of family, a culture of friends. It's a lot different than what I've seen from other esports teams, what I've heard from other esports teams. Also, what Rene said a little bit, I was maybe gonna say the truth, a part of the people that underestimated our chances. But looking back at the journey that we've been through, it's amazing. Every Wednesday, I've been like, okay, let's do this. Today is the day. Today is the day where we can show ourselves to the world, to show that the underdogs can win these type of events. Also, of course, we have now the partnership in FSR together with Colin and Carlos, who's sadly injured at the moment, but he will be coming back soon. I've been told, and that's also been going so great. So for us, it's a great partnership with great people that, in my opinion, are already family to us.
Now, speaking of the journey there, Rene, 2022, we're about halfway through already. I mean, it's rushing past quite quickly. It's been a pretty good year for the Unicorns of Love camp. What can we expect over the next sort of 6 or 7 months?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't expect that we were so good, and it's just June, you know. Winning all ACC races, winning the Spring Cup. Also, we are doing pretty good in SRO and ACC, so in endurance and sprint. I'm very happy with our team performance right now, and you know, the good thing is we are competing at the top, not only in SRO but also with ERL. So obviously, all the good drivers want to drive at our team. So we also have Tobias Pfeffer now, who's very good in rFactor 2, iRacing and ACC, which is so important for ERL. But I think with being at the top, you can't only do ACC. So you need to be competitive over all platforms, and that's what ERL is also giving us right now. But we really want to grow as a team. We want to be more competitive and more professional, and that's why we want to also maybe do a step in iRacing. Obviously, we can't be at the top from the first step on, but we really want to give it a try. Maybe want to drive a few events there apart from ERL, but from a bigger perspective, we want to be at the top in every single league, also not only ACC, and that's what our goal is. So and also in thinking of ERL and ERWC, we want to reach ERWC. That's for ERL is the main goal. So we really want to push in Summer Cup and also Fall Cup.
Wow, I know you two are both very busy. Rene, Jürgen, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to it.
Thanks for having me.
good little chat with both halves of that partnership that really, not just on Assetto Corsa, but both rFactor 2 and iRacing as well. So the heats are done. We're getting confirmation of those results, and we'll be set for the quarterfinals in just a few moments' time. We're delighted to have your company as we kick off the Summer Cup of this Esports Racing League, as we focus on rFactor 2 and we head forward through on this road to the Esports Racing World Cup. Let's have a look at those points. Let's have a look at where we're going with these quarterfinals. BS Competition and Team Redline tied on 4 points after 3 heat races. The Apex Racing team, they will be thrilled with that one. Brabham Esports advanced Koana Gaming on debut, the only one of our 3 debutants in this series that are moving on to the quarterfinals. And this is, of course, just the top 14, Lewis. Back from there, the teams and drivers that have missed out on advancing, there are still points that they have accumulated on their own road to the World Cup.
Yeah, and just 20 points was the target then to get through into this. Patrick Long Esports also received a 3-point penalty. They're the only team in the top 14 that received a points penalty from race control. Everyone else was fairly clean in that sense, which is pretty good. But like you say, everyone behind, they're done for the day. They've already scored points. There's no second chance anymore. There's no last chance. I know that you love that one, Luke, but none more of that. It is you either go through now or you say goodbye.
How disappointed are you, Luke, to lose the opportunity to say last chance?
I can still do it. Last chance, second chance, no chance after this race, finale race. Yeah,
Nice.
it's got a nice ring to it, but hey, maybe we'll bring it back in the future. But we've got quarterfinal action coming your way, and you guys were absolutely spot on where the number was to be a little bit less than what we've had before. It was 20 points, but I'm really happy to see Brabham, Patrick Long Esports being up there, and Koana, a new team, into the fold as well, all making it through. And it just goes to show that, you put that preparation in, you can get through to that top 14, but now this is where it comes to it. Can you surprise us and get to a semi-final? It's going to be exciting. I think the touring cars have really just thrown things up and just changed the order of things.
It always gets me twisted. Koanda, close enough. Here's a look then at the bracket and how it's played out as we move forward to the next stage of this round 1 in the Summer Cup. You can see the 7 teams in each of the quarterfinals. Lewis, I'll start with you, and I'll start with quarterfinal number 1. Remember, 3 teams advance, 4 will head on back. Who do you think is going to miss out from that first quarterfinal?
Oh, I mean, that's a tricky one. I mean, from pace, I'd say BS Competition between all 3 of their drivers, between of course Ibrahim Khan, Alan Terzic, who won the first race of the day, and Jonas Rivik. Those 3 I'd say are strong enough to go through. If I'm to pick the other 2, I'm going to go Mirror Esports just because of the touring car experience, and I'm going to go R8G to move through. For the second group, I'm just going to list my 3 off going through anyway. Team Redline. Bang, that one's a pretty easy one. I am actually going to go Unicorns of Love. I think they will actually be able to pull their way through, and I think Apex Racing Team have the speed. Sorry, Brabham, but
did you exclude Williams from the second quarterfinal as well? I think you did.
Yeah, I went Williams, Apex, and Unicorns of Love. Yeah.
So you're saying Team Redline doesn't advance?
Who did I say? What did I say?
See,
You are
team,
all over
team
the
Redline,
shop, Apex, and Unicorns of Love. Team Redline, Apex, and Unicorns of Love. That's it. Lock it in.
I'm throwing you under the bus as much as feasibly possible. From your perspective, Luke, what do you think for both of the quarterfinals?
I think BS Competition have looked really good. R8G have looked really good, and I think you'll find that Team Fordzilla will be looking to get through as well. Apologies to Arnash Competition. Still haven't sent me a shirt. Team Redline, they look really good as well. Apex, and I'm just looking at Team Redline and Apex as their team performances looked exceptional. And I'm going to be, it's pretty easy. You can see the order there. It's either Williams or Brabham for me because they've got that outright pace in one driver. With Jack Heathley already having a race win today, and indeed Richards for Brabham Esports. So it's crazy to think. We're talking about Brabham making it through to a semi-final, which I think is really exciting in itself. I don't want to do a disservice to any other team here, but we haven't really spoken about them at this stage of the competition as a threat. And they genuinely have that driver now that could advance them through. It's nice to see some different results.
I think the car is suiting them. Maybe they've got a grip on the competition, how aggressive they need to be as well, because it's touring car action, it's elbows out, but that's been the story as well of this Esports Racing League. No matter what car that we put them in. We're about a few minutes away from getting qualifying underway for the first of our quarterfinals, so we'll blabber on for a little bit and we'll talk about some of the highlights for VCO things that are going on. Of course, we've just come out of the first edition of VCO Send It. You can check out social media to get your own copy of a print magazine for a digital world. But Lewis, we've got the second of our VCO Grand Slams coming up this weekend. We head to upstate New York on iRacing for the 6 hours of the Glen, where Radio Show Limited and RaceBot TV will collaborate again for uninterrupted coverage of all 6 hours.
It's always a lot of fun, that. Of course, we're talking about splits and stuff that you yourselves can go and take part in, whilst the broadcasters of the top split, it's always good just to go and take part anyway and have a little bit of fun. I won't be taking part because all of my teammates, like Arjuna, crashed my car. So I'll avoid that one. I mean, it's true, though. You throw me under the bus, I'll throw you under the bus. It's absolutely fine. But, yeah, it's always a fun little race. Watkins Glen's kind of one of those ones that you don't typically take too much of an endurance race. Obviously, we normally are associated with IndyCar and NASCAR. Whilst there is endurance racing that happens there, those are the two things that we really look at. But it's a great endurance racing circuit, even if it's only for 6 hours.
It's funny that you bring up IndyCar because they've literally raced there, I think, 2 years, whereas the 6 hours of the Glen is a lot more history there. I'm going to throw you right back under the bus. From your perspective, Luca, I know you enjoy these iRacing special events, and there are so many splits. Even if for someone newer to iRacing, you can always find some fun competition to be had in these special events.
You can. I was actually we did 2 last year with my team. Woo! And we got taken out in the lead in the last half an hour of the first one, and got taken out in the lead with 2 hours into the race of the second one. So, or it might be the other way around actually. So yeah, not ideal. I love the Glen as well. It's an incredible place. I just think these special events are, like it says on the tin, special, because as much as we are celebrating the Grand Slam and, you know, the top tier of talent, on iRacing, anybody can take part in this if you've got a subscription and you've got the car and you've got the track, and you've got maybe a couple of mates. You may only need one, really, to be honest. But anybody, there could be 1,000 splits if that many people sign up, and that's what I think is the most special thing about this. You're probably not going to win the Grand Slam trophy from VCO. Only, you know, 2 drivers are potentially going to be in the running for that. But I just think it's really special that you could be split 474. You get a win with your mate Barry. You have a couple of beers afterwards, and it'd be the best sim racing experience you've probably ever had. Like, I just think that's the inclusivity of these special events is what makes it special for me.
Sim racing is all about accessibility, if you ask me, and making those experiences available to everyone. That's what these special events are all about. So remember, join us this Saturday on RaceBot TV on VCO Esports as we get set for the 2022 iRacing 6 hours of the Glen. I mentioned VCO Send It as well. Do let us know on social media as we head towards edition number 2 of the print magazine for a digital world. Who do you want to see featured? What stories do you want to hear about as well? We're always looking to hear your guidance. And Lewis, I know you had your own copy. You took it traveling with you as well. The thing I'm most impressed about VCO Send It is how good a magazine it is in terms of the print quality. It's better than some of the other ones that I've bought over the years.
Oh yeah, it's a great quality magazine. There's so many like good features as well inside it, like even just removing it from the how good the art and stuff, isn't it? Like, it's brilliant. Also some great photographs in there as well. Good arguments as well, like the one between me and you. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see as to what we're going to argue about next, Arjuna. I'm sure we've got a couple of things lined up. But now it's my turn to step aside because Arjuna and Luke are going to take you through the first of our quarterfinals.
So here we go. You can see the sun is set. We're going to be seeing some different conditions today. And, well, all 3 of the drivers for the teams are ready to go for qualifying. 7 minutes on the clock. We've already passed through 30 seconds as Ibrahim Khan. We watched the BS competition machine start to wind itself up. But qualifying here going to be important because we've got, 21 odd cars on the grid. And much like we've seen in the past, the best 2 have to get some results on the board, so you don't want to be hung out to dry in this qualifying, Luke.
No, you absolutely don't. You need to get at least one driver up there, battling for sort of top 5 if you want to guarantee yourself through here, because ultimately it is your top 2 drivers. Only 3 teams are going to advance from this stage, and it's a similar amount of drivers as what we've had in previous races. But again, the kicker is you've got all of your teammates in the same race here. But also, this is where it really does come into play, the penalty system, because you could have 2 drivers doing exceptionally well, your 3rd driver gets involved in something, and those penalty points will be added to your top 2 drivers' score. So yeah, there's lots of different factors now. This is a bit more this is a little bit more orthodox of what we're used to with the ERL, as that's one way of rally crossing your way through Donington Park there, and he disappears.
Well, that was an interesting camera angle from Ibrahim Khan, and his car is doing all sorts of weird things right now as well. But let's see if we can pick up some of these other drivers as they begin their first flying lap here at Donington Park. Might be having some technical issues, so we're going to have to bring back in Lewis McLeod and talk a little bit about, well, what happens in a moment like this, Lewis, when things happens? It's online internet racing, and as my camera decides to play up as well, it's all
as well.
up here.
Good. Are you connected to the server, mate? Are you the one controlling it? Goodness. No, I mean, these kind of things, they happen, you know, in racing and stuff. Obviously, it would be not the longest thing. It's just a quick reset and stuff, and we should be able to get back going again in qualifying in a few moments' time. Those things, they do kind of happen every now and then. As a driver, it's a little frustrating because you think, I've just built myself up to doing the lap. Thankfully, no one had actually really set a time, so there's none of that, oh, that was a really good time. Yes, great. And now it's in the bin. But still, the whole build-up.
Well, I think we're ready to go for qualifying again. So we'll leave Lewis alone and we'll get back to the action at hand. Let's head back for qualifying.
Bye, Lewis.
So now you can see the times have carried forward. So whatever blip that we've had, the lap that they're on is still the one that's going to count. And, well, they're still in that mental zone, Luke. That's where you want to be as Lucas Whirl really gets the rear end hanging through the chicane.
Yeah, absolutely on the limit there as he is. Shinjik there goes provisional pole with 131.759. Everybody doing their best impression of John Cena, especially Arjuna, as Terzic then moves up into third position. Fiducci up into second spot. Then we've got Lucas Mueller in fifth position for the Koana Esports outfit. That he is an incredible driver. First time I came across him was the Race from Home Challenge in Formula E, which was on rFactor 2 as well. But he is a very well calculated young man as well. A phenomenally talented young man. Petr Piska, a better performance so far in qualifying from him. Again, expecting to see Fordzilla be strong with their driver lineup. If Sean Arnold could get a bit of fortune, a bit of luck, then they are going to be absolutely golden here. But if you were to ask Team Fordzilla, well, you're going to finish second and sixth in quarterfinal number 1. They would absolutely have snapped your hand off. So very good from them. BS competition, though. Terzic and Ravio are third and fourth position as it stands. RHG then with Shinjik and indeed Toman are first and 10th. That's really the three teams that have indeed taken hold of this qualifying session as it stands.
One thing to note with this qualifying session compared to the others that we're going to have this Summer Cup is iRacing Assetto Corsa will see open qualifying. Now, these touring car machines enjoy a bit of the draft, but they're not going to have that here today. It's solo car qualifying. You get the entirety of Donington Park to yourself. It's Marcel Chinchik that's got provisional pole with a 131.759. Team Fordzilla's looking good with 2 cars inside of the top 6, 3 cars inside of the top 10. BS competition is in the mix as well, but RHG, Erhan Yuyovsky, has not put in a qualifying time just yet. He needs to do so, although Toman is sitting in 10th right now.
He is indeed. Again, RHG looking really, really good, but Arnash competition also pushing their way up here as well with Pinches, as you mentioned. P7 as it stands, but with Verle only being in P12, and we see him on the absolute limit. But Sean Arnold there is extending that final corner as best he possibly can, just to maximise your speed across the start-finish line. You'll see that many, many circuits. Donington lends itself to that perfectly. Is Robert Pound then in P19 for Patrick Long Esports. Again, they're going to need a bit of a miracle here. Mirror Esports, Lewis was obviously singing their praises. We know how good they are individually, but as a team right now, they are not doing well. Unfortunately, right down there, the lower ends of the sort of P16, 17, and 18. Erhan Yuyovsky, who is kind of the kicker for RHG, hasn't even got a lap time in yet. They don't really need him to with P1 and P10 sorted out, but you expect him to be in that top 10 as well. So you've got Herdzing as well. You're expecting him to put a time into Melio to be up there as well. But really, for me, it is BS competition, Fordzilla still, and RHG that are the strongest team as well. Terzic is going even faster here. 7/100ths of a second up. Purple sector, that's what you want to see there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. If it's purple, that means he's faster than everybody. If it is indeed green, then it's the quickest personal best of their own time. And if it's yellow, well, just ignore that. No one wants to see yellow.
Luca D'Amelio's up into 7, so Patrick Long Esports trying to go forward from here. Remember, only 3 teams will advance. The top 2 drivers from each team are the ones scoring points, so those are the ones to watch. BS Competition 3rd and 4th look good with Ibrahim Khan down in 14th. Luke mentioned Mirror Esports, they're 16th through 18th. Whirler's jumped up to 2nd, so Arnage in the mix as well. Muller's jumped up to 2nd. The times are coming in. Koana, don't count them out just yet.
Oh, Koana with Lucas Muller. He, again, is a very well-calculated young man. He's not only very, very quick and one of the very best out there, I would say, right now, but he is young and has got so much more to learn. There's no ceiling with him. I just expect to see him be one of the very, very top drivers, the likes of Kevin Siggy, the likes of Joshua. Why has that name just completely disappeared from my head there? Joshua Rogers, Jesus, how have I forgotten that? Raivio now up into P2, Verle then into P4. It's the closest session we've seen so far. You expect to see the times get closer as we move throughout this competition. And wow, it is 0.2 of a second separating the top 7 here. This is exceptional stuff, as Toman now has improved as well.
So RAG 1 and 7. They wait to see if Erhan Yoyovsky can go better. Only a couple of cars still left on the track. Doesn't look as though Herzing is going to improve in the Koana Gaming Toyota Corollas. He'll come down to the final line. Look at the brightness being shown onto his screen by his monitors. That must be some pretty bright stuff in front of him. But here he comes, sits in 20th right now, wants to back up the performance of his teammate. He only improves to 19th, so we'll have to wait to see if Yoyovsky can make it 3 RAG cars inside the top 10.
Yeah, well, this would be a lovely little bit of an insurance plan. And I'll tell you what, he's not worried about being in that top 10 because he is absolutely flying here. He is 0.04 of a second faster than everybody here as we come up then towards that final corner. And can Erhan Yoyovsky really put things or really set RAG stall here? Actually, he's going very slow in towards that final corner. And is that an aborted lap time? I'm not sure if it was. It didn't look quick. It is an aborted lap time there. That was very slow indeed. And Yoyovsky is, well, going to be P21 after an incredible first 2 sectors. Third sector is not as good, but P8 and P1 for the RAG team, they are looking absolutely golden.
Here's a look at those qualifying results. You see the cars as well. Nice and colorful. Great to have these Toyota Corollas decked out in our team liveries for today. But it is Chinchik on pole. Less than a 10th back is Jonas Raivio. We have seen the outside of the front row being the preferred place to start from, at least getting the clutch dropped and getting the power into those front wheels. Mula, Whirler, Fiducci, the rest of the top 5 with Terzic, Nagy behind them. We'll scroll through the names and we remind everybody, Luke, that 7 teams come into this one, 3 advance.
Absolutely. I want to hear it from the chat now. Twitch chat, I'm watching you right now on VCO Esports. Who's getting the job done here? Pick your favorite driver or let me know who's, maybe you've not even got a supported driver. You just want to pick someone you think is going to win. I want to see it in the chat right now. It's quarterfinal time here, Arjuna. 21 cars out there. Only 3 teams will go through. So that is 9 cars in total. And only the top 2 from each team will indeed count towards their score.
Well, we welcome you, if you're watching for the first time, to the Esports Racing League. It's our moonshot idea here at VCO Esports. So it's been going swimmingly. After the end of January saw us kick off the Esports Racing World Cup with fireworks, we've rolled our momentum on the road to ERWC 2023. Hopefully in person, hopefully in Munich. We've landed here at Donington Park for round 1 of the Summer Cup as the teams and drivers get a few moments to warm themselves up. We are ready to go racing here for the first of our quarterfinals as we get the first 3 teams locked in for our semi-finals. Again, 3 teams advance, 3 drivers from most of these teams. Only the top 2 drivers will count. And it's why when I looked at Erhan Yoyovsky bailing out of that qualifying lap, Luke, I have mixed emotions. 1, he's not in any danger of getting mixed up in trouble, so he's not someone that's going to have to worry about penalty points maybe. But if Yuri Toman, if Marcel Chinchik have any issues, he's not going to be in a position to back them up with solid points.
No, he absolutely won't here as well. I'm not sure what happened there, but that is not the best way of starting a race, I can assure you of that. As we get back into our start positions. Yeah, that was interesting to say the very least. That's one way of letting the opposition know that you're in the race with them.
Well, I was wondering. Yeah, I was wondering if these drivers are going to have any jump starts or something, but I'm getting word that they're just practicing starts and they're not going to be affected. So that's a good thing to note, although it's never going to please those that you're running into. That was Ibrahim Khan in that number 87 for BS competition that was getting his practice launches there. At the very least, we're not expecting penalties, but expect the unexpected when it comes to this VCO Esports Racing League. Okay, final time to come up with some predictions. I'm not going to talk about who advances, Luke. Who wins this first quarterfinal?
Do you know what? I am going to go completely out the box here, and I'm going to say Gianmarco Fiducci from P5.
Whoa, well, it has been interesting to see which drivers have been able to get the good start as we're ready for the first of our quarterfinals. 12 minutes on the board, and it's a good start from Chinchik, who will sweep across the track and hold on to the race lead. Second place single file as well. The battle's on for third as Mula and Whirler scrap it out over third. You're watching on board with Ibrahim Khan, who is in the hornet's nest in the edge of the top 20, but we're safely through turn one for the very first time tonight.
Down towards the old hairpin, we will indeed go. And it wasn't a good start from Fiducci, but he has got himself back up into a top 5 there, just ahead of Terzic. Terzic's not really going to want to get involved too much because he's got his teammate Raivio in P2 right now. So they are looking absolutely golden. Piska is backing up his Team Fordzilla teammate Fiducci in P7. So BS looking good, Team Fordzilla looking good. And then it's really a battle between R8G and Arnage competition. So Arnage, who've just lost a driver out of the top 10 actually, is Pinches and D'Amelio are having a hellacious battle in the background. Onto the back straight we come, and it's Shinjik still in the lead.
Nice and single file within the top 10 or so, but it was Pinches who was having a scrap. Khan's been bumbled down to the back of the pack after starting back in, what was it, 17th or 18th position. You can see 3 wide on the run down into the chicane just in front of him, as again we lose the drivers for a moment, but we'll hope that things are looking okay. These are tense moments. We see it all the time, the difficulties of online racing. When you have these little moments, you just got to stay out of trouble, Luke.
You certainly do indeed here, and well, when you can't see anybody, it's pretty easy to stay out of trouble, eh? But yeah, as it stands, it is Shinjik that is in the lead, Raivio second, Muller in third. Hopefully we'll get some footage back there. It was an interesting start, to say the very least, as well. There's some cars.
Oh!
There's cars falling off the track. Oh dear, it's crazy. But yeah, Shinjik now with well, half a second lead here. Raivio second, Muller in third. Verle's actually gained a spot here, moves up into a top 4, with Pinches moving back up into that top 10 as well. That puts Arnage in a relatively good spot here, but I still think it's R8G though who do indeed have it in the bag here for that, well, probably P1. It's going to be close here actually between Fordzilla and indeed Arnage. I think right now as it stands, R8G are great. They're in a good spot here, so are BS competition. So right now for me it's between Fordzilla. Fordzilla will be on 6-7, so that's 13 points, and then, well, here Arnage are going to be on 14 points. If they can gain 1 position here, they would go on to 13, and by countback and best position by being Verle and P4, they would go through. So it's 1 position swing as it stands.
Seems we've got those technical issues going on again. We saw the issue at the final hairpin that saw Lucas Whirler. There's 2 Whirlers to worry about. It wasn't Leandro who's up in 4th for Arnage competition. It was his family member who was down in 19th. Erhan Yuyovsky also having issues. Robert Pound from the Patrick Long Esports team. Those are the 3. As Fiduci's off the road, that is drama for Team Fordzilla.
Yeah, that is not ideal there again, and it looked like when they resynced back on, it was almost like 2 cars were inside of each other trying to produce baby Corollas. So again, not sure what's going to be done about this. I'm sure we'll have something mentioned in our ears very, very shortly, but yeah, not ideal for the drivers here. But everyone else just has to continue to do what they do. They've just got to drive as quickly as they possibly can towards the start-finish line, as again, we see them all disappearing here. And again, not going to treat the audience like they're stupid. This is not ideal. This is not what we want to see. He's just got to, basically, the drivers are still going to be able to see what they're doing. But yeah, just it's not ideal. This is the joys of sim racing. We've got a red flag here officially. It's the joys of sim racing. This is what can happen. You know, we are indeed relying on internet connections. We're reliant on people's equipment, very similarly to the real world of racing, where we are reliant on the actual engines working in cars. So it is what it is. It's something that happens, but you know, it was an incredible start to the race, and well, we get to see that again probably. So all good.
I have no issues with seeing another race start, although for the drivers, surely a little bit frustrating. We'll do the old classic IT tech support, turn it off, turn it on again, and we'll grid up and we'll do it again. Lewis, I mean, what were you seeing when we could see cars in that race that surprised you?
I mean, it was a little calmer than expected for the most part, but I think Eyes, much as with all of us, whilst actually being on the racing, was more on the technical issues. Those things do happen. Hopefully, with a little bit of a reset, it'll be good to go again. And it should be from the same qualifying order as well. That's quite an easy thing for them to just basically copy and paste the grid order from the previous qualifying session. That's all saved and stuff. It's not actually that hard to do. So in that sense, we don't have to roll through qualifying again. You just roll straight into the race. Won't be too big of a deal. Some drivers, they might have learned. That's the kind of the critical thing. From the race starts and stuff, some drivers might have already picked up a couple of things of like, he starts well, he doesn't start well. What do I take advantage of on the second attempt for the start? It's like using an F1 series flashback, yeah.
Or the top 10 that are would complain about the situation. Anyone outside that top 10 are like, oh yeah, absolutely restart this race. This is a trap. We can't have this in an esports competition. So it is what it is. And do you know what? I've been around sim racing for many, many years, and I have seen that kind of thing happen on every single game I have ever used. There's been an issue with each and every single one of them. So it's not specific to any game. It just happens. This is sim racing.
And we will go very shortly as they work to get everything going. Again, we thank our team at Race Control, the SimGrid, and P1 Gaming working together for these rFactor 2 events to not just put these servers up, but of course do our live race control as well. And I do want to ask you, Lewis, Race Control, much less busy with this new heat format than they have been through any of the races that we've had previously, whether it be the World Cup or the Spring Cup.
Yeah, I kind of think that's so. In the, take for example, in the Spring Cup before, when we ran through the heats, you have your first whatever heat you're in, and then you have the second chance race, and you kind of go through in one of those two, which means that in both of those races, the pressure is really, really high. Meanwhile, in this, you've got at least 2 heats where you as a team can kind of play the long game. If you finish 4th, that's great. If you finish 4th in the next race, you're already through. You don't have to worry about the 3rd one. Then you don't have to put too much pressure on. I think that's kind of how it's affected some of the teams, is that really going into the 3rd race where we're expecting a bit more drama, and we do expect Race Control to kind of step in a little bit more, it's only really 2 or 3 teams that are on that sort of cusp and are really, really going for it, maybe trying to take some of those bold moves. So I think this format actually, in not even through its intention, it's just trying to get all the teams onto the circuit at the same time and having ourselves dealing with some nice, pretty grids. But I think as a good side effect to it, as a consequence of it, we actually get cleaner racing because drivers tend to think a bit more of the long game because there's less pressure on them.
I wonder if this car, to maybe some degree, compared to the Formula Pro car, does allow them to be a little bit more aggressive with some of their moves, don't have to worry about body parts going flying. But I think we're waiting for Race Control to do the needful, so we're going to step aside for a couple of moments. We'll take a break here on VCO Esports. We'll be right back, hopefully, with Quarterfinal 1. Well, we apologize for these technical issues. Our team behind the scenes is working as quickly as they can to get things back up, and not just back up, but to make sure that we are good to go for the rest of the day. We are going to step aside for another break. We'll let you know when we have some updates as soon as we can. A do-over in some effects for some. Ibrahim Khan will be looking forward to that. Marcel Chinchik, though, Luke, after putting on pole, getting a good start, being able to build a bit of a buffer, going to be a little bit frustrated. He can't let that get to him.
He can't. These drivers, it's sim racing. This, again, I'll reiterate, we have these issues in sim racing, not often, but they happen. And drivers will be prepared for this. Everybody would have been in this situation before as a sim racer. That's just the nature of the beast. So I don't think it affects us really at all. If there's anyone out there who got a bad start, yeah, it's a positive for them. But if everyone who got a good start, they just got to do it again, you know. And it's one of those things, it opens up an excuse as well. Sim racers love an excuse. So they can always go, oh, well, yeah, no, if we had the first start, it would have been fine. But the second race, so yeah, the sim racers, they're the least of our problems, really. But also, we had a break there. We got to figure out how much Lewis's mum loved fishing. So that was the best part for me.
Here's a look at that starting grid. We'll only focus on the top 5 or so because it's not changed. Chinchik, Rivio, Mueller, Werler, the top 4 with 4 different teams represented there. Then Fiducci and Terzic, BS competition looking very good. Davin Noj, Yuri Toman, and we'll scroll through those names behind. You talk about how sim racing drivers love a good excuse. It's not just sim racing drivers, though. It's every racing driver. We are competitive, whether we're in, these top-level competitions or we're talking about, lower splits of iRacing special events. We all have a good excuse ready to go.
Oh, 100%. If you don't have excuses ready in sim racing, are you really a sim racer? It's as simple as that. Like, you don't lose races because someone else is faster than you. God, well, you're a peasant if that's how you look at things. There's always got to be something that went wrong for you, that if it went right, you would absolutely have won that race, no problem whatsoever, no questions asked. That's it. I think you need to get your excuses in before you get your talent. That's the order of the day. Anyway, it's race time here. I could waffle on forever, but it's the first of our quarterfinals. Let's get it on.
Well, it's attempt 2 of the starts of the quarterfinals. Again, 12 minutes on the clock. Chinchik has the best starting position. Can he repeat the start this time around as quarterfinal 1 is underway again? And already, I think Fiducci pushed off into the grass. He got a monster of a launch, but wasn't being helped out at all by Leandro Whirler. Turgic has gone for a whole sort of a ride. They're 3 wide on the exit of turn number 1. Well, this wasn't as calm as the previous start.
Verlet has just absolutely Hail Married Fiducci off the track there. That is not ideal in the slightest. They're not too sure exactly who that was, but they're not there anymore, unfortunately. I think it might have been for the Burst eSport team. Not ideal there in the slightest, but Verlet is now down to P13 and kind of got what he deserved there, because he forced the Fordzilla car off the circuit by defending and basically driving into the side of him. The Fordzilla car then facing the wrong way. And was that Fiducci? I think that was Fiducci, wasn't it?
It was Fiducci and Sean Arnold. I mean, whoa, what a calamitous start. It was Noj for Mirror Esports that was pushed wide at turn 1. Oh my word, you talk about hellacious. That is a hellacious contact, as I think Lucas Whirl has just caused a bit of a catastrophic impact with Zoltan Tucci at the front, though. Chinchik has run away with Rivo, then a 2-second gap back to Alan Turgic, who's being hunted down by the Koana Gaming number 30 with Lucas Muller behind the wheel. BS Competition looking good, RAG Esports looking good, and I think that third surprise team, as more of the Koana Gaming cars have issues, is going to be Patrick Long Esports.
Has Verlet been given the task of being Thanos here and just get rid of 50% of the field during this race? Because I don't know what he was doing there, but that is probably the worst lap he's ever had in his sim racing career to date, and it wasn't pretty to watch at all. At any point, that was just very scrappy. Shinjik leads here. BS Competition, they are golden. They are loving life right now. P2 and indeed P3. RHG, by being in P8, are good. And I'll tell you what, it's Macduff and D'Amelio. Those two, which is Patrick Long Esports, right? Those two, right? I think they're going through as it stands. I think Patrick Long Esports are going to make their first ever semi-final.
I was thinking BS Competition, RAG, and Patrick Long, the 3, really to keep an eye on. It really now comes to Macduff and to D'Amelio.
No, I think Koana by 1 position here have got them as well. No, yeah, Koana. Lucas Muller's in P4 and Benjamin Hitz in P11. So right now they're on 15 points. Patrick Long are on 17. Yeah, so it's Koana. So another new team could potentially be making their way to a semi-final. Again, a huge story. A new team coming into this. We've historically seen new teams take part and not really hit the ground running. Koana could potentially be that team that comes straight in, get to the semi-finals, and even if they don't go any further than that, they are going to get some big points in week 1 of our Summer Cup.
They're battling for the lead, going back and forth. Rivio had it for a moment, but Chinchik has it this time as they head into that final hairpin. It's closed the gap up to Alan Turgic, who sees the pressure from Muller behind, who has a look to the inside. On the run down into the final corner, has to open up the corner, but Turgic will hold on for now. There's a look on board with Jonas Rivo making his first appearance in this Esports Racing League, looking to maximize the entry into turn number 1. That is a man that's done plenty of practice with this combo.
Muller's got a massive opportunity here, because if he sends it on Turzic's not going to defend that position, right? He knows his teammates in P2. He knows that they're in prime position to go through here. So Muller's got to lean on that, try and gain as many positions as possible. Hope that Macduff doesn't... Well, Macduff's a second behind Pinches as it stands. And then you've got D'Amelio currently in what will be P10. Can Benjamin Can Hitz potentially grab that position from D'Amelio and really put the pressure on Patrick Long Esports here? The dynamic is, as it stands, RAG are on 9 points. They're going to go through as second team here, because BS Competition are on 5 points. Second and third added together is 5 points. The least amount of points you want, basically, to go through. Although who's that going to be? Arnage Competition there. So Leandro Verlet for blocking has got a penalty. I don't think that's the only penalty Leandro Verlet is going to receive during this race. I feel like Turkey maybe, we've only had 2 today, and I reckon he's going to double that himself today in this race. But yeah, as it stands, R8G and BS Competition, they're looking good to get through, but it is between Kawana right now and indeed Patrick Long. Either one of those teams go through is a huge story and really a changing of the guard. We're starting to see teams really, prepare properly now, and teams that we would be expecting to go through, the likes of Mirror, we've seen them go through many a time, haven't we, are gonna succumb to the pressure of these new teams coming through.
So with just over 7 minutes to go, Yuri Toman, I'm not sure what's happening to him. He's in a fight with Hits and Barna on the edge of the top 10. D'Amelio has got up to 8th, and that's crucial.
Oh.
Here is that battle. Kawana will have a look down the inside. We'll back out of that one. It's now tied between Kawana...
No, still 1 point. Kawana is still 1 point clear, so they're good. They got 15, and it's 16 points then for... oh no, it is 15 each, actually, and it goes back to countback, doesn't it? Of course. Yes, so sorry, you're right, it is 15 each, but Muller is in the best position right now, but he cannot afford to lose one more position. Sorry, Arjun, I'm too excited.
No, you're good. And the reason I was going to say that it's still Kawana in the driver's seat is that Hits is only really looking forward. McDuff has got an almost 2-second gap in front to Pinches that I don't think he's going to be able to close. If Muller gets past Terzic, that's consolation in effect. That's guaranteeing that opportunity to work forward. There's McDuff. You see the gap behind. You see the gap in front. He's in a bit of no man's land. He's going to focus forward. Chinchik has built an advantage at the front of the field as well. He's managed to clear himself off Rivio. More race control things coming down. Like you said, not the only thing that Arnage Competition is going to be having to deal with, but it was a bit of a shambolic race start. I think Lewis McLeod is going to be the harsh one when we get to talk with him at the end of the quarterfinal number 1. I would not be shocked if there's plenty more for race control to talk about, maybe even including Kawana, because we saw one of their cars around. Not sure if that was self-inflicted or if they had some assistance or they assisted others, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, there we go. Verle then getting another 3 PP, and by the end of this, he will have a very long PP, I think. There'll be more coming his way for sure. But yeah, as you're absolutely spot on, as per usual, Arjuna, McDuff and D'Amelio, they're just falling off the pace here of Pinches. They're not really going to gain anything. Realistically, right now, they need Petr Pliska to attack Lucas Muller. If Pliska can overtake Muller, then they would go through. Patrick Long Esports would go through by 1 point. It is that close here. This is exceptional stuff. Great to see 2 new teams battling it out here. How far can they go, though, is the big question. As we're on board then with Zoltan Suti, Mirror Esports, who we sort of come to expect to be around there, as we come to expect these teams to be battling for those positions later on in our championships each and every week. But ultimately, if Patrick Long Esports are going to keep improving, if Kawana are going to come in and hit the ground running, it just puts pressure on sort of the just outside that top 10, and ultimately, when you come to the World Cup, it might be difficult because obviously a team like Kawana have not been in the previous competition for them to get to the World Cup. But it does put pressure on those teams just outside that top 10, battling for the top 12 here, and it could have an effect on who makes that World Cup next February.
Only taking 12 teams to the World Cup as well. Keep that in mind. So
exactly that, yeah.
There is definitely an incentive. One thing to remember as well when we talk specifically about the Summer Cup, the top 12 in the points will advance through to the Masters, where there's a maximum of 12 additional points to be handed out to our winner of the Summer Cup Masters Day. However, we're still counting the points in totality on that road to the World Cup, so keep that in mind. Chinchik, by the way, has cleared himself off Rivio. I just wonder if the BS competition car worked its tires a little bit too hard, because now he's falling into the clutches of Terzic, and you see how much Muller is pushing him. Gets a great run down the hill.
Yeah, he does indeed. And Muller, this is again an insurance policy. If you can get yourself onto that podium here, you absolutely are pretty much guaranteeing your team to go through as it stands. Oh, that's a big mistake there. Just about going to hang on. No, not going to hang on to the circuit. Thankfully, not turning that car all the way around. Pliska's going to move up to P4 as it stands. Muller, though, is indeed gaining that vital podium position. That is now by points. They are leading here. Suti has got a penalty himself. Where is Suti in the order? P15. So, yeah, it's a drive-through penalty. Not really going to have too much of an effect there for the Mirror Esports outfit. But, yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from Terzic. And if I'm honest, didn't really need to be involved in that there, didn't really need to be pushing, could have just given that position up early and then not really lost out to the Team Vorzilla. And again, why are you doing this? Do not put yourself in a position to potentially get penalty points when you're P2 and P5 respectively. What are you doing?
Well, I think Lewis McClay is going to have more stuff to say. This time, though, it's about a driver that's trying. Oh, that's an opportunity for Pinches to do the 2-in-1 now. Can Pliska hold on? Gets a good run off the corner. Pinches might lose out to Terzic again, who was pretty aggressive on the run down into that first of those switchback hairpins. Has a look down the inside of turn 1. Will get on past the Arnage Competition pink and white machine as they run themselves down the hill. So as it stands right now, with 2 laps to go, RAG in a good spot, BS Competition in a good spot as well. Koana have the advantage with Mueller and Hits inside the top 10.
Yeah, I was just seeing in the chat here, Rubik saying he's doing it for the action for the stream. I can tell you one thing right now, Terzic, the last thing on his mind is giving action for the stream. He does not care one bit about us watching at home. I just have no idea why he's getting involved in this. Oh, no, why? No. You can't be creating contact like that. That's almost a slam dunk penalty there. He's caught his... Oh, there's a collision there as well as Adam Pinches almost pit maneuvers himself there. I'm not really too sure. This now hands positions to McDuff and D'Amelio. Hits, I think, is going to gain a spot here as well. So Koana, all of a sudden, might be looking to go... I think Koana are going to be...
1 point clear.
Might be the second seed, but they're not. They're still going to be third seed here. That's a big mistake there.
Muller's had an issue! Koana Gaming! The drama continues here in this quarterfinal. You'd have to think that was self-inflicted, was running by himself. Koana Gaming from up high to down low in the blink of an eye. It changes just like that. Ibrahim Khan gets on past Barner for Mirror Esports as they bump wheels as they run down into the final hairpin. I'm going to put the blame for that initial contact with the Arnage and Fordzilla machine all on the Arnage car. Like he said, pitted himself into the tire barrier. But the question really is for Alan Terzic, is race control going to have a look at his involvement in that sequence that led to the contact? But right now, RAG, BS Competition, and not Koana. It is now Patrick Long Esports that are on top. Mirror Esports, that number 42 car, has penalty points.
This is why I love sim racing. 2 massive names in the sim racing world of Tobias Grunewald, who's just typed F in the chat. He's paying lots of respects. And then you got Gergo Boldy, who's just gone, it's raining in the chat. I love sim racing, love the meme culture. It's all absolute banter here. But you've really got to say here, Koana, again, we haven't seen what happened to Lucas Muller, but he was on his own, like you said. Really, it could only be a driver error there. But the one team who's not going to care one iota.
And that's
the worst for Team Fordzilla. They're not really in the running for it. Koana Gaming again with a penalty, 3 PP for avoidable contact. So actually, maybe there was something in it then.
Yeah, well, I wonder if it was Alan, the initial pass that he got past Alan Terzic, maybe getting the chrome horn out. It was academic, then it turns out, for Koana Gaming. With or without that mistake, it would have been Patrick Long Esports going on. Well, the intensity just continues to pick up as we finish quarterfinal number 1. Ben Hitz almost launches himself into the back of Yuri Toman, but it's Marcel Chinchik for RAG that will cross the line, a winner in the first of our quarterfinals. He leads Roman Grosjean Esports straight to the semifinals.
Yeah, incredible performance there again. We've been looking at a lot of carnage here with our first race and then the restart. Shinjik just didn't get involved both times there. Gone out, led out for RAG. They look strong. BS Competition look exceptionally strong as well. But the real story is Patrick Long Esports have announced themselves here on the ERL. We saw a race win earlier on for Brabham Esports, but now Patrick Long as well, both coming into our ERL at the same time as well. Not actually taking part in our World Cup earlier this year, but get involved in the Spring Cup. But it's just great to see some new names in there. Koana, first attempt here with our ERL Summer Cup. It looks so good for them for so long, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. But it's their first event, and they have given us a storyline. They have shown up. They show some serious pace, so that is a massive positive to take forward. But the day belongs to RAG and Shinjik, who does take the victory.
And when it comes to Koana, even though they missed the entirety of the Spring Cup, I don't think you can count them out when it comes to qualifying for the Esports Racing World Cup. Still a long, long way to go. Lewis, I can see the expression on your face. You're ready to have a bit of a rant.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Particularly the start of the race was just terrible, to be honest. But for the most part, I mean, the parts after it was touring car racing. There was a lot of lack of spatial awareness from quite a lot of the grid. But it is what it is. I'd be a little bit disappointed if I was a driver on that grid. It's not the best race win that Marcel Chinchik's ever had, I can tell you that. And not from the fact of he did anything wrong, because he was just out there out front. But he'll look back at this and think, what was going on in that race? Like, what happened? It wasn't a good one. No, I wouldn't.
Not really, he would particularly be that bothered about it, to be fair.
Yeah, but we've all had it.
Yeah, 100%. You know, well, you mentioned the incident you caused with all these massive
true, right.
I think this is the nature of the beast, isn't it? That something's got to crack during these events when the pressure really is on. We've just seen teams in a real comfortable position and then completely capitulate. It's a pressurized environment. There is money on the line every single week. We have this competition as well. Don't you know? As much as we're talking about the bigger picture and getting to our World Cup, earning points for that, there is money on the line today. And when you put money into a sim racing competition, oh boy, does that spice things up, and people take chances where maybe they shouldn't be taking chances. Verlet as a prime example.
I'm taking a look at the paddock right now, the virtual paddock, and seeing some of these messages from the drivers. Some language that we can't repeat, I'll put it that way, but we enjoy the banter that they have back and forth. Banter's being nice, but I'm trying not to get myself cancelled, as it were. So quarterfinal 1 is done. We're ready for quarterfinal number 2. And of course, this is the one where we see the likes of Team Redline, Unicorns of Love, the Apex Racing team, and Brabham Esports. They've all showed pace. But Lewis, when it comes to the 3 in particular that ended the Spring Cup in the top 3 positions, Redline, Unicorns of Love, and RAG, they've got some pressure because the likelihood is Williams and Brabham are going to be pushing to advance as well. With RAG already having gone through, both Redline and Unicorns of Love have some pressure to make sure they work their way forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll be taking too much focus as to what's just happened in that race, because they want to just keep themselves focused on what's going on in there. Whoever they'll be battling with later on, They know that. It's just kind of like, it's kind of irrelevant at the moment. They'll want to know a little bit later as to what they were doing in their heat, but right now, it doesn't matter. They just need to focus on their own respective quarterfinal. And from that point of view, it's going to be a little bit tricky for some of them. I think keeping your nose clean is the number one thing. It's exactly what Patrick Long did. And, you know, they went fishing for positions and they managed to pick them up, 5th and 6th. I think that's what a lot of teams need to do in this. I think that's how the likes of Unicorns of Love, who don't seem to have the pace here in the Toyota Corolla, maybe like they're the 4th, 5th fastest team in their own quarterfinal, they can pick up the positions just courtesy of everyone else's contact.
I see what you did there, fishing. Nice pun.
I did. He loves fishing.
Yeah, we saw that with this hat as well. In terms then of, you know, the contrast between the first attempt at quarterfinal 1 and the second attempt, Luke, do you think the drivers watching on and getting ready for quarterfinal 2 would have, you know, picked up that maybe they need to avoid some of that? We talk about consistency, but step 1 to consistency is stay out of trouble and make sure you don't cause any trouble.
I'm not sure they would have seen it. Maybe a couple of the drivers would have watched that race there, but they would have been preparing. I think this is probably the closest we've had from our fastest drivers to our slowest drivers ever. So there's just no room for error. They would have been putting, you know, getting in a couple of extra corners with this car seems to be, you know, you get that gain that extra edge just by having an extra corners under your belt. But I think it's the same as any sim race. When you get to this stage of the competition, you know people are going to be taking chances, especially outside that top 5 bubble. People are going to be jostling for position because they're either they haven't got a driver in that top 5 or they do and they're trying to back them up. So it is keep your nose clean, try and gain as many positions as you possibly. It's basically like an IMSA race on iRacing. Just if you hopefully you qualify well, but if you don't, just keep out of everyone's trouble. Hope you don't get taken up by an LMP and you're golden.
Lewis, I'll talk to you because you are our rFactor 2 specialist. This is, of course, one of the newer bits of content, but there's been plenty that has been released for rFactor 2 in the last couple of months.
Yeah, of course. It was the Q2 content drop, so to speak. It came out on May the 9th. I even remember the day. Oh, God, look at that. But it was the Toyota Corolla that we are racing here. It was the Infinity BTCC car as well, which is a rear-wheel drive, so they're 2 quite different things. We picked the front-wheel drive because, I mean, it's a little easier to drive and get used to. That Infinity is a little tricky unless you get a decent setup on it. And then we had 3 new tracks. Brands Hatch was one of them. And then the 2 that we were voting for today in Laguna Seca and Donington Park. 2 great choices, to be honest. I know, like, there's probably... Luke kind of comes across as the kind of guy that would be leaning more towards Laguna Seca, because I know you like the odd combinations. But for me, the British Touring car has to be Donington Park.
Yeah, but I'm with you, mate.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
So
I'm probably...
You're not a fan of Laguna?
Nope.
Well, I'm probably the only one.
I respect that.
Since that's my local-ish track down here in California. But I'll ask you as well then. When it comes to front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive, Luke, what do you prefer?
Well, you know, down here in the sunny south of Dorset, you know, my local track being Thruxton. Sorry, I just want to
Relatable.
flex something.
Zach Sweeney doesn't know what Thruxton is. I'm sure there's
That's
plenty.
true.
I'm a touring car fan in terms of like I come from a Project Cars 2 background. I guess it's probably the most prominent game I've played in the last sort of 10 years, and the touring cars in that game felt incredible. And I just like being on the absolute edge. I like a bit of understeer. Oversteer scares the hell out of me, so an understeer car's perfect. And just absolutely being on the ragged edge of a car and just wrestling a car. That's kind of my driving style. If you ever see me racing, I guess you loosely use the term racing, but I'm just on the edge of the car all the time because I like to overdrive. So yeah, touring cars are perfect for me, very similarly to Lewis.
Yeah, love them. Donington Park, by the way, is it's not my local circuit, but it is the circuit that I've visited the most. So, you know, there's my flex. Oof.
Where's your local track's the same as mine, right?
It is indeed Thruxton, yes. We don't live that far away.
Not,
So-
yeah.
Why the snuggles are so
Million miles
warm.
away from California, though, don't we? Oh,
Next-
okay, Arjuna.
Next broadcast, we're going to get Luke and Lewis next to each other. Maybe
true.
that's the only way that we're going to have to bully Lewis McLeod into wearing a summer-worthy T-shirt.
I will not, ever.
So let's talk about quarterfinal 1 results very quickly while we get ready for quarterfinal number 2. Qualifying for quarterfinal 2, by the way, is already done. Here's a look at those points where BS Competition did have a 3-point penalty applied to them. Doesn't really impact anything because they're going to advance to the semi-finals with a fresh slate. Of course, the big story is Patrick Long Esports, first ever semi-final appearance for them on a platform that maybe you wouldn't think would be their preferred one. Team Fordzilla, Mirror Esports, Koana Gaming, and Arnage are the 4 that walk away after this stage of the competition. Koana Gaming, a big disappointment for them, but they'll walk away at least with more points than Arnage Competition. And there you see below them that we have the other team set for quarterfinal number 2, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. Once again, I will step aside because you two have got to talk through more action. We keep our fingers crossed that the race start on this one is ever so slightly better. Arjuna and Luke, take it away.
Lewis gets a chance to rest his voice, which is definitely sounding worse for wear, but our voices, well, we are surely getting ready to lose them, because if it just gets more exciting from here on forth, it doesn't get much better than quarterfinal 1. It only gets more chaotic. The drivers again are in the warm-up session before we get underway for the race. Like I said, qualifying is already done. It's all now about dialing yourself into the rhythm. Remember, 12 minutes, a little bit longer than the heat races, a little bit longer as well than our finals are going to be. Let's talk about that very quickly, Luke. Instead of 10 minutes, we have just 8 minutes for each of our final races.
As you all know, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes is 2 minutes longer than 8 minutes. So that means that they will be out on circuit for 2 minutes less in the final than they will be for this race. 2 minutes equates to around about 120 seconds. But realistically, it's all about the tyres, isn't it? That extra 2 minutes will be a massive factor. It will equate to, I guess, 1 more lap. It won't be 2 more laps, will it? It'll be about, no, it will be. It'll be 2 more laps at the minimum. So, yeah, it will be all about the tyres, being able to keep them in a decent range.
So we see these cars again. Remember, Burst got some very good rFactor 2 drivers, although mostly in open wheel machines. Haven't necessarily seen them shine like maybe you expect, but Jurne Simoncic, Mitchie Hoyer, watch out for them. We saw the Williams Esports drivers quite quick as well. Richards is quick in practice. Johan Hart is one that I want to talk about, though, because we saw the pace from him. We didn't see the result. The Apex Racing team with Gael Valero and Jamie Fluke, I definitely think it's the strongest by far they've looked on any of the platforms not named iRacing so far in 2022. I think this is the day they advance to the semi-finals.
They have to. If, again, we're talking a big picture, World Cup, again, they'll be loving the fact there's a bit of cash on the line today, but they're looking at the bigger picture 100%. They are nowhere near, really, unfortunately, in terms of making that World Cup in February next year. So they have to get a result. They're under a lot of pressure. And I'll tell you, another team, Mirror Esports, they're under a lot of pressure, especially with someone like Patrick Long Esports coming into the Ascendancy and getting a big result today.
So here's a look at that starting order as we run you through the field. That is not a Johan Hart in a BS competition car, I can assure you. That's not Jeffrey Rietveld in a Koana Gaming car either. So those images are just a little bit confusing, but don't worry. Once we get started with this race, it will all sort itself out. Remember, again, it's a 12-minute race. The starts have been chaotic. dumping the clutch, how do you want to get off the line is going to be crucial. We talked about the Unicorns of Love, 3 of their cars all outside the top 10.
Yeah, I think Richards here needs to be backed up, but his nearest driver is Gerardis, who is down at P18. So this is not good, unfortunately, for the Brabham Esports team. It looks great for Redline. It looks great for Apex, and actually looks really good for Williams. It's a very clear picture as to who's going to do well here as the cars do appear on circuit. But we know from race number 1 in our quarterfinals, as the chat have very well pointed out, there is drama to be had. There absolutely will be drama in this one for sure as well. And it really is about keeping your nose clean, especially if you've got 2 cars in that top 5 already, being Williams and indeed Redline.
One person who will be looking for some help is both Jack Keithley as well as Matt Richards. The second of the Williams cars is Petter Berliak in the 9th position, Brabham all the way down then in 18th position, but the lights are coming up, the engines are revving, and quarterfinal number 2 is underway. It's a good start from Kevin Siggy back in 5th position. Not such a good launch from Enzo Benito, who holds on to 2nd, I believe. On the run down into turn number 1 to the inside goes Jamie Flute on the Brabham Esports car of Richards, a bit of door banging. Jamie Fluke has got ahead, and here comes Kevin Siggy down the hill, putting the pressure on as well.
Oh, whoever picked David Marocek then to be chosen as the start car on the right-hand side was bang on. He gained 2 spots there, brilliant start, went 3 wide, took chances and absolutely paid off there. Matt Richards currently in P4, putting the pressure on Jamie Fluke here, and Fluke will not want to give this position up because his second driver is only P7 right now. Mirror Esports then, Marocek and Simončić has also moved up the order here as well, so they're really the team just outside who I would say is qualifying as we got a Williams car off the circuit there, I'm sure. That is Berliak. Oh, that's massive. So Berliak then off the circuit. Jack Keithley now on his own here. He's not got a second driver in that top 10.
Brzezinski's back in 15th, and that is the dagger in the heart for Williams Esports. Redline, Apex looking good. Brabham not in the worst position, although having said that, their next driver behind Matt Richards is Saido Weijer in the number 5, who's only 1 place in front of Berliak, so it's still Williams not looking bad, although you'd have to do the mental math to figure out if Burst Esports is the one that might spoil the party, with Marocek and Simončić 8th and 9th positions.
Yeah, so they're on 17 points here combined, and Jack Keithley is 17 points as well. So they are actually tied here. So you would expect the Williams drivers to gain a couple of positions over the course of this race. But as it stands, their Mirror are tied. They need to at least overtake 1 car here just to put a little bit more pressure on. But again, you are genuinely expecting those Williams cars to come through the pack. Brzezinski has definitely got the pace to be a lot further up ahead of where he is right now. Very big misfortune here, though, for Williams. But as much as that is, as much as it's easy for Keithley because he's P1, he's got to hold on to that P1. And you've got Enzo Benito behind you. And we saw that he became a lot stronger as the race went on earlier on. Although Keithley was able to get a nice gap for himself in heat number 2 today in our heat rounds and actually maintain that gap. So he was able to manage those tyres as well. But
Matt Richards leans on Jamie Fluke as they run up the hill in towards turn 6. And now the Brabham Esports driver is going to bounce over the curbs. We'll have to back out of that one. We know that Luke Crane wants to see Enzo Benito work his way to the front, but I'll bring up what Lewis McLean mentioned in the heat race that we saw Jack Keithley win. Sometimes known to put a little bit too much into his tires in the early stages of this race. Yes, it's only a 2-minute longer race. Yes, the race is only 12 minutes long. That is definitely something to be keeping an eye out for. Johan Hart has got in front of Simončić, who has Carbon Simsport looking around the outside, 3 wide almost on the run down into the first of the last hairpins.
Oh yeah, we are seeing dives left, right and centre here, but looks of things Spork and Milniak are behind Lukaszek here, battling for that top 10, and realistically now this is the first chance of them all scoring points. They're not going to go through as it stands unless there's some real carnage out in front here. Simončić then trying to get back up the order. This is not good for Mirror Esports as well, so Simončić just dropped right down. He's gone from 9th position down to 12th spot now, which again just hands the opportunity here realistically to Williams Esports. So Redline, Apex and Williams still looking like the strongest teams as it stands, but there are just all sorts of action. A lot cleaner than quarterfinal number 1, but ultimately just as much action.
Simončić is now down to 14th position, so Burst losing ground in this run. Noah Roivers and the Unicorns of Love cars had to dive to pit lane for a penalty for the off-track infringements. That's definitely one to watch. Back on board with Richards as he continues to apply the pressure on one of the nicest people in all of sim racing. Jamie Fluke is a sponge right now. Pressure, what pressure? I am going to soak that up like the sponge that he is. In terms of the points, though, I said Burst is slipping back with 8th and 14th. That means 22 points for them. For Williams Esports, 1 plus 15, 16 points might still be good enough for Williams.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having one driver that's able to go out there and produce a miracle, right? Winning a race in this kind of field is miracle-esque. It's just a ridiculous feat when you've got drivers like Kevin Siggy in here, Enzo Benito, Fluke Richards himself, who's shown some incredible racing within this car for the Brabham Esports team. For Jack Keithley to be out there leading by a full second, that is incredible, and that is a hell of a weapon for Williams moving forward. And Williams are in a top 4 in terms of the standings of the overall championship, I believe, or top 5 maybe, and they still haven't had that outright incredible performance where they've reached a final. Is today that day?
I'll also point out that it's close not just for those that transfer, but 4th in this team result of quarterfinal 2 is 1 point splitting Brabham Esports and the Unicorns of Love. Remember, it's all about points accumulation, not just to get to the Summer Cup Masters, but to get to the Esports Racing World Cup in 2023. 1 point might very well prove the difference, and if the Unicorns of Love cannot advance to the semifinals, at the very least, they need to be looking at points accumulation. 11th and 12th for Spork and Milnek. What can they do to attack the Carbon Sim Sport driver of Lukacek in front of them? Do remember as well, the battle between Jamie Fluke and Matt Richards that is going for that final step on the podium was the battle for the win in the heats as well. So these are two drivers that have already sized each other up. They know where each other is a little bit stronger, where each other is a little bit weaker. That is proving vital. Richards seems very much to want to get it done through the infield here at Donington.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it doesn't look like his performance here is going to be enough for the team to go through, but there's valuable points on the line. Like you said, the teams that do not qualify, this is the first opportunity for them to get their points for the day, as Rietveld has caught up to the back here of Siggy. Is Siggy just going to let him go through? Nope, Siggy is indeed going to hold on to that position. So yeah, good stuff here from Redline. They just don't need to be pushing at this stage. They still look so strong, don't they? It doesn't matter what car we put them in, doesn't matter what discipline, doesn't matter what track, it doesn't matter what game or sim, whatever you want to call it. I like to call them games. Fight me if you like. They just look so strong to Team Redline. Is anyone going to be able to challenge them? I think this is the closest we've seen in terms of other teams being able to match them for their pace, for sure, especially with Jack Keithley. And we saw from, indeed, quarterfinal 1, as there's some real, well, proper door banging there, actually. Michi Hoyer battling to hold on to P16 there with the Williams Esports car just in behind him. But yeah, for the first time,
Jamie Fluke has got a penalty for the off-track infringements. Now it's good that Johan Hoth and Gaio Valero are up there in the mix, but keep this in mind as we work our way through the quarterfinals into the semifinals and the finals as well. It looks very easy to push the limits of the track just a little bit too far. Jamie Fluke almost looks like, what's happened? I didn't think I was pushing that hard.
Yeah, he's going to obviously be very disappointed with himself here. But I feel like, again, we haven't really taken into account how many positions people are going to gain from this who are behind. Because he has to come through and serve a drive-through penalty, right? So there's going to be other teams that are all going to gain 1 position per driver. So maybe that puts Apex, although they're also going to gain 1 position each as well. So I'm not sure actually it's going to have too much of an effect here, as we see Burliak battling them with Brabham Esports as well. Brabham can gain as many positions as possible here. They're in a great spot to maybe snatch one here. I'm not sure they're going to have enough time though.
I think it's going to be Williams who grabs that 3rd spot as the Unicorns of Love cars swap around on the run into the final hairpin. Around the outside is a brave place to get it done as we look on board with that Brabham Esports machine. Michi Hoyer holds on. Colin Spork has also had a penalty. He's back down to pit lane, so that's the Unicorns of Love's points accumulation dropping just slightly. Here's a look with Kevin Siggy, and I did want to mention it when it came to Jeffrey Rietveld's onboard look. That's almost like a spy cam. You're sneaking a peek in between the two monitors. It doesn't look like Jeffrey Rietveld really wants people to see what he looks like when he's driving.
No, it is one of those, but it's also on the flip side very intriguing, right? It's one of those cameras, so I think he knows exactly what he's doing. He wants everyone to want to look but not be able to see. Very clever marketing there. I'm not going to mention a company that he may or may not be having a subscription service with. Anyway, moving further forward here, Manos Gerardis now starting to make moves through here for the Brabham Esports outfit. They're all making up positions here, and this is actually starting to look very, very good for Brabham. Although, yeah, nobody's home there. The move being made. Who was that with? That's Mitchy Hoyer. So Mitchy Hoyer is going to lose a spot here, and all of a sudden, Richards is obviously going to move up to P3. Already has moved up to P3. In all fairness, then that's 18 points it would be for them combined, and
still behind Williams though. Still behind Williams.
Oh, definitely 100% behind Williams. But is there a case of them? Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen in the next 2 minutes 40 seconds? But all I can say is that Brabham have actually done very, very well here, along with Patrick Long Esports. Two big surprises. I think we can go as far as to say Koana as well. I didn't expect them to hit the ground running as well as they have done. So moving forward, you know, we are going to say goodbye to a few of these teams. But the ERL Summer Cup, oh boy, it's going to be fascinating with all these teams performing so well.
Valero and Haas still going to carry the gauntlet forward for the Apex Racing team, looking good for them as we wind our way into the final 2 laps. Jamie Fluke did peel down to grab their penalty, to grab his penalty. I did see it pop up again, so maybe he had 2 drive-throughs to serve. That is salt to add to the wound. Marocek looks forward now with Simončić behind. So in terms of points, let's do the mental math. 6 points for Team Redline, 2 + 4, Benito and Rietveld. Apex Racing Team, 6 + 8 with Valero and Haas. They're 14 points on this race so far. Then it comes close between Williams and Brabham. Williams have Keith Lee leading this race. Brzezinski's up into 12, so they're 13 points. In fact, they'll finish in front of Johan Haas for Brabham Esports, 3rd and 14th. They're 17 points. They aren't too far behind the Apex Racing team.
No, but it's something they can grab onto, right? This is the first result where they can go, oh wow, okay. And I'm not saying they may be feeling, oh, we don't belong, but this is the first time they go, we do belong. Like, this is a result that really gets that confidence, gets that momentum. So I think this is a really not momentous occasion. I guess it probably is a momentous occasion for the Brabham Esports. That name, you know, being involved in sim racing is incredible for us. It's a name that we can all resonate with. We see a massive dive there from Marocek. That's for P5, and right now Kevin Siggy's just like, yeah, okay, you can have that. I don't need to be too worried about that at this stage. My 2 teammates are doing a great job here. You go around the outside of me. Although, no, Siggy's keeping the car on the inside. He doesn't care. Oh, this is one for the cameras for sure. And these 4 on this final lap of the race are all still going to duke it out. Redline have already qualified pretty much guaranteed, and so have Apex here. The last thing Apex want to do is gain another couple of penalty points, or gain any penalty points, because that really would be the nail in the coffin for them. They actually would lose out, I think, going forward.
And something to remember as well, with now 15 points on the board for the Apex Racing team, it's uncomfortably close between them and Brabham Esports. Williams have jumped in front of Apex in those point standings for this quarterfinal too, as Johan Hartwell, he's no stranger to the dirt. The 2020 iRacing Rallycross World Champion. The last 2 years have been a bit of a blur, if we're being completely honest, but that's not necessarily what he wants to see. They can't afford for any penalty points. Valero, he's got to be careful as they run down into the final sector here at Donington. Quarterfinal number 2 is going to go the way of Jack Keithley for Williams Esports. What a dominant drive it was from him. Put it on pole, did not look back. Behind him, it will be Enzo Benito carrying Redline forward into the semi-finals of the Esports Racing League Summer Cup round number 1. But Jack Keithley is a winner again at Donington.
2 wins from 2 for Jack Keithley, and I'm telling you now, Williams Esports are a genuine competitor here to Redline. If they can cut out the mistakes at the start of races with a second driver backing up here, they are going to be very tough to beat. And for me, for the first time outside of ACC, Redline have got a lot of things to be worried about, because Williams looks super strong. This is going to be interesting today, Arjuna. Again, I just don't think Redline are, obviously they are strong, but I just don't think it's going to be as clear cut as it has been previously on this title.
I tend to agree, although I'm never confident when it comes to any sort of a prediction when it comes to this Esports Racing League. Lewis, a lot cleaner for round 2 of this quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race, that. I'll take that over the first of the quarterfinals. But yeah, this is where things start getting a little bit more intense, because of course the 3 teams that we've had move through from this, the 3 teams that we have moved through from the first of the quarterfinals will make it 6 in the semis, and only 2 go through. It's kind of more accustomed to what we're used to in what we had in the Spring Cup as well here at ERL, where it's about going through into the final. The top 2 teams will make that movement. But this is, as I said before, slightly shorter race than we're used to. It's just a 12-minute race in this before moving to 8-minute finals, which is so touring car specific. I am all for the shorter races, because it just means it's so much more intense.
Less time to get stuff done. It's as simple as that. Sometimes in the Spring Cup, we kind of settle into the rhythm for the middle part of the race where not much happened. I don't think there is a middle part of the race anymore. It is start to end. It's as quick as that. Luke, I mean, surprises heading out of the quarterfinals, a couple of teams maybe making it through that they would have wanted to. I think most shockingly in some ways, not because they had the pace today, but because they have been doing so well so far through 2022, is the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, it's they invested in their strongest asset being ACC. They invested after the World Cup in going out and getting an even stronger team for that, and they've gone with the NetRex partnership that Lewis has mentioned 4 million times there.
So got to earn that t-shirt.
Exactly that. They're trying to improve in other areas, but it is just so difficult because every team that's already established on rFactor 2, or indeed on iRacing, to try and, you almost have to take some of those drivers to be able to get into that conversation. So it's very, very difficult. So yeah, it's a shame to see them going. Is it a surprise? Probably not at this stage, but they are such a young team, not only physically, how old their drivers are, but in terms of them coming into sim racing, and they look at things so differently. And I feel like they've always got a plan. They've always got something they're executing, and it's not necessarily now, it's not necessarily the next 6 months, but I think they're looking at more of a couple of years period. And it wouldn't surprise me to see them not go out there and get more acquisitions in terms of other drivers, but they've got such a young team that have got no ceiling at all in terms of their ability. They're going to improve as drivers just because of how young they are right now and by gaining experience, and that's how I feel they are going to improve. And it just doesn't happen overnight, I'm afraid.
Well, Race Control is taking a deep look at quarterfinal number 2. So our results are not official. We're going to step aside, let Race Control do their due diligence, and we'll be back with a confirmed grid for the semifinals. Well, it's been an eventful day so far. We've still got at least 3 races left to go as we work our way to the semi-finals. Hello everyone and welcome back to the VCO Esports Racing League, where alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, we've got the Dream Team, Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod, taking us through all of the action. Let's show you the confirmed results out of the quarterfinals as we see the 6 teams that have made their way to the next stage of this round 1 of the Summer Cup. It's a first semi-finals appearance for Patrick Long Esports. The rest of the names are very familiar to us, but Luke, got to give a handout to Patrick Long Esports.
Yeah, we absolutely do. They've made it this far, and it's all about now maybe trying to steal a result. Can you get to the final? I don't think they can, if I'm completely honest, but can you steal a position that potentially wasn't there in the first place? Absolutely. Here, you got to also just keep it clean. That was, if I was Patrick Long Esports manager right now, I'd just turn around going, lads, just keep it clean. Don't do anything else other than keep it clean, and you can make up positions here, because I just think the other teams are a little bit too strong at this stage of the competition. But phenomenal from them. It's a great story, and it's just nice to see a new team coming and getting involved at this stage of the competition. So yeah, I tip my hat. Superb stuff.
Patrick Long Esports, just for reference, 16th in our Spring Cup. The only days that they really enjoyed were Assetto Corsa and then rFactor, where they did do quite well. iRacing was a bit of a wash for them. But Lewis, as you look at this, you get ready for the semi-finals. Who is going to go head-to-head in that best-of-3 finals?
Look, I think that the fastest driver that we've got here today, really, from the vibe that I'm getting, is Jack Keithley. I think he seems like he's the fastest motor control. We know that he's a touring car specialist as well, but I don't think he's necessarily got the team to back him up into that position. Whilst Petr Belek and Brzezinski are both very good drivers, I just don't think they've quite got the speed to back up that finals. Redline, yes, I think they're almost a guarantee unless they mess it up. I think BS Competition are there. They just need to not trip up over themselves and everyone else. It's kind of the things that, you know, yes, in the first of the quarterfinals, they did have the best results. They still got a penalty post-race, and they were getting involved with races that they didn't really need to. Saw Ibrahim Khan really getting involved with it. Alan Terzic really getting involved with it, which is what we expect from that team. The 3 of them are very aggressive. If they can keep their nose clean in this race, I think it is them going through the red line.
Luke, what about you?
Look, I think this is the first time we genuinely have 5 teams that could go through to the final. I don't think Patrick Long Esports quite have the pace to do so. But there's a defining factor that I think could change that. Is this: we have got a car here for the first time. I don't think that the 3 car choices from our first season were pro overtake. With this car, it is absolutely pro overtake. There's going to be 5 teams here for sure who are all very evenly paced across their whole team that might be tripping over each other. Can Patrick Long Esports, who have obviously got the pace to get to this stage, you know, I'm not trying to say they've got here by accident by any stretch of the imagination, can they take full advantage of that? Because if you look at it, you know, out of the 5 teams here, we've got Williams, we've got Team Redline, we've got R8G, we've got Williams Esports, and if I mentioned them twice, my brain's starting to already freeze over, but 3 of those teams aren't making it to the final out of those top 5, and we're not even counting in Patrick Long. So it's all about whether they can sort of just take any opportunities that are thrown at here. So I wouldn't be surprised if any of these teams getting through to the final, if I'm completely honest with you.
I'm pretty much in that boat as well. I don't want to make a prediction because I know it will be wrong. It's as simple as that. But if I had to step off the fence, if I was getting pushed off the fence, I think you have to go with Team Redline. And I'm going to say it's the Apex Racing team, although this is not their preferred platform. I have been very, very impressed with Jamie Fluke, Gael Valero, and Johan Hoth. So that is what I'm saying. We're just about getting ready for qualifying, so don't worry. They are getting set behind the scenes to go racing for this semi-final of this Summer Cup. But I mean, Lewis, there's a long way to go to the Esports Racing World Cup, but I can already feel there's some excitement, not just from us getting, hopefully, to commentate in person with one another, but to do it again and to do it with a slightly different format with less teams. And there's always something special when it comes to a LAN event.
Look, we're learning as we go, right? Every time we do one of these competitions, we slightly change it. We're slightly different in the Summer Cup than we were in the Spring Cup, and I have no doubt the Fall Cup will have its slight differences to the Summer Cup, and it's going to be the same thing with the ERWC. ERWC 1 will be very different to ERWC 2 as we move forward and we learn from what did work, what didn't work. So I'm super excited for it, and yes, of course, it's in person. We all get to meet each other, which, each their own. Each their own on that one. Each their own on that one. But I mean, it's such a unique experience to be a part of something which is constantly changing, evolving, and finding its place in the sim racing world. And as each kind of month goes past, we're figuring out little other bits that we can do to make things go further forward. And that's from us, as commentators, sort of adding to it. It's from the drivers adding to it, and it's from the community as well, adding their opinions as to what we can do, what we can change, and what we can make for the future.
A lot of the changes that have been made for the Summer Cup have been done in conjunction with the teams. A meeting after the Spring Cup Masters saw the team managers able to put forward their ideas to Florian Hasper and the team at VCO Esports. And we encourage you, if you're watching, join us in the chats, join us on social media. Let us know what you think we can do differently, because we are always willing to learn as we evolve this crazy idea. But it has been fun. I know you, Luke, you're just coming into the Esports Racing World Cup, your first time working on a VCO event. I know how excited you were about it.
Yeah, the unique format of it is just quick, sharp. For it's 2022, right? People don't have an attention span anymore. If you go past 2 minutes in a conversation, especially if you're with Lewis, you're already like, oh god, this end.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it's just short, sharp, and as Andrew Coley once said about Rallycross, the good races are really good, and the rubbish races are short. So that's kind of the nature of this, right? If you have a rubbish race, it's done in 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes, whatever the race length is. So yeah, for an esports idea, I think it's absolutely perfect. I will say one thing though: the whole giving loads of the teams the opportunity to give feedback, that's all good, but it can be dangerous as well. Don't give too much power to team managers and teams, because it can always end up pretty badly in my experience. Well, I think we're getting ready for qualifying, Luke. Well, I'm going to depart then. You're just going to not have my voice for this part. It's going to be Lewis. It's going to be Lewis and Arjuna that will take us through to our semi-finals, where 6 become 2. The field continues to get whittled down as qualifying is moments away from getting underway as the sun coats Donington Park in glorious sunshine. Well, it's been a fascinating day so far, and I have no doubt this is going to continue to be great. And again, it's solo car qualifying, Lewis. It makes it a little bit easier to find some track position, although there is no drafting games that can be played here today.
It's just you, the track, and 7 minutes. It's enthralling. When you get the lap right, when you get the lap just right, it's amazing. But Marcel Chinchik is going to be in fine form. When you're looking at each of the teams, Marcel Chinchik's really the lead of R8G. Who's the lead of Redline? That was actually a little bit less obvious, because we know that Enzo Benito is quite fast. Kevin Siggy's also quite fast. I don't think Rietveld's as fast as the two, but he's still pretty fast. Williams, again, pretty easy. That one is Jack Keithley. I think Alan Teres, which is the lead of BS, they've got to do their job in this qualifying session. It is not long. They need to nail the session really on their first lap, because you don't have enough time to mess about coming back to pit lane and then lining yourself up for a second one. You've got a little bit of time to do so, yes, but if you've kind of already made the first lap great, you can kind of fall back on that.
And to some degree as well, right? Even if you don't have to come back to pit lane, because you're putting the load of the tires, the load of the car, both turning and power all through the front wheels, once they get warm, they do tail off quite considerably in terms of fall off. So keep that in mind. It's all about conditioning them to get up and go for this first lap, as the drivers will round themselves through the final corner. They get ready to qualify here. Lewis, you want to take us around a lap with Jeffrey Rietveld?
Yeah, certainly will. Do love a good lap of Donington Park. We saw the one earlier. We'll race our way up towards Redgate on 550-metre long straight. It's about 220 from where they will start this race into Redgate, which is quite an awkward, about 100 degrees worth of corner. You find an apex quite late and then run it down through Hollywood, just here, and then into the Craner curves. You go right, you pull it back over to the left, slam it over that curve on the left-hand side, dab of the brakes and down the gear as we turn into the old hairpin. Beautiful on throttle control from Jeffrey Rietveld, just to make sure that the rear end's not stepping out, going through Starkeys where the bridge used to be, up towards the Schwantz curve, keep it over to the left-hand side, follow it through McLean's, and the track starts to rise up on the inside, pushes you out to the left-hand side, up the hill to the highest point of the circuit at Coppice, smash it over that curb on the right-hand side and pull it all the way around. You can find that second apex there, or you can leave it to run quite a long line all the way around the outside of Coppice. They are both quite fast. We head down onto the Starkey, straight towards the Pocket ESs. Big deep breath here, bang on the curb, bit too much oversteer, bang on the second curb. Just let the rear end float around a little bit too much there, rising up and then back down into the Melbourne hairpin, not named after anywhere in Australia because there's a village around here called Melbourne, into that second apex, slows it down really, really nicely and keeps a very tight line there, does Jeffrey Rietveld. And again, you're kind of turning to the right-hand side, so the braking zone goes over to the right, but you want to go left here. You want to find that apex. It's so late, but pulling once again that nice, tight, clean line from Jeffrey Rietveld. It might not be the fastest. Alec Goddard's onto the Wheatcroft straight. He moves his way up into 5th.
Look at those times. 3 cars split by 7/100ths of a second. It is Enzo Benito, Luke Crane's favorite man, who is on provisional pole. Redline looking very, very good. The question really is behind them. Apex, half struggling in qualifying on lap 1. Jamie Fluke is up there. RAG have Chinchik and Toman 3rd and 8th. Keithley is not really being backed up again. Burlak back in 13th spot. Burlak and Brzezinski have got to get the move on. They've got to support Keithley.
I mean, Boyak, this is the thing. Boyak's an open wheel specialist. He's the 2015 Formula Sim Racing World Champion. Brzezinski is more of an endurance and GT specialist. Yes, he does well in touring cars and stuff, but it's more endurance where he kind of fills his boots. Of course, won the Virtual Endurance Championship back in Season 8, being the greatest driver of all time, me. I was very bad that season, so, each their own. But Brzezinski...
Just that season.
Yeah, well, he's beat me a lot more in sim racing, but of course has done things like the ADAC GT Masters and stuff. He's done a lot in sim racing when it comes to endurance stuff, not so much in the touring car scene outside of like WTCR esports and stuff.
To be fair, touring car is such a niche within the niche that is sim racing. It's growing nowadays as touring cars become available across the platforms, but it's definitely not been where the focus has been in the last couple of years or so. Burliak again will come to the line with a 31.494 the pole. He does a 32.243, which doesn't improve him, although he is now at least in front of Johan Hart. Mr. Apple, Gael Valero, has not put a lap time in either.
I don't think he's got the Apple on the webcam though today.
For those who don't know what we're talking about, Lewis and I did an endurance race where Gael, instead of having his face be the subject of the webcam, had a bunch of video games with an apple on top, and over the course of the race, slowly you saw the apple at various stages of, well, being eaten, I guess.
It was, incredible entertainment. It wasn't the most exciting race. That's why we kind of do on things like that. At the moment, though, Apex Racing Team's pace is looking very, very strong. Not the greatest second sector, though, from Gael Valero into the final sector of the track, down into the Melbourne hairpin. Johan Harth's not as high up in the session as he'd want to be. Not showing the pace that we've seen throughout the day from the Apex Racing Team. They need to make sure these last laps stick.
Yovski's up to 5th, which is great for RAG. We may be looking at a Redline RAG do-over, this time in touring cars, rather than the Formula Pro beast that we saw, of course, during the Esports Racing World Cup. Only Ibrahim Khan has not punched in a lap time. I think what Luke Crane said is holding true. Patrick Long Esports not looking good. Rory McDuff, Luca D'Amelio 11th and 13th for them, with Porn down in 17th position. Again, Williams, Keithley looking good, but no backup from those behind him. BS Competition, Turgic and Rivio are in the mix as well. With 40 seconds left to go, this is the lap that will count. If you're Turgic, you know the pressure's on.
Yeah, he really needs to make it stick. Decent second sector as well. Currently a couple of tenths over the pole. If he makes his final sector stick quite nicely, floats the rear end a little bit too much, though, going into the Fogarty S's. Might well lose himself a tenth and a bit in this final sector, might Alan Terzic. I don't know how much of an improvement it'll be. Might move up inside the top 5, but that might be it.
At the very least, though, he's around the RAG bubble, where Rietveld has got in front of you. Yovski, Fluke's up to 6. Crucial for the Apex Racing Team as they look to see if Valero and Hearth can improve. The top 5, the top 6 now all done with qualifying. It's those behind that look to spring a surprise as the checkered flag is out for go fast time. Yeah. Alan Turgic with a 31.917 will stay in 8th position. And my, oh my, the pressure's on for the Zebras.
Brzezinski into the final corner. Decent first sector again. Lost about half a second in that second sector. He comes out the final corner. Might be edging himself inside the top 10 with this lap, but I'm not so sure. In fact, loses out quite a bit in that final sector. Not looking so good for the Williams Esports teammates of Jack Keithley. Here's Ibrahim Khan, and that is not looking good in the first and second sector either, as Johan Harth moves up to 9th.
Oh, well, it's now a three-way fight for that second spot on the route to the final. Khan to the line will at least jump himself onto the 8th row of the grid. Now, can Burliak find some time? Look at those first 2 sectors. He's just got to keep it up through this final couple of corners.
Yeah, deep breath from the Croatian. Luca D'Amelio gets himself inside the top 10 for Patrick Long Esports out of the Melbourne hairpin. A little bit too wide, picks up a little bit of grass. Don't worry about it too much. You can still find quite a bit of time out there. Did use enough of the curb to keep himself moving forward. Think he might be a couple of tenths down in this sector, but on those kind of times, it will move him up inside the top 10, which he dearly needs. He punches it towards the line. What's it going to be? Lost way too much in that final sector, and it's just 13th.
It's just that final sector where both he and Brzezinski just seem to be unable to find any sort of rhythm, tempo, whatever you want to call it. The end result is pretty simple, though. It's Jack Keithley all by himself up in second position, The top 3 split by 7/100ths of a second. The top 15 split by 7/10ths of a second. That is pretty close here in qualifying.
Yeah, for something like this, I know some of the esports stuff we expect it to be even a little bit closer, but when you consider the spread of field, we're not talking about a group of touring car specialists here. We're talking about a wide open group of the very best in sim racing, yes, but still some favour these cars a lot more than others, the likes of Jack Keithley.
And also the limited practice that these drivers have. Of course, the setups are released a couple of weeks before the event, but they don't know what tracks are going to be put up for the track vote. That starts 24 hours before the race start in effect. They get that period of time. This did look like a bit of a landslide. Always looked like it was going to be Donington over the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but that is something else to consider. If the track vote is close, it's very difficult to try and dial in and find those 100ths of a second that split the best here in the Esports Racing League. So again, drivers get a few moments to warm themselves up, but we're ready to go racing. And Redline looking very good. It's going to take some contact, whether it be of their own doing or being assisted by others for them, I think, to miss their trip to another final, which is just incredible to think about. But looking behind, I'd love to say that RAG is looking comfortable, but I don't think you can really say that.
No, it's tricky to tell as we'll get ourselves ready for the race start. It really isn't easy to tell who's going to be going through the final. I mean, whilst Redline are in a good spot, we know what racing's like around here. We saw the quarterfinal one start. We know that people are going to get quite dicey on this first lap because as much as you can race around Donington Park, it still is a little bit difficult. The easiest place to overtake, first lap.
Well, is this start going to be crazy? You can see drivers getting a bit of a practice start again. It's Ibrahim Khan in the 87 that's launching himself and just dialing in for the track conditions, the weather conditions, as well as obviously the amount of rubber that is on the track. The run down to turn 1 is going to be crucial. The run out of turn 1 through turn 2 on the run down into that old hairpin is going to be very, very vital. And then once we get to 7 and 8, McLean's and Coppice, do expect a little bit of side-by-side. Do expect a little bit of chaos. Final chance for some predictions. I'm going to go first. I'm going to put myself under the pressure. Redline, I'm going RAG as well, Lewis.
Oh, I'm actually going to take your prediction. I'm going to go Redline Apex.
Oh, okay, so I'm the one that's changing. You think that Johan Harth, Jamie Fluke can get past Chinchik and Yuyovsky?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I genuinely think so. I think they're in the pound seat right now. But I mean, anyone can go through in this. Redline might not even go through in this. We just don't know how it's going to go.
I will say, I think Jack Keithley's the one to watch. Not starting from pole position, but we've seen the outside of the front row get plenty of good starts. The lights come up, the engines rev, the semi-finals of the Summer Cup Round 1 are underway, and Jack Keithley has not launched. Williams Esports' hopes straight in the bin. Drama off the line. Benito leads them on the run down into turn number 1. Chinchik behind in second. Not having to defend is Riedfeld, Yuyovsky, and Siggy all battling for the final step of the podium. There goes Jamie Fluke, having looked down the the inside of Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, that was big drama, and there is Jamie Fluke, as you say, trying to make that move, gets it side by side, instantly passes Siggy, because Siggy is not taking any risk in that, but he's got to watch out, because Johan Harf was looking straight down the inside, little bit of contact between the two out of the old hairpin.
Well, now it gets interesting. It's Chinchik and Yuyovsky basically versus Benito and Riedfeld and Fluke and Harf. It's a three-way fight, and there goes the third of the RAG cars. Toman can't play backup as he gets turned by Jonas Raivio. That was a little bit naughty. What did I say about that run into McLean's?
Slam dunk penalty there for Jonas Raivio, I think. I mean, he was just right into the rear end. Like you say, as you're going through Schwantz curve and you're trying to get into that braking zone, you're always lulled into trying to make a dive down the inside, and it never, ever works. And so, yeah, that was always going to happen like that. And I think Yuri Toman will be pretty cross. I think there is going to be a penalty head towards BS Competition.
Just a small one. So
yeah.
I think we can count one team out of the chance for the final, as that's a launch from Burliak. And in fact, he's going to chop off the nose of potentially his teammate. Both Williams Esports cars that are still running towards the end of this first group, side by side on the exit of the Melbourne hairpin. It's really a party with teammates side by side, 2 rows deep. Raivio launches himself down the inside of Alan Turzik at the front. It's starting to splinter up as Jamie Fluke is losing ground to Erhan Yuyovsky. RAG looking very comfortable as it stands right now.
Big move from Rory McDuff to defend, but Luca D'Amelio's trying to attack Brzezinski. Williams Esports, despite having Jack Keithley drop right the way down the order, they're still trying to march their way up here. 10th and 12th at the moment for Boljak and Brzezinski. Right now heading down into the old hairpin. They've got Patrick Long Esports either side of them. Ibrahim Khan as well looking. There's the look to the inside from Luca D'Amelio. And Ibrahim Khan and Luca D'Amelio, great mates. And they're going to try and battle now, probably between each other. As look at that from Brzezinski.
This is basically, like we were saying earlier, about the point accumulation on the road to the Esports Racing World Cup. Even if they don't advance to the finals, the position that they finish in the semi-final standings will award them additional points in that challenge. Ibrahim Khan gets in front of D'Amelio. They're really fighting tooth and nail back here. It's much calmer, much more sedate at the front of the field, where Jamie Fluke has actually closed the gap to Erhan Yuyovsky. Even if Harth and Fluke can get past Yuyovsky, though, the problem is Chinchik is a further, 2 seconds up the road.
Yeah, they need to both get past Yuyovsky, and they kind of need to hope that Siggy also finds his way past as well. I know that Alan Turdic is quite good at playing the long game on the tide, so he might play a part in this battle a bit later on. At the moment, though, your top 8 or top 9, we've got 4 different teams battling for it, because you've got Redline in 1st, 3rd and 7th, RAG 2nd and 4th, Apex Racing Team 5th and 6th, and then we've got BS Competition in 8th and 9th. Yes, I'm still pretty sure they're going to get a penalty at some point later on, but still, they are there and they can still play their part to at least assist one team. It's not going to be through them trying to help some other team. They're just going to try and race their way through this.
There's prize money on the line as well today. Don't forget that. We pay out a considerable amount through all of these races. Look at Erhan Yuyovsky really wheeling that car through down the old hairpin. Very interested as how much steering input some of these drivers have been using. Of course, remember, it's front-wheel drive, Lewis. If you're ever having a moment, if you're ever sideways, well, touring cars are there to help you. Just launch yourself onto the power.
I mean, great little bit of racing back here. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're not like in the prime position for points, but still. I mean, look at Patrick Long in earlier on in the day. Did they go through because they were the fastest team? No, they went through because late on in the race, it got into some very feisty fisticuffs. I think that's what they're kind of banking on now. Luca D'Amelio has been dropped back past Ibrahim Khan, but still, they're in position to pick up the points of other drivers inside the top 10. No, they're not trying to get themselves as the second team right now and move their way through to the final. They're just trying to race for whatever position they can, because they're aiming for a little bit of prize money. They're able to get themselves properly onto the board in our second cup here in ERL of 2022. And right now, they're in prime position to pick up some extra bonus points courtesy of issues for other teams.
Just trying to remember, correct me if I'm wrong here, Lewis, but the only final that Redline has not been in across the Esports Racing League and the Esports Racing World Cup was, yes, I wasn't including the Masters, because for me that is a separate format.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it was Assetto, the first day of the Esports Racing World Cup. They missed out on the final there, but since then they've been on a roll. And yes, technically they missed out on the Masters finals, but with that one-on-one format, very different. It was a platform that we know Redline weren't looking so good on. This is where they wanted to pick up to start off the summer.
Well, yeah, they were still like right up there in playing with the top lot, even though it's not their favoured platform. This kind of more is so, although this isn't their favoured car. But you know, I guess fair enough. You know, they're a strong team. They know the platform in and out. They can figure it out. And they were like, it's not as if this car's just been announced today that they were racing it. They've known this for a little while, at least a few days. So they've been able to sort of get used to it. And even if you're driving it around other circuits, you know, taking it around like Brands Hatch and stuff, you're still learning the car and what to expect, even if it's not even on the setup that we're racing in. And that's what this is about. And you know, Redline absolutely did things like that. They've not just shown up and been like, how does this work? What's this car do?
That sounds
like
drive. Yeah, that sounds like the Arjuna approach to racing. As Terzic and Rivio side by side, it will see Terzic slide backwards, but again, it's somewhat academic. Burliak, well, qualifying didn't go his way, but he's been impressive to charge his way up forward through the field. Now, Siggy's coming under fire from behind. Remember, he's the third of the Redline cars. Only the top two of your drivers will score points. Siggy's basically got to stay out of trouble's way and make sure no penalty points go the way of that Team Redline machine. It's Benito Rietveld for Redline 1 and 3, Chinchiki Yoski 2 and 4 that look to be taking their teams to the finals for what should be a blockbuster best of 3 showcase. It's always fun when we break out the one-on-one format. I think here, though, today, it's as close as it's ever been in terms of pace.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of touring cars. There's the simplicity, as much as, you know, their front-wheel drives and stuff, they can be a little tricky in their own right with how the rear end steps out and stuff, but they're not overwhelmingly difficult to drive. Why do you think they're always the one that I go back to? Yuri Toman picks up a penalty for R8G. Don't worry about it, he's down in 17th, and that penalty is not a points penalty, it's a drive-through penalty, and that's for track limit excursion, so don't worry too much. You're absolutely right about Siggy, by the way, being under pressure. In 7th spot, he's got Jonas Rivio trying to go around the outside, going into the fog at ES's. That would be a super move if he can give it a go, and the Finn is certainly committed in doing so, and Kevin Siggy 100% backed out of that.
I don't blame him either, but now you're going to just get freight trained. Here comes those behind trying to work their way forward. That's a lunge from Ibrahim Khan to the inside of Brzezinski. Now, look at this behind Siggy. You got Burlak, you got Terzic, who stay status quo for the time being. There comes another look to the inside from the Williams machine. He's going to be sent by Terzic. My, oh my, Khan gets turned by the other Williams car.
Yeah, but what happens when you're in front wheel drive and you get tapped? Bang, the throttle goes all the way down, bit of oppo lock and off you go, because it's a front wheel drive. You just drag the front end back around. Got a bit of a defensive move there from Boljak, because Alan Terzic is trying to get around the outside. A little bit of contact between the two, and Rory McDuff is also trying to find his way through in the 915 Patrick Long Esports car. Still the side-by-side going through the Craner curves at Hollywood. Little bit of overlock from Alan Terzic, just trying to keep the car in check right now. Oh, Rory McDuff, my goodness me, in the back was Ibrahim Khan.
To quote Lewis McClay, that was some oppo lock if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, too right.
That was definitely something. Jamie Fluke on the back of Erhan Yuyovsky now. If he can get past in a clean but dirty fashion, if you know what I mean here, if you're picking up what I'm putting down, don't count out the Apex Racing team, although Gael Valero also gets that off-track cut penalty. He's down in 16th. He doesn't really matter. It's all about Fluke trying to work on Yuyovsky, maybe force him to make a mistake.
Yeah, you say, I mean, yeah, rubbing his race, it's touring cars. I am adamantly against contact in any form of racing. But look at this from Jamie Fluke, the big send to the inside. Not quite a brush of contact, but you're absolutely right. He's trying to put the pressure on to try and force a mistake as we head back to Alan Terzic. Oh my goodness, look at that in the background. That was Brzezinski straight down the inside, making it, I can't even begin to describe this. A calamitous affair, that's what I know.
Yeah, that was something. Again, remember, they're fighting not just for bragging rights. It was going to end in that way. But again, like you said, get the oppo lock on, get the foot to the floor. Brzezinski still pointed in the right direction. Oh, this is fantastic stuff. There is definitely something to be said for front-wheel drive machines. 2 laps to go. Again, they are fighting for points on that road to the Esports Racing World Cup. It's not so much about getting through to the final for these cars behind. Brzezinski chops the nose off on Rory McDuff.
whilst there is quite a lot to be investigated in this pack, I can be assured of that from race control in the final couple of minutes, though. There isn't really anything to be investigated at the top between Benito, Chinchik, Rietveld and Yujovski, meaning that right now, if everything finishes as it stands, it is Redline and RHG go to the final. And rFactor 2 again, which, by the way, anyone wants to throw back to the ERWC and how great the battling was there between those two teams. Issue, I think there's a penalty for avoidable contact to Jonas Raivio, and I think it's much of a shock. We've seen some crazy racing from that group, and that would be the one from earlier where we were like, that's going to be a slam dunk penalty on lap 1 against Yuri Toman.
Yeah, I think you basically summed it up. Slam dunk penalty. Now, Jamie Fluke has got to get the force out. He has got to find a way to force Yujovski not just to go that defensive, but to make the mistake that will give the opportunity.
Oh,
Now, I was going to say,
okay.
I got excited for a second. Kevin Siggy's going to have a drive-through penalty, but he was the last of the Redline machines. It doesn't really matter. In that Apex Racing team facility, Jamie Fluke continues to look for a way pass. He's running out of time. 1 lap to go at Donington. Super
smart from Kevin Siggy. He's got the drive through, and we know that the third driver, whilst they're not adding to the points tally of the team, they are able to rack up penalties, and he's just like, I'm going to get right out of the way so I'm not involved in any of your shenanigans. I'll come and serve my drive through penalty, which he's just come in to do, and now he's out of it. It's fine. It happened. Benito and Rietveld, they're doing the work for the team right now. They are in position right now. There won't be too much of a drama. It might be a little bit disappointed from Siggy, but hey, that is what it is.
I think maybe the biggest disappointment is the fact that he's not going to get a podium for the most valuable driver standings, which of course we tabulate the number of podiums that drivers get across the platforms. Enzo Benito was your Spring Cup most valuable driver. He's continuing that fine form so far from that young driver. We'll see if he can carry that performance through to the final. Fluke's fallen back from Yujovski. Yujovski's got a bit wide though.
Yeah, but you can take that quite a lot wide run through Coppice. We're saying that before on the hot lap, especially late on in the races, the front tyres are starting to overheat a little bit. You can run quite a wide line around Coppice. You carry the speed all the way through. It's not too much of a big deal. Jamie Fluke's going to be there to pounce, but it's still not going to be enough for Apex Racing, even if he goes for that move. So I'd say to Yujovski, if he looks, just don't fight it.
Gonna have a look. Remember, race control will intervene if necessary. Chinchik is close to the back of Benito, but with 1 corner to go, I don't think it's gonna matter. I think the results will hold as they are. Yujovski's going defensive from Jamie Fluke, but at the front of the field, it's another win for Enzo Benito in the Esports Racing League. He'll lead Redline through to the finals once more, where they'll be fighting with Roman Grosjean Esports. We are set up for a treat of a final once more.
Yeah, super stuff as we head back to this crazy battle. Ibrahim Khan sideways off of the final corner on the inside of Brzezinski. Straight into the pit lane in the background was Gael Valero. The two Patrick Long Esports car of McDuff and Puan come across the line in 13th and 14th. They've got 1 car inside the top 10 of Luca D'Amelio. Here's Kevin Siggy. I wouldn't be too worried the fact that he's got 17th next to his name. He is going to come back strong in the finals. Well, we'll see them a little bit later on.
Usually in a race like this, 17th, you wouldn't be smiling, but I'm sure Kevin Siggy is smiling because he's still got some racing left to go. Well, Luke, provisionally, it's RHG versus Redline, something we saw during the Esports Racing World Cup on rFactor 2 in that Formula Pro machine. This is going to be very different, though. It does look as though the pace is much closer between the two teams.
Yeah, and again, factor in the car where overtaking is massively helped. It's the car we had last season for rFactor 2, it was great, and you could maybe slipstream, but when it came to the crunch, the dirty air was just a bit of too much of a factor, I would say. With these touring cars, well, we've already seen door banging from everybody and their brother, and I'm sure we're going to see that in the final. My only concern is, do RHG have 3 cars capable of winning a race? I feel like they got 2. Do they have 3? Redline absolutely have 3 that can do that. So yeah, I think this is as close as we could get in terms of a final, and every single final, you know, it's special. It's always really close anyway, because you've got rid of 25 teams or however many have not made it to this stage of the competition. So it's always going to be very, very close. But now, can you hold your nerve? Can you put the pressure on? Qualifying for race number 1 is going to be so vital.
And again, remember that we will reverse the results for race 2, although it's slightly different to what we did in the Spring Cup and the Esports Racing World Cup, where we inverted the entirety of the grid for the finals. Now we'll only invert the top 4, Lewis. You cannot play the same sort of games that you did in the Spring Cup.
Which I get the idea, but I kind of like the idea that it's the full reverse grid, because it's a little bit of strategy to play with. But again, we're learning as we go, so there's a couple of bits of open to experimentation. But I can say even now, without looking at it, I want it back to being the whole 6 cars reversed.
That's team managers. Team managers have decided that. I'm sure of it. There's no other way for that to not be a thing. I love that strategy. If someone just bins off their race, I want to be pole position for the second race. As a spectacle,
it's interesting.
It's for the people watching. I feel that these competitions are for the people watching at home. Yeah, it's great. The drivers get their opportunity. The drivers have got their opportunity for the money. The teams have got their opportunity for the exposure and the money. Like, give the fans something. I feel I don't like it. I think all 6 should be reversed. It's still full reverse. Still going to be cool. But yeah, I think that's something that needs to be just, you know what? Hold on. It's part of this unique competition. Should leave that one well alone.
We should ask what the viewers want. So let us know, do you like full reverse? Do you want only 4 reverse? Or maybe you have something else in mind for the best of 3 final. And Lewis, it started off as, the first, 6 finals that we had, or 5 finals that we had, all required 3 races to decide it. Then we got into a rhythm where we only needed 2. Once you started being on top in the finals, you carried that momentum forward.
I think with how raceable this car is, though, we are in. It's kind of hard to tell, because if there's if Redline are quite significantly stronger than R8G, then they'll be in an even stronger position to just win both races, or take both of the finals, and then they not need the third one. But I don't think that's how it's going to go. I think we will need the 3 today, just purely based on how raceable this car is. I know Luke was saying there about how do R8G have 3 drivers to win a race? I think they absolutely do. Marcel Chinchik's a great driver. He's been teammates with Yuri Toman for ages at Varga Sim Racing, and Erhan Yovsky is incredibly fast. Whilst we've not seen them deliver so much in as an entirety, as a package throughout the day, we know, as we've seen enough of this now, the finals are a very different kettle of fish, and just because it's the 6 cars, you can really work with that. I think Yuri Toman and that do have the chance to work their way through.
And even if you're Yuri Toman, maybe you haven't shown the outright speed so far today, at the very least, you're maybe going to play the Leon Otoki that we saw in that very first final in the invert, where, he was very much a roadblock, as both Veloce and Unicorns of Love tried to round themselves around him. So we're getting set for the finals, still waiting for final confirmation. Race Control has plenty to look through, although we don't think it involves anyone from R8G or Redline. We're fairly sure that's your final. It's more about the results behind that potentially will change there. Let's look forward then. Let's talk about IndyCar and iRacing 2 weeks from today, Luke. We love ourselves a little bit of IndyCar. I know you and me both do, but I think it's going to be an interesting one, because it is a raceable car, yes, but it can be one where, depending on where you're going, you really have to work to set up the moves. You got push to pass as well that will come into play, maybe tire compound choices. Should be a fun one.
Yeah, I think, again, just to echo what you said earlier on, I think it's the best car in iRacing as a fact. It's not the easiest car to control for sure, and I only really like running it on ovals. Road layouts, not really for me, and that's where we're going to be going. Push to pass is going to be a massive factor. For me, it all comes down to the setup, which you are a heavy part of, aren't you, with all this stuff? So you know a little bit more about it than I do. And if we get the setup right with this car, where it gives drivers opportunities to pass each other, then we're in for an absolute treat. If we miss the mark on that one, I'm worried that might be the case, but I'm sure we'll be fine.
Hey, I mean, the drivers have not been thrilled with the setup with this British touring car machine, but it's proven to be... It's put on a good show. I think that's ultimately what we have seen so far. No rear wing. I like that. We'll just chop it off. We can add it to my collection of body work that I
body parts. Oh my goodness!
Don't call 911. Don't call 911. I don't want to get in that much trouble.
Congratulations on your career, Arjuna. It's fun working with you, but there's a knock, you can hear that knock in the background. Yeah, I think that might be the.
Oh no, they're coming. No. We are waiting for this final to get underway while race control works. I think we are going to step away for a couple of moments, though. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll kick off the first of our Summer Cup finals here on rFactor 2.
If you come back.
Well, we're ready to go for the finals, and we can confirm it's R8G versus Team Redline. Deja vu to our Esports Racing World Cup. I'll bring back in Lewis McLeod and Luke Crane here as well. We'll talk about what we've seen. We'll talk about what we're going to see. Luke, I mean, it's been a great day so far. Plenty of racing, a car that seems to be set up well in terms of providing racing action. But now it's one-on-one. It's one team versus the other.
Yeah, R8G are the new boys, the new dogs, whereas you've got Team Redline, the big dogs. And I've been mentioning this for, well, the last time we were in this position, R8G are one event beating Redline away from being the top team, being, you know, in that top 5 teams in the world of sim racing. I think they're just a little bit short as it stands, but it's just going to take that one result. They've got themselves in a position to have a go at it again, but the hardest team to topple a Team Redline. It is as simple as that. If they do it, though, this could be massive in their development and them pushing forward within the sim racing sphere.
And when you look at the standings heading out of the Spring Cup, well, it was R8G and Redline. Redline led by, I think it was about 7 points over R8G, then half a point back to the Unicorns of Love. So there is plenty to be keeping an eye out when it comes to the overall standings here. Lewis, as we look backwards, though, what have been the shockers for you? I think Brabham, very strong performance from them. A Koana Gaming on their debut, very interested as to how they fare on the other platforms that will go racing as well. Who has really shocked you, though, with their struggles?
I mean, I don't think there's anyone specifically, really, because it's kind of followed a bit of the form that I was expecting. Even Brabham being as strong as they are, because I know how fast Matt Richards is in these cars. It's not as if the team have been there to sort of back him up. He needs a stronger second driver that's a touring car specialist in that car. But realistically speaking, I'm a little shocked to see how actually strong Redline are in this car. I know that's obviously like a little bit of a weird thing to say, because obviously we know how strong Redline are, but this is certainly not a car they're used to driving or really touring car specialists. Jeffrey Eatveld's great in open wheelers, and Enzo Benito is good in anything, so fair enough. Kevin Sicky's the only one who's decent in touring cars, but he's more a rear-wheel drive touring car specialist, not a front-wheel drive. So it's interesting.
We did see how well they adapted to the V8 supercar in iRacing. Very much a car they're not accustomed to racing either. So adaptability, we mention it all the time, is what we're seeing from Team Redline. Well, we're ready for the first finals of this Summer Cup. Donington Park, the Toyota Corolla British touring car machine. It's Redline versus R8G. I'm going to be stepping back to watch it along with all of you. I'll hand it over to Lewis and Luke to talk us through qualifying for race number 1 of these best of 3 finals.
Well, it's final time once again, and the last time we saw these two battling out in finals, it was gripping stuff. Remember the ERWC at Silverstone when it was these two fighting it out tooth and nail? It was an incredible battle, and I mean, it was breathless action. Kind of get the feeling, Luke, that is exactly what we're in for today, breathless action.
Yeah, the track, the car sets it up, the drivers we've got on show sets it up beautifully well, and we know that when it comes to the final, the underdog team always tends to just up their level ever so slightly. So if R8G can up their level just minusculely, they will be on the same level as Redline, I would say. This is absolutely going to a third race here. I cannot see this being 2-0 to either team. I think this is going to go all 3 races. To anyone who's new to this, basically we are now in the final, as you can see up there. It is the best of 3 races, or the first 2, let's say. The first race, the grid is indeed settled by qualification, so they now have 5 minutes left. The quickest time starts at the front, the slowest time starts at the in 6th position at the back, and then we head to race number 2, where indeed it'll be the top 4 positions reversed on the grid. So the final result of race 1, it'll be top 4 reversed, and if we head then to a third race, it will indeed be qualifying once again to set our grid. Top 2 drivers of your team earn points. So right now, if it was to finish as it is, Toman would get 1 point, Benito would get 2, Yuyovsky would get 3. So that means that R8G would indeed be on 4 points, and then Shinjik would not count, and then Rietveld would be your second driver for Redline. They'd be on 7. So that means that R8G would actually win race number 1. Hopefully that is nicely and explained for everybody watching at home. Sit back, relax, get yourself some snacks and some drinks, because the next half an hour is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, and one of the big changes, it's not really a big change, but it is still a change nonetheless from the Spring Cup and what we had in the ERWC is to what we have now, is these races will be 8 minutes as opposed to 10 means they might be a little bit more feisty for those times. I think Race Control will definitely have to take a look at some instance over the course of this event. We were seeing Enzo Benito's lap as he got into the old hairpin, by the way, definitely exceeded on track limits, and so had to escape, return to pit lane, and instantly start another run. Here comes the Macedonian of Erhan Iovski out of the final corner to cross the line to set the first real time of this session. Also ended up being the second one, as Rietveld did a 31.926, and Erhan Iovski about a tenth behind. Yuri Toman about 4/10 back from that.
Yeah, I'm assuming the server conditions are exactly the same for every single race.
I believe so.
I've not noticed a difference to the... Yeah, so that's not a relatively quick time considering what we've seen today. 31.4 is what we're looking at, right? What's the quickest? Is that the quickest time we've seen today? Around a 31.4? I don't think we've seen
31.4, 31.5, I think. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Around that mark, and 0.4 of a second, 0.5 of a second is an age in this car. So yeah, expect those times to absolutely tumble down. And actually, I would go as far to say as the 3 fastest drivers over the course of the day have yet put their time in. So Shinjik is on an outlap, so this will be him indeed taking part in his first flying lap. Benito is also on an outlap. He'll just about be starting here. And Kevin Siggy, he may well be on a fast lap, I'm not too sure. But Lewis, for the 3rd time, take it away of a lap here of Donington.
Never mind, because Chinchik bails immediately. But that's the pressure they're under in this session, isn't it? If you've gone into turn 1 and you've instantly known that the lap's off, boom, you pull straight off of it. You don't continue. You've got to kind of back out and try again. We'll see if Kevin Siggy can get this lap on the ball, because there's not enough time in the session for him to escape. So as we head out onto the Wheatcroft straight, we'll ride on board with Kevin Siggy around once more. If you're just joining us for the final, we're here at Donington Park, running the Grand Prix circuit down into Redgate. Use all of the track over the left-hand side and bang it over the curb. Finding that quite late apex as we head down through Hollywood and into the Craner curves. Over to the right-hand side, pull it straight over to the left, using the curb on the inside. Watch out that it doesn't pitch the rear end of the car up too much. Keep it over to the left as we drop a gear through the old hairpin. A little bit too wide on the run there. I don't think he carried the speed all the way through to Kevin Siggy. Through Starkeys up towards the Schwantz curve. Pull it over to the left is where we've seen a couple of bits of contact and the most recent pass from Jonas Raivio into this section in the previous race. Kevin Siggy takes the McLean's quite nicely again, running up and over the off-cambered corner into Coppice, now at the highest point of the circuit, and then onto the Starkeys straight. You finally get some time to breathe, pull those gears right, and prepare yourselves to take a pretty deep breath as we'll head through the Fog ES. It's quite tight, but it is very fast. Use all the curb on the right, then bang it over the left, over the right, and then bang straight over that curb. You're using all 4 parts of the curbing going through the Fog ESs down to the Melbourne hairpin, where we saw Jeffrey Rietveld holding a very, very tight line through here indeed. Kevin Siggy does a very similar effort through that. Decent middle sector, but this is comparatively to Jeffrey Rietveld's 31.9 that we don't really think is going to contend too much for pole, but it might end up doing so. Into the final corner at Goddard's. Holds a nice tight line once again, punched it out the final corner, and Kevin Siggy straight across the line. What's it going to be? As he touches it, a 31.6. Boom, that lap time did not last.
Yeah, there you go. And, well, if Benito and Shinjik do not get any lap times in here, that is great news for Redline, although Benito is on, well, an outlap still here by the looks of things at the bottom of our screen. I'm not sure whether that might be a bug here or whether it is actually legit an outlap. Well, that's it. So Benito is not going to get then
he will do.
Sorry. Yes, as he crosses the line, he will get one more attempt then.
I know you're in race room and iRacing mode there.
Yeah, I am in. Yeah, there's so many different qualifying ways of doing things. It's ridiculous at this point. Marcel Shinjik then runs a little bit wide. Oh, that's on the very, very limit there of that being an invalidated lap time. So again, we'll see whether that indeed does count. But as it stands, 700ths of a second through to the first sector. Off of a pole position time as Yovski goes pole at 31.553. So it now goes from a Redline 1-2 to Yovski putting it up the front there. And wow, is there ever a commitment from Marcel Shinjik? There it is before your very own eyes. 2 corners to go here then at Donington. Finds himself around about, well, I tell you what, as it stands, if he finds 100th of a second, he goes onto the front row of the grid here. So it may look like he's 1.5 tenths off of pole position. He is, but it won't matter. He needs to try and get ahead of Kevin Siggy. Doesn't matter who starts on pole for your team, as long as you are pole and potentially locking out that front row. Benito will be able to indeed put a lap time in as well, but I don't think this is going to be overly lightningly fast. It's not going to be quick at all, and it will be indeed P4. Enzo Benito, then the last one that could potentially take pole away from everybody.
Yeah, and he set a decent second sector there. Yeah, it was the final corner there from Chinchik, which didn't look so great. See if Enzo Benito could do any better, because he's gone decently through the second sector, and he's tracking well to go and attack for pole position. Currently tracking 700ths down on pole, if you account for the 1/10 down in sector 1, then 200ths gained back in sector 2. Into the final corner now. Enzo Benito goes. He heads out of the final corner, up towards the line. He could challenge for pole here. And is it going to be good enough from the Italian? No, it is not. It is good enough for second place on this grid. Erhan Yayovsky for R8G will take the pole, followed by a train of Redline.
Wow, that is like, if you were to set up a perfect scenario, this is the race finish for Redline. Imagine they finish in P2, P3, P4, and that means that they would indeed have themselves a 1, 2, 3 start for race 2, but also win race number 1. So as much as they haven't got pole position, Redline are in a very strong position here.
Yes, so almost kind of. I mean, if they want to win, this is not exactly what they're going to do. But once the race has started, if they want to win, then literally just hold this. Just hold second, third, and fourth. Get your reverse grid, and then just walk away. Honestly, I mean, we're saying that as if like, yeah.
Oh,
that's easy. But to be fair, for drivers this good,
because Shinjik's not going to want to make a move or anything. Like, he's not going to try and overtake. It's well easy, mate.
I wonder how much Yuri Toman can play into this. Obviously, he'll be the rear gunner a little bit from Marcel Chinchik. Those two are going to be aiming to have a good start. I don't know if everyone's going to be aiming to have a good start in this race, but they're going to go ultra aggressive into Redgate because they kind of have to. They need to go and assist Erhan Yayovsky, but they're almost risking a penalty in doing so.
Yeah, but he can't afford to go aggressive, because if he does and he takes someone out, it's going to be his teammate in front of him. So he actually can't. He's got to be a bit more reserved, I think, here more than anything. So I think Yayovsky's got he will be very attacking here, but I just don't think Toman can afford to, because it will, in essence, his teammate's the one that's right in front of him. It's fascinating here. It's set up perfectly for a neutral, because obviously Redline are not on pole, but they're in a position to win. So if you like Redline or you don't like Redline, or you're a neutral and you want to see both teams win, which is not possible, by the way, this is set up perfectly well.
Yeah, no, we don't do the whole everyone's a winner in this. We want our champion crowned from the day. Thank you very much. And right now, if things were to finish as they stand, this race would go to Redline. But I think if there's one thing we can guarantee here, it's not going to finish in this order. No way is it.
We can't guarantee it, but it definitely will change before it ends up like this, if it does end up like this. There's definitely going to be overtakes, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely guarantee there will be overtakes in this race. This car is set up perfectly well for us to have a nice, exceptional excitement and loads of things beginning with X.
Nice. That was very good. But no one's going straight out onto the grid. Everyone's waiting for the timer to tick down. They've got 60 seconds to get to the grid before the race will begin. And again, a little bit of a practice start there from Erhan Yayovsky. You can see that.
It's a really good strat. Start for everybody. Look, before they even get on the grid, just go. Go on, Yayovsky. Get out in the lead here. Best strategy yet so far today.
Someone did that in Super Utes once, where they started so much earlier than the entire grid. I think they ended up getting DQ'd from the race, but they did start about 5 seconds before everyone else, so each their own. We
had a rapper in the G Challenge called ASAP Ferg, and we were doing oval racing, and he was racing for Lando Norris's team, and he, on the pace lap, he just went, and he was like a lap ahead of everybody. He almost caught the pack up, he still didn't win. It's so funny.
Wow, this is going to be a bit of a deep breath moment from all of these. The final seconds will add to the clock. The lights will come on. Yayovsky will start from pole. Enzo Benito Albanese outside in that second spot. That's had some great starts today. We are underway in the first of the finals this afternoon. Erhan Yayovsky has had a decent launch and he'll have the whole shot down to turn 1. Look at Marcel Chinchik, already side by side with Jeffrey Rietveld down to turn 1. He's going to be into the rear end, a little bit of Kevin Siggy. He's just trying to get his R8G car up and amongst the red lines, and he's certainly there right now. He's got past Rietveld as they charge their way down through Hollywood and into the Craner curves. He's got the outside line of the Dutchman. He's got the inside line, though, going into the old hairpin, and that is at least one move made from Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, that's very good from Chinchik, because Kevin Siggy, it looked like Chinchik had run into the back of him. Kevin Siggy was holding him up there to hopefully get Rietveld back into 4th spot there. It was actually very, very clever, as we see both drivers sliding sideways there. Very late manoeuvre there to indeed try and hold on to that top 4. And I think you'll find it's going to be an easy pickings here for the Redline driver, because he's got that inside line, he's got the momentum now, and Toman really has to slow down. He doesn't want to push him forward, although he's going to try and make it 3 wide. This is not going to end well here whatsoever. Down towards that chicane we will go. It's Rietveld that just about has Racers nose ahead here, but does not have the inside line for the first part, will for the second part. They get absolutely squeezed through there, and Shinjik is, well, he's done it. He's got up into P4 here, and this is perfect now. As it stands, RAG would win as it stands here, although at the front here, Benito is absolutely taking matters into his own hands. Yuyovsky and him, Argy McBargington, all the way down towards that final corner, and I told you there'd be overtakes. I told you there'd be action, and wow, all of these drivers delivering right now.
Yeah, now Jeffrey Rietveld rather, just dived straight back down the inside of Marcel Chinchik, but I think he's been dropped down now to the rear end of that R8G train, because of course he's got nothing to lose from those big dives. He was just trying to make it stick, just trying to get them behind as they switch back. I think there was contact that Marcel Chinchik, based on the fact that how he let Jeffrey Rietveld back through, there was 100% contact between those two. Yuri Toman's up to 4th, but because he let him back through, that doesn't mean he's going to avoid a penalty. I think Race Control will definitely still look at that, and that could swing it towards Redline.
Yeah, 100% would swing it to Redline. Just one penalty point would cost them. As it stands, it's tied. But because of Yuyovsky leading this race, that means that R8G would get it on countback. So the best performing driver would be the kicker in this situation. But Benito will just want to try and get this done. He doesn't want the one thing you know with Redline, they will not be resting on penalties. They will want to get this job done by themselves as soon as they possibly can, and the fact that they got 2 drivers in Benito and Siggy that could go out there and attack Yuyovsky, this will happen sooner rather than later for me.
Yeah, I just don't know how I feel about this battle right now. It's a little bit tense, a little bit of a heartbreaker maybe for R8G on the horizon. We'll have to wait and see. We won't think about that too much. I know Yuyovsky's not going to be dwelling on it. We'll just focus on the battle because Enzo Benito's attacking for it. He's looked to the inside. The two of them have made contact here with a little bit of door banging between them right now. Enzo Benito gets back into line behind it. We'll look to the inside, potentially into Goddard's. He was thinking about it. He was half committing to it. Mate, either commit or don't. Don't sit halfway between. Yuyovsky's still able to hang on to the lead as we head towards the halfway point of this race. This is a replay to what Marcel Chinchik did to Jeffrey Rietveld. Yes, that was not on.
Yeah, that is a LeBron James, as we like to call it. A slam dunk penalty for sure there. And if you're Yuyovsky, you've effectively got to slow these two down and try and get Toman involved in this, right? So yeah, it's almost a case of you can't just go out there and run your own race now. You've got to slow them all down significantly enough. As you see, Benito is absolutely wrestling with that car, isn't he? So this is fascinating. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go. It's not long to go in this race. I think a penalty point is going to come into play. And really, they're going to be in contact with each other in terms of voice chat. So they'll know, Yuyovsky will know that he has to play the team game here and just bunch the pack back up. But you give Benito an opportunity of an overtake by bunching him up, he's absolutely going up your inside and sending it, no problem whatsoever. Yeah,
and the problem is that if Benito does send it straight down the inside, well, you know who's sat right there and ready to pounce? It's Kevin Siggy, and he will go for it as well. It's not an easy scenario. Race Control getting involved, a single penalty point towards Marcel Chinchik, which will swing it towards Team Redline at the moment, because of course how the points work, Erhan Yuyovsky will get 1 point, Yuri Toman will get 4. Here's Enzo Benito looking straight to the inside, going down into the Melbourne hairpin. Once again, he commits to it. He's tried this one a few times. This time it's looking a lot better, though, as they have the drag race down towards the final corner. It is Yuyovsky on the inside, Benito on the out as they commit to the final braking zone of the circuit. A lot of rubbing between the two. The Macedonian's going to be able to hang on right now and keeps his single point for leading the race. Toman on 4. Plus the 1 penalty point puts them on 6. Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy, they will have 2 plus 3. Nice 5 points. It means that Redline will win this race.
Yeah, 3rd lap in a row, Benito's tried exactly the same thing. He was further ahead this time as well, but ultimately the camber of the final corner, it drops off so significantly the further you go out wide on that corner, that if you try and hang it around the outside, it's almost impossible to do so whilst also being quick there. So I think Yuyovsky knows that every single time he gets to that final corner, as long as he has that inside line, he can usher Benito as far as he wants, and he's golden. And actually Siggy is not even close enough to take advantage there. Rietveld's got a drive-through penalty, but with the 4 drivers being the definitive factor in terms of the grid being reversed here, that's not going to make any difference here. So Toman would be pole, Siggy 2nd, Benito in 3rd, and then Yuyovsky in 4th position, duking out for that final, well, the 2nd race, potentially the final race as well.
But I will say it does remove Reapville from being in any chance of getting a reverse grid pole, because he is only half a second off of Yuri Toman. So now with that drive-through penalty, he have to drop right out of that fight. You can see there Hanyovski instantly communicating that is not to anyone else except his teammates, because exactly what you were saying, they are all in communication. A little bit deep there from Yuyovski. Enzo Benito was fancying it, but he didn't commit to a big dive into the final corner. You're absolutely right, though. If they have any aspirations of winning this right now, Yuyovski must slow down Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy over the final 2 laps. We head on to the penultimate lap of the race, and he's got a lot of work to do if they want to win.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it'll be the penultimate lap of the race if he slows them down as well, significantly enough for them to catch up behind. So this potentially could be the final lap of the race. If he slows them down, he's left it too late here. I'm just not sure. And again, I'm not bashing on anybody here at all. I'm not sure that they were in complete sync here, because this should have been done a lot earlier. They should have realised, like, Shinjik should have turned around and gone, lads, it's pretty much guaranteed I'm going to get a penalty here. So we've got to figure out a way of potentially winning this round. It was Yuyovski driving away was never going to be that case. It was almost a case of you have to let, if it comes down to it and Benito makes the overtake, he makes the overtake, but you had to at least try, because it's almost impossible in this situation. But on the flip side, what can you do? You're probably on the absolute limit. The guy behind you's on the absolute limit. These are 6 of the very best drivers in the world of sim racing. Making fast decisions like that's almost impossible. So yeah, you've got to feel for Yuyovski here. But I tell you what, for someone who hasn't really shown this pace all day long, and we know how quick Yuyovski can be in anything, he could again be very quick on a unicycle. That's how good he is. He has finally, in a final, shown his pace. So this is massive for R8G moving forward, for me personally.
Yeah, absolutely. I said, they've all 6 of these, I don't think are actually separated by that much. Yes, in qualifying we might see larger gaps, just courtesy of track limit excursions and things like that, and not getting timed onto the board and having to play it. It's quite a hard circuit to actually qualify around. In the race, though, these 6 are basically doing identical lap times. It is crazy. This could be a great final.
Yeah, what I mean by this is that with R8G, they've always had drivers sort of overshadow Yuyovski, and Yuyovski is the marquee name of R8G, right, in this competition. For me personally, someone who's been involved in this for many years, you look at this team and his name's the one that pops out, the Macedonian maestro, if you like, and he's been outshone by these teammates time and time again in the ERL. But you have a team with R8G and Erhan Yuyovski firing. That is a scary proposition for everyone out there, because the other drivers have already shown how quick they can be over the course of the Spring Cup we've already had, and indeed the World Cup that we had. So that's scary for everyone else out there.
Well, especially, he's a 2-time GT Pro champion, is Hanyovski. He's won an awful lot of stuff on this platform, and he's looking to at least add a victory here to his name. But unfortunately, it won't be the win in the race for R8G, courtesy of the penalties. Here's Hanyovski just taking the standard race. Now he's not really defending from Enzo Benito, coming down into the fog. ES's now bangs over the curb one way, then the other, really throwing it in once again, not taking too much of the track limits into account, just absolutely sending it right now. He's looking comfortable. Enzo Benito, I think, knows he doesn't need to really pressurise Yuyovski right now. They just need to pick up 2nd and 3rd, and this race will go their way towards Team Redline because of the penalty towards R8G. Erhan Yuyovski comes out of the final corner at Goddard's, though, and punches it towards the line, and at least wins this race. But for R8G, it is a little bit of disappointment. Again, instantly the communication, they'll switch it around, and Yuri Toman will start the next race from the reverse grid pole, courtesy of the top 4, having a little bit of a spin around, but such a disappointment. All came courtesy of that move from Marcel Chinchik.
It did, yeah. Marcel Chinchik just getting involved, and this is the nature of this competition. It's been from day one. This is what makes it so unique. One driver could have an adverse effect on your performance that doesn't necessarily count towards your points in terms of their finishing position, but by penalty points alone. But what I will say is these two teams are a lot closer than I thought, and it is not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination.
I think we're getting a race 3. I get that sense. There's something in the air right now. It was a little bit calmer though, Lewis, than I initially kind of expected it would be.
Yeah, nice effort there.
I'm making up all these sorts of words today.
I mean, the way the race went, it was a little bit too much for Marcel Chinchik. That was the only real major bit of proper contact we saw between the two. There was a lot of drama and stuff, but that bit was the bit that was just too far over the line. Got a penalty for it. Fair enough. The team paid the price. The thing is, though, is he's now starting ahead of one of the red lines. He's got arguably in that race anyway, the fastest, the RHG starting directly ahead of him. The two of them, between himself and Yovsky, can work forward from 4th and 5th to try and attack Redline, and Yuri Toma will work just to try and defend a little bit, or maybe even do a classic Enzo Bonita that we've seen before on like ACC and stuff, where whilst the other lot are battling, see ya, I'm just going to walk away with this race, easy peasy. It's not going to be an easy race, this one. But I'd say I kind of agree with you, Archie. I think RHG actually have more of the advantage in this race, just courtesy of where their faster drivers are.
And if it finishes as it is, right, let's just assume that the grid result is going to hold as the race result. It would be, assuming no penalty points, same as kind of what we have right now, RHG 1 and 4, and then Redline 2 and 3. And if there's no penalty points, it does go to a race 3 where we'd qualify again. I mean, Luke, from your perspective, Benito had a look a couple of times. It didn't really look like he was committing to force the pass.
Need to. We know that their teamwork's going to be. We know their talent's going to be bang on. We know that their strategy's going to be bang on. We know the teamwork's going to be absolutely bang on. There's going to be no chinks in the armor. If you're going to beat Team Redline on rFactor 2 and indeed iRacing, you have to be perfect and beyond that. But I will say this: take away the penalty point, RHG just won that round. If they go ahead and win race number 2 here, they then go into the final knowing that if they don't get penalty points, they can be in a positions to win this. So they know that in the back of the head that they have finished in the positions to actually get a round win. They just need to get rid of that penalty point. But on the flip side, like Shinjik's made one small error there. If these drivers aren't pushing to make up positions and push as hard as they can, are they really trying? You've got to push the boundaries and sometimes just go beyond that limit to realistically go out there and beat and win. And that's the level that Team Redline, that's the benchmark that Team Redline have been putting out there. You need to be at this level to beat us. And that's why people are trying to push the envelope, push the boundaries.
It's a moral victory. It's one that will boost the confidence for RHG, that is for sure. Especially given that in this sort of a car, I don't know what sort of expectations that they would have had. But talking a bit about RHG in particular, Lewis, you had the chance to do a broadcast yesterday where the man himself, Roman Grosjean, was well and truly involved.
Yeah, and I stole all of their stuff. Great stuff. Watches, t-shirts, little model cars and stuff. Ugh, I'm a big thief. But no, obviously, Roman Grosjean, kind of having a little bit of a chat with him and asking about, like, are you actually involved in the team, or is this just a bit of banter branding? No, it's not banter branding. He is communicating with the team all of the time. He is around the team every single day. He's not the day-to-day manager of the team. Right, fair enough. We kind of expect that. He's got a busy life to lead in Miami and racing in IndyCar and all that. But he still keeps well in touch with his team, and he'll be keeping an eye on what's happening today. He does know about the results, about what they're winning, about what they're doing. He's quite hands-on like that, which, to be fair, I think that's great.
Oh, it's fantastic. He's definitely passionate about it, and if you want to learn more about that story, I'll refer back to VCO Send It, the print magazine for a digital world, where we caught up with Roman Grosjean and learned more about his endeavors in sim racing, particularly with the RHG team. So, a couple of moments away from getting underway with the second of our races. Remember, it's best of 3, so if Redline win this race, we don't go to that third race. That momentum, that streak of just requiring 2 of the finals will continue, but it's all about the Esports Racing World Cup and the points there, getting through to the Summer Cup Masters, when we'll return to rFactor 2, or return to this car. We'll have that new format, Luke, and we'll have 2 more choices for the fans to pick where we want to go racing. If you had to pick based on what we've seen today, where do you want to see go for the Masters?
Indianapolis Oval. Oh, you mean for this car? Sorry. I would call. I don't know.
Oh,
Alton Park.
That's great English.
Alton's
Park,
not bad.
Yeah, again, it's not known for its overtaking, but with this car, I think you'd get loads of overtakes because it is all about making sure you get the power early and set up moves 3-4 corners ahead. Whereas lots of circuits these days is all about just trying to outbrake someone, and it's my corner and be sort of shocking them out on the exit. So yeah, I feel like Alton Park would be a really, really good choice. But yeah, just Alton Park because it's great.
Lewis?
I mean, it's a tricky one because, I'm kind of thinking more from I don't know if we have to run official circuits that are in rFactor 2 properly, or whether we can use modded ones and stuff. Because if we're going to use modded ones, there is actually one that I would love to use because we don't have it in the official version for various reasons. But it's Le Mans Bugatti, which is a great touring car track, by the way. As much as anyone's like, yes, a bike track. Trust me, I've raced it in touring cars. It's so much fun. Bit of banter, but still, where would I really go? It's not an easy one. It really isn't. Alton Park's a great choice, by the way, and I wouldn't go to Bathurst. Because
it's not the best track in the world. I agree.
Well, we wouldn't go to Nordschleife either, mate. So you pump the brakes. Unfortunately, we can't go to the one that Luke was suggesting last round because it's not on rFactor 2.
Well, I would say Brands Hatch, but we've already, of course, gone to Brands Hatch so far this year, and I think we want to mix it up. We want to keep it exciting. Maybe Not Kill. Is there an rFactor 2 version of Not Kill?
There is an rFactor 2 version.
There we go.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Is it Alton Park? Have I got this wrong, have I?
No, I think there's Alton Park. I've seen
there
Alton
is Alton Park's on the platform as well. Yeah, it's not an official build.
Let's just go to Daytona Oval. Why not? Let's just do that. That'd be fun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that'd be hilarious, banter.
Well,
that's all you hear.
We are ready for race 2 of these finals. I'm going to step aside again, watching on to see if Redline can continue their dominance in this Esports Racing League. It's over to Lewis and Luke.
Well, Redline, the favourites, once again. They'll have to battle it out with R8G, who are looking very, very strong indeed. I think we're both feeling this has all the potential to go to a third race. If R8G win this one, then it will go to that third race. We'll have to qualify again. Redline, though, they're in position to make it yet another victory in ERL.
Yeah, I don't think the grid matters really with these two teams. I think if you put 100 races out there, it'd be 50-50. So it could quite easily go 2-0. It could be 1-1. It is not that clear cut. I'm completely honest. I think it's just a case of we sit back, we relax, we enjoy what we're about to witness, because you know that Team Redline are going to do their absolute best to put themselves in a position to win. And if R8G are not in a position to win, they have to. There is going to be absolute fireworks trying to scratch, claw, and get that position for them.
Well, I think we're going to have a little bit of feisty fisticuffs on the run towards turn 1. It's Yuri Toman who's going to be starting on pole position with Kevin Siggy alongside on that front row. And Kevin Siggy, earlier on in the day in the heats, started from second and outstarted everyone for the race lead. Enzo Benito and Erhan Yovski on row number 2. Then Marcel Chinchik and Jeffrey Rietveld. Hold your breath, everyone. 8 more minutes onto the clock. It's 1-0 to Redline right now, but R8G start from pole position once again as we race our way down to Redgate once more, heading down to the corner. Yuri Toman with a great launch. Kevin Siggy straight away trying to get to the inside. Boom, he's nearly made it stick. Look at Erhan Yovski as well, trying to go around the outside of Enzo Benito. Kevin Siggy drops back in, makes a little bit of contact with Yuri Toman as we head down towards the old hairpin. And right now, Yuri Toman is hanging on.
Phenomenal start there from Toman. He looked so nervous in the camera there just before he started, but absolutely nailed it there. Nerves with a bit of focus is the perfect recipe there. And as it stands, R8G are in a very good spot here to potentially go away and take this race number 2. Right now, Shinjik, you've got to play the team game. You made the mistake earlier on. Oh, no, that's a big mistake for Toman. Oh, he's thrown it away. Oh, he's thrown it away. Team Redline have just been gifted a P1 and a P2. And, wow, it all falls on Yuyovski's shoulders once again. Can he produce some magic like he did in race number 1 and go out there and win? But I tell you one thing right now, Benito's not worried about Kevin Siggy. Benito is going to make this so difficult right now that there is a huge gap for R8G to overcome.
Yeah, he might even just defend like almost unnecessarily. Oh, it's been spun out. Never mind. Erhan Yovski, that might have been a bit of pinching from Enzo Benito. I don't know. But either way, Benito sent off. Yovski in 4th. This is a calamitous final right now. Jeffrey Rietveld right onto the scene as well, as it's a sea of R8Gs ahead of the Dutchman.
First instinct on that is I don't think Benito turned in. I don't believe he's turned in there, and the R8G car had to turn in. We'll have to see it again. I'm not sure that's going to be a penalty. I think that might even be a racing incident here. Siggy, by the way, is absolutely got a 3-second advantage here. He's in dreamland. Then we've got Toman and Shinjik in 2nd and 3rd. Yuyovski right now has to hold on to this final position, because if there is no penalty, he has to stop Rietveld from being in P4, because as it stands on race result, Redline would win. So it's all on Yuyovski now to try ahead and get ahead here of Rietveld.
I have confidence in Haniovski's pace to get past Rietveld. To be honest, I agree with you. I'm not so sure about that move as to whether Benito was even really kind of turning into the corner, whether he was just going for later. But he was trying to make things really awkward for Haniovski. You understand why. You absolutely understand why. Rietveld is super close to the back of Marcel Chinchik, though. He needs to get on this. The 2 R8G cars ahead need to clear the Dutchman right now, because if he's allowed to get back through, they might as well just kiss this race goodbye anyway.
Yeah, I'm just thinking we're not going to see a replay of that, are we? We will be waiting. Oh, no, we are. Oh, okay, as I say that. So let's check this out here.
He's squeezing quite hard.
I think Benito's moved over. I think Benito's moved over there. I don't think that's on RHG. Again, I think we'd need to see that from above. I think that Benito's moved over more so than Yuyovski's driven into him. I don't think that's going to be a penalty here. I think RHG have to get Yuyovski ahead here, and that would take us to a third race.
There certainly was a lot of squeezing from Enzo Benito there, but it's whether Yuyovski was still turning into him. Like that is something that's for race control, where they can see all of the data, because you can check that obviously on iRactor 2. Same as with quite a lot of platforms these days. You can roll back in the replay and you can see what the throttle and brake trace is of that car and what they're steering. All important, what their steering is doing in that scenario. So they can really work out and piece together. Race control will definitely be taking a look over that. You can be sure, and we'll hear as to what is actually going to happen and what their decision is. We'll see it from up above. So we'll see Enzo Benito squeeze quite a bit, and there's the move to the right. You kind of got that vibe, and once they're locked together like this, it's really hard to get off, which means that the initial contact in that is actually made by Benito moving to the right.
What can Yuyovski do there? That's a racing incident. For me, right there, that's a racing incident. I don't think either of them have done enough wrong there to warrant a penalty, in my honest opinion. I'm not a steward, though, so good luck, stewards. That's your job. Fine. Siggy still leads.
Great.
The gap is coming down, to be fair here. Toman in second, Shinjik is in third. And if that isn't a penalty, right now, Redline are still going to win this race. That's just the way it is. They're both tied on 5 points from this race because Siggy's on 1, Rietveldt's on 4, and then you've got Toman and Shinjik with 2 and 3. So that's 5 each, but because Siggy's winning this race, that means on countback, he would absolutely get the team the victory. So Yuyovski has to try and get a move done here on Rietveldt. And right now, with Shinjik there as well, he can back him up. He can back Rietveldt up at any point during this race, and later on in this race could really play a vital part in them making it a race 3.
Well, I kind of wonder if that's actually what he's doing right now. Like even like right now before our eyes, it doesn't kind of look like he's racing quite hard right now. But Yuri Toman, who respectfully to Toman, he's not exactly been the fastest RHG driver all day, and yet he's clearing away from Marcel Chinchik right now, who is obviously under an awful lot of pressure from Jeff Rietveldt. I wonder if you're absolutely right, if he's instantly trying to just try and slow Rietveldt down, try and allow Yuyovski into the battle a little bit, and try and allow Toman to pull away enough of a gap so that at least that second place is confirmed. But I don't know. I mean, Toman's pace right now is just excellent.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal pace here, but again, ironically, his P2 is not going to be a defining factor here as a potential move there from Rietveldt. You can just see here that, Shinjik is 100% playing a team game here, and he has to. It has to be Yuyovski that makes a move here. 0.6 of a second. Oh, bit of argument. Bargington once again as we come up the hill. Oh dear, there we go. And Rietveldt then has the contact with. Where's the other RHG car? There it is. And they're taking each other out. That was taking each other out.
That was naughty from Chinchik. He got ahead of Jeffrey Rietveldt and then instantly got on the brakes to slow down. And now he's just spun him out. Now, I will say the first bit of contact between Yuyovski and Benito, that was classified as an NFA. That won't be.
No, absolutely not. That's just, you just don't need to get involved in that situation. And in all fairness right there, Yuyovski had done the hard work there for Shinjik. He'd done the hard work for him. And then it just got really, really scrappy indeed. Really scrappy indeed, really, really quickly. And as much as it is in the hands now of RHG, I don't think it's going to end like that, which is such a shame. But you've got to make snap decisions. You've got to make quick, sharp decisions in this situation. There's money on the line. There's points on the line moving forward to our World Cup. It's 8-minute races. The reason why these races are 8 minutes is because we want to put drivers in there, take them out of their comfort zone. And unfortunately, this is the result of that sometimes. Sometimes you see incredible moves. Sometimes you see incredible side-by-side battling. And sometimes you see decisions made in the right intentions, but wrongfully done.
Yeah, I mean, the first bit was all kind of initiated by a really bad move from Rietveldt into the rear end of Chinchik. Then Chinchik straight onto the brakes ahead of Rietveldt to try and let Yuyovski pass. The two RHGs nearly kill each other. Honestly, that was a shocking bit of racing that I know Race Control will definitely take a look over. It's that contact, though, going through Coppice that's really going to cause issues here. But I agree, fair enough. Whilst we can say it's not the worst thing. Well, I mean, either way, regardless of what's the worst thing in all of that, I think what we can both agree on is the same as it was for Chinchik in the previous race about getting that penalty. We're watching two teams battle out at the very top. If they're not going to try these kind of things, then they're always going to give those kind of things a go, surely.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're not just going to vanilla it out and just let a team beat you, right? That would just be a silly decision to make. But I think the hard work was done, and then just not breaking, but just completely blocking on a straight by letting off the gas pedal.
Unnecessary, yeah.
That's just, yeah.
He did get on the brakes.
Oh, he did. Well, that's even worse.
100%.
He's also given evidence. So well done, mate. But yeah, slowing down through the apex, we see that all the time. You know, that's just the nature of the beast here. As Kevin Siggy is coming up towards the line, he will start one more lap here, a little parade lap for the team, Redline team. We yet to hear anything from race control. So you know, as it stands here, it would be a race 3 coming up. So yeah, RHG are in a position here to win this this final race. But yeah, we're on the final lap, Lewis.
I think we're going to need to fill a little bit after this whilst race control definitely take over a look over a few of these. And obviously we'll drag Arjuna back in for his opinion on basically everything that's just happened in this race, because as we expect from a final here in the ERL, they are just brimmed with drama, and it's exactly what we've got. Kevin Siggy is leading the way right now. If we do go to a third race, it's not the top 4 that get reversed. As a reminder to you, if we go to the third race, we restart basically. We go through qualifying again, and then we have a third and final 8-minute race to decide it. But I'm not so sure if we're going to be going there. Seagull, boom. Kevin Siggy is leading down into the Fog ESs. He's been good this race. He's just been clean. He's just kept it to himself. He's just not really fought too hard.
I'll tell you one thing now. A lot of people are so easy to jump on one side or the other. If you, like Lewis said, if you are not willing to push the limits of rules and push the limits of the car, push the limits of your team to win competitions like this, you shouldn't be in these competitions. So don't be so easy to judge, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the height of competition. This is the top level possible. Pressure does crazy things. Not to this man though.
Yeah, Siggy out of the final corner, and he is going to win here at Donington Park in our second of the final races. Yuri Toman behind. I mean, great pace that Toman's had this race. Yuyovsky and Chinchik make it RHG 2, 3 and 4. Rietveld and Benito in 5th and 6th. If everything goes as it is right now, you're absolutely right. RHG will win this race, and it'll be 1-1, and we'll go to a third race. But there is one major factor right now, and that is that race control are going to have to play their part. Bit of an ugly race, that one. Arjuna, what are your thoughts?
Ugly is being quite nice, but the initial indication, I think, from race control is the status quo is going to remain. There are going to be penalty points for both teams. However, they're going to equal out. RHG will drag this to a third and final race on day 1 of this Summer Cup. It was a little bit, I want to say, clumsy, that second bit of contact, but I agree with you, Luke. I think Benito kind of takes himself out to start this race off.
Yeah, like that incident there, that shouldn't be a penalty to anybody. I just think Benito's misjudged the car having a slight overlap, but you can't expect Yuyovsky to be backing out in the braking zone either. So once you've got to a braking zone, if you move over and initiate contact, that's on you. If it's before the braking zone and you move over, you have to expect someone to be backing out of that situation if they've only got, you know, that much of an overlap. So there's a difference. That's just my opinion. Other people will see it completely differently. That is the beauty of being a human being. We are all different. We can all see things differently. And again, I'm not a steward. That's not my job, so I could just only give my opinion. But that one, throw that in the bin. Then there's the other two there. I just hope it's made very clear as to what incidents were given penalties, just to give everybody a peace of mind. That's all I need from this situation, really.
It helps set the rules of engagement, if you will. It lets the teams know what race control will allow, what race control will not allow. From your perspective, Lewis, when you look at that second incident, was the pressure just starting to weigh in the mind of those Team Redline drivers, or was it all just about trying to get their way forward?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's hard racing between them. Of course, they're all trying to take major risks, but you know, I come from the world of touring car racing. That's like my bread and butter, really. And everyone kind of says that touring car racing is all about, you know, door banging and contact and stuff. That's absolute rubbish. Motorsport in general, with the exception of NASCAR, lol, is a non-contact sport. There isn't supposed to be contact. We do expect a little bit of rubbing every now and then, just a little bit of side to side. Fair enough, it happens. That's just how it goes. You know, fair enough. But what we saw in this was over the line. I think what we're getting from race control is that it's a penalty point to each of the teams. In my book, it's way more than that. Like, I think that was really, really bad. And there's a couple of things where it's like, in my book, it's even harsher than one penalty point. For example, getting on the brakes on the exit of a corner is a massive penalty in my book, because you're initiating intentional contact to try and slow the car back, and that's just not on.
Happened at the World Championship fault on iRacing, I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah.
These dirty games are something that everyone's playing as they look for their little bit of an advantage. We are just waiting for that final confirmation, but I think we are confirmed that it is 1-1. RAG win race 2, and we're already started qualifying for the final race of the day. It comes down to this. Who will end up on top? Well, we'll have to find out. We'll hand it back over to Lewis and Luke.
Well, Erhan Yovsky needs to repeat the feat that he had in the qualifying a bit earlier in the finals. He needs to get pole position again. And Marcel Chinchik really needs to back him up this time. It's going to be a nervy qualifying session. Once again, the minutes go onto the board, and all 7 of them. And it's not very long to complete their laps in this session, is it, Luke? They've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, it is all about that, isn't it? It's pressure now. And we really saw from the first race in this final that nobody has hit anywhere near the quickest times we've seen all day. This is where you expect everyone to be at the fastest, and that's what pressure can do to drivers. We've also seen what pressure can do in terms of incidents and contact and making silly decisions as well, and that's all part of being at the top level of sim racing. Who can cope with these situations the better. As it stands, they're both doing pretty well because we're into a race number 3.
I mean, I'm all for it, to be fair, in that sense. I mean, I love seeing all these races and stuff. And we've had a few of these now in the recent past go to just the 2 races. So it's good to have it come back to a third. And let's be honest, when we saw these 2 teams battle it out in the ERWC Day 2 back in Silverstone in the Formula Pro car, there was quite a lot of contact in that one. There's a lot of drama. Race control had to step in. It kind of feels right that they're stepping in once again. And it just shows that this is a strong rivalry between these 2.
Yeah, massively so. There's no coincidence that on rFactor 2, they've both made it to the grand finals of the Spring Cup and now here with our Summer Cup. So there's a huge rivalry here. Can RAG finally get one over on Redline? I think at this point it's only a mental block. The talent's there, the pace is there. It's just a mental block, and as soon as they get past that, watch out for RAG. I genuinely believe this. They are going to hit heights that they've never hit before. Beating our Redline is the benchmark. It's like, maybe not so much these days, but it was like beating Manchester United or Arsenal, 20, 15 years ago in the Premier League. It's like beating Real Madrid in Europe. It's like beating Brazil in international football. That's the level that Team Redline are at. As soon as you beat them once, you can do that. Psychologically, it just opens up so many more possibilities of your ability.
I mean, me and Arjuna had an argument, a crazy bitch fight, if you will, about which team was the greatest team in sim racing, whether it was Coanda or whether it was Team Redline. I was very much in the Team Redline camp. I know Arjuna would back Coanda quite a lot. But Team Redline, for me, is just their strength in sim racing, the ability that they have across all of the platforms. I mean, what we've seen here in the VCO competitions, they are just so incredibly strong. And you're absolutely right. If you can defeat them in a 1v1, I mean, what we've seen from Unicorns of Love, when Unicorns of Love have beaten them, it's kind of like, yeah, but Redline are going into your home and trying to attack you there. So it kind of makes sense that Unicorns of Love have beaten them. rFactor 2 is still Redline's home in that sense. And so for RAG to get one over in this neck of the woods, that's a proper effort.
My 2 cents on that is it's not even close between Coanda and Team Redline. And that's because Coanda don't compete on all of the titles like Redline do. So it's nothing to do with, it's to do with lack of participation, not anything to do with lack of pace or lack of skill. If they participated on all fronts, we know that their drivers are, well, look at Joshua Rogers. He could, like I keep mentioning, he could cycle a unicycle and be as quick as most people in the world in a car. Like, the guy is ridiculous. But there's so many, Ostergaard as well, isn't there? Yeah, Mitchell de Jong, all of those drivers are ridiculous, and they can transition that across multiple different titles, but they've got their own focuses, whereas Redline is just sim racing. Whatever title it is, we want to be the very best on it. So yeah, for me, right now, Redline are the best team overall. And well, RAG have got a chance to announce themselves in that little battle there. They're there, they're close, they're just below scratching and clawing. And they've got, we're 1 race away from officially putting themselves above them on rFactor 2 for the time being.
Well, a 10th separates the top 4 at the moment within this session. A 31.6 is what Jeffrey Rietveld's done. We know that we are more aiming towards a mid-31, 31.5 in that kind of vein. They took a while to get out into the session, and they're kind of breathing in this middle bit. Yeah, super close. But I don't think that's a super representative time.
No, 31.6 was pole last time. Remember that. So
5.
Was it a 5?
It was a 5 from Yovski.
Okay. So we're not far off. Like the first banker time was a 31.9 that lasted until the last 30 seconds last time round. So the fact that rFactor's got that time in now says that we probably will see it a little bit quicker then. But it is close. The 4 times there are really, really close. We know Toman's more than capable of getting to that mark as well, same as Kevin Siggy. So I think this will change with maybe a few seconds to go.
I mean, those final laps are going to be obviously the deciding ones. We know that's always how it goes. These drivers just have this unnatural ability to, when that time is ticking down to 0, it's like it's suddenly they've just activated concentration mode, and boom, somehow they manage to ignore the pressure and rise to a level. They use it almost as if it's a drug, the pressure, and they rise to a level which we can't ever do. I mean, like if you got me onto this server right now and gave me a whole heap of laps to try and take this on, probably wouldn't be able to do so to those kind of times. And I'm not that awful in a touring car. They're just that good. Yovski will come around to start another lap. It was a 31.553 that was the pole time, and he was a 10th clear of Kevin Siggy. So they do have a bit more time to find. I mean, we have seen a couple of falls today.
Yeah, I was doing Ferrari fix yesterday on iRacing, and I realised that I was holding my breath for pretty much the whole lap because every lap, and then being out of breath for 3 corners because I'm just like I've got someone right behind me and someone in front of me, and I'm nervous. And it's a Ferrari fixed race, you know. It's like you only need to have a D license in iRacing for that. So these drivers are, they know that their fellow competitor is as quick as them. Like if they make a mistake, they are getting overtaken. Like there's not going to be a huge difference between P1 and P6. So the pressure these drivers are under is ridiculous. And that's why I mentioned earlier on, don't be too quick to judge these drivers. Unless you've been in this situation, unless you can say, I've driven with these shoes that these drivers are wearing right now, I'm as quick as them, I can compete at this level, then you have no idea what pressure can do to you. And maybe you can compare it to other sports. Maybe you've got a background in other sports, and absolutely fair enough. But yeah, unless you've competed at a very good level, you have no idea what pressure can do.
Yeah, I can't even describe. Like when you're on a qualifying lap in even something half as strong as this. So some of the stuff that I've competed in before in my sim racing career. When you're in a session like this, and when I've always said this before, is that a sim racing driver at a good level, you don't need deltas and all these fancy gizmos telling you whether you're up, down, or how to find a bit of time. You just know whether you're on a good lap or not. Like, and I've kind of said this before. Like when you're in a qualifying session, I turn all of that rubbish off because you don't need to know. You know when you're on a good lap or not. And as the lap continues, your heart is rising. 31.484. That is the heart reaching its limit. Enzo Benito slamming an absolute mega lap down right in front of everyone. Yovski's not really finding the pace right now. That is a super job for Redline.
That's an incredible time. Just a ridiculous time. With rFactor backing him up here, unless Yovski can find some magic, which he cannot, unfortunately, he stays in 4th position. Redline, again, just showing that when it matters, they absolutely can find that extra gear, pardon the pun. And I think the biggest story here is that Siggy's had a bit of an off day compared to what we're used to seeing from him, right? And his other 2 teammates have just backed him up hugely. Like, it's ridiculous how good they are. And that's just why Team Redline are the benchmark at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing. It's like when you kind of falter as I'd say coming into this, considering it's touring cars and stuff, and Redline, it's an rFactor 2, I would say that Siggy should have been their strongest driver of the day. And when you falter as the strongest driver of the team, and it's still a front row lockout for your squad, yeah, they're pretty strong. Benito, Rietveld, Chinchik, Yovski, Siggy, Toman, no reverse grids, no gimmicks, no nothing. Just 8 minutes onto the board, and we are going to see these battle it out. It's 1-1 at the moment between Redline and RHG. This is going to be a thrilling fight.
Absolutely. It comes down to this here. And if you Rietveld right now, you're already thinking, right, how can I slow down Shinjik here? How can I give Benito that opportunity to indeed go out there and lead? Because he knows he can afford to lose 2 positions, finish in 4th, and he's golden. He starts 2nd. So it's all in Redline's hands here. But this is the chance. R8G, if they're going to do it, it's got to be the hard way. And if they do, this will be spoken about for a very long time within the ERL community. Oh, it's set up beautifully well here. Redline, the favourites for sure. R8G, the underdogs. Lewis, going to be a classic.
Yeah, I want to ask you one very quick question before we get to it. We've got about 40 seconds before they really start this race. Not going to ask you who's going to win or who's this, but do you think race control is going to be the deciding factor in this race?
No.
You don't?
Nope.
You think it's just all of the on-track fisticuffs and they should all be good to go? I hope so. I do Do hope so myself.
I just think the P1, P2 with Redline is just a bit too much. With over 8 minutes, Rietveld, we know he's probably the biggest team player out of the three as well. At Redline, Benito and Siggy have been the sort of the star cast, if you like. They're the ones expected to go out there and be flamboyant and get their race victories, whereas Rietveld's always been there to do what he needs to do to get the team over the line and win race and win championships. Don't get me wrong, he's had his standout performances, but his biggest role he's played within this team is to be that team player, and ultimately I would say it's probably the most vital role within this team. But it comes down to this one race to take away the points and the money.
Yeah, to start the season in Summer Cup. Redline won the Spring Cup, and they are looking to start off in the greatest way possible. Hold your breath once again. 8 minutes onto the clock, and that run down towards Redgate will start once more. Benito and Rietveld on the front row, but look at RHG directly behind. We are underway in the third of our finals. It's not a good start from Rietveld. Look at Chinchik. He's already side by side as they race their way into turn one. Committed onto the brakes at Redgate. Rietveld's going backwards ever so slightly. The Hungarian pushes his way through, and RHG are at least up into second. The other two at the background with Yovsky and Toman behind. But look at that start from Benito. He's leading cleanly, he's leading comfortably, and Chinchik has got all the pressure behind.
Yeah, Chinchik has got to get up into the lead of this race here because Siggy has done his teammates a massive favour by getting ahead of Yuyovsky and Toman. He will just slow them down at this stage. He will not want them to get involved here. So Chinchik has to go out there and win. And well, Yuyovsky has to make an overtake on Siggy. So right now, for RAG to win this, they have to make 2 overtakes with 2 separate drivers. So as much as Chinchik's done a great job here in the early stages of this race, it's still not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great start from Chinchik to at least really get involved in the mix, and he's already on the attack, on the prowl, trying to look inside the Fogger ESs. Not to do it there, but he might just try and back off to try and carry the speed through and maybe send it down into the Melbourne Heifer, but he's backed out maybe too much there.
Yeah, he has done, but he's got a nice little gap to break into, because if you can be brave on the brakes here, there are plenty of potential opportunities for you. As we can see here, it's a cut of the track there on the exit. It looks like Siggy and Yuyovsky are absolutely going at it here. I remember watching these with the McLaren Shadow project 3 years ago now, in Woking, battling across every discipline possible. Kevin Siggy came out on top there. Yuyovsky actually finished second in that championship, and well, we're getting a 2022 version here where Yuyovsky has to get ahead. It's as simple as that. He has to get ahead here and then hope that Chinchik can find something magical and get past Enzo Benito.
Almost anything at the top level of rFactor 2 competition that you've seen over the last couple of years, it has been these two drivers in 4th and 5th that have typically battled out for the championships, Kevin Siggy and Erhan Yuyovsky. They're not that far away realistically when it comes to their positioning in the well, they are a bit further away now. That Kevin Siggy's in the Redline sort of officey bit in the Netherlands, but still, they're from obviously Siggy's Slovenian and then Yuyovsky's Macedonian. It's not a million miles away from each other, and the two of them have been at the tippy top of sim racing for a very long time on this platform, and they're looking to at least continue their trend, but they are not running right there now.
You say race control might get involved in this. Remember, Redline have actually had 2 drive-through penalties today. Rietveld's had 1, and so has Kevin Siggy, whereas RHG haven't because of track limits. So that could be a factor here. I've seen Siggy running precariously wide through a few corners here. That's the last thing they need right now. A drive-through penalty would absolutely give RHG that opportunity. But as it stands, Team Redline are pretty much golden here. Just hold on to the positions you're in right now. If Benito wins this race, that's the big kicker. Getting that P1, even if you're tied, it means you effectively win because of the P1 position. So he's doing a sensational job here, but Chinchik has to pile the pressure on, and it's got to be infectious here. If one of these RAG drivers make a move, it's got to be infectious. It's got to force the other teammates to show up, to turn up, to do something, again, out of the ordinary. Find an extra couple of tenths. You need half a second to make an overtake, realistically, with these cars, maybe even a bit more, because they're a little bit slower through the corners. But RHG have got to try absolutely everything now. But it's just the gaps are too big at this stage. Our Team Redline are doing exactly what it needs to do. Controlling it from the front, controlling it from the middle, and almost controlling it from the back.
Yeah, Benito's leading by half a second. You're absolutely right. RHG need to put the pressure on. Redline right now, they don't need to play any games or anything like that. They can just carry on as they are. Right now, they don't need to change anything. If this goes down to the checkered flag like this, then they are sorted for the day. Curious as to where Yuri Toman's pace gone. He actually had really good pace in that second of our finals. doesn't seem to have it right now comparatively to where the top 5 are. He's dropped off by 2 seconds from the rear end of Yuyovski, meaning it's not like the most important bit, but Yuyovski has no assistance to try and maybe fire his way through with Siggy, or with Yuyovski to get past Siggy and maybe even Rietveld eventually in this race.
Yeah, 100%. Could not agree with you more there. I want to give a shout out to Moritz Lohner and Jamie Fluke, both raided the stream today, so really do appreciate that. And also really well driven today, Jamie.
Very.
ART maybe not looking so strong considering the Spring Cup, but if you're on that kind of form over the next few weeks, and I'm pretty sure we will see ART at that World Cup, and of course when it comes to the Fall Cup later on in the year. So yeah, good to see you around. As it stands though, we have got ourselves 3 minutes left on the clock. Benito being caught here ever so slightly by Shinjik, but I think that Benito might just be managing the gap there. We know that he's very clever at doing so, and if we're going to see a dive, well, Shinjik's got to dive at some point, hasn't he? Even from this far back, he's got to go for it. But even so, it's still not going to be enough here. Siggy has just done the job. He got that move. Ultimately, the move from Shinjik to go up from P3 up to P2 was massive, but Siggy going up from 5th to 4th is actually going to be the move that really will give Redline the victory here, because it just stops the pressure from Yuyovski. It means that Shinjik, even if he makes the overtake, it just doesn't matter ultimately here. So yeah, Kevin Siggy for me, the move of the final.
Yeah, he's absolutely halted that progress. A little bit wide there, though, going into McLean's might open the opportunity for Yuyovski to try and make something stick coming down to the Fog ESs as we head our way through Coppice. He's right there. He's knocking at the door right now. You're absolutely right. Benito's comfortable. This is very calm at the moment, but considering the race that we've seen from Marcel Chinchik this afternoon, where he's made some pretty audacious dives, I don't think we're done with this race right now. We'll have a couple more laps to go. I do think that Chinchik's going to be eyeing up a big old send at some point very, very soon.
Yeah, there we go. Yuyovski's just got to try and force Siggy into a mistake here and try and force maybe that drive-through penalty by running off circuit 3 times. It's kind of got to that point here because Siggy's managing this perfectly. Benito, as much as it looks like it's closing up at the front here, if Benito does get attacked by Shinjik, then you've got Rietveld right behind to pick up any pieces as well. So yeah, it's still in Redline's hands, but you've just got 1 minute 40 seconds to go here. So you've got 2 laps remaining of this race. You've got to throw everything at it, including that kitchen sink.
Yeah, I don't really know what RHG can do from this spot, because right now I'm not feeling it right now, because Enzo Benito has pulled away. He's gained an extra 0.3 of a second. He's pulling away from Marcel Chinchik, who's throwing everything. I don't know if you kind of caught that in the distance. We ride on board with Erhan Yuyovski. The line that Chinchik took into the old hairpin, he was as far as left. He even used a little bit of a curb on the left, which is really risky, because as you turn in, you kind of kick the rear end out a little bit, and if that touches the grass, you're around. He was taking so much of a risk going into the old hairpin just to try and close back in on Benito, that 0.3 that he's lost over the start of the lap.
Yeah, I think it's a risk worth taking in a front-wheel drive car. I think a rear-wheel drive car there is almost impossible to take, because obviously the last part of your car is going to go wide as the rear end. But with a front-wheel drive car, you probably will get away with it to a certain extent. But it just shows he's trying, and that's all you could. Oh, it's Yuyovski who gets a penalty then. I thought it was going to be the case of a drive-through for one of the Redline drivers there. It's not. It is Yuyovski. So, again, further cementing the fact that Redline are, again, going to be our champions. Again, how many events have we had now? We've had the World Cup. We have had... how many events was in the World Cup? 3. We had 3 events plus the Masters in the Spring Cup, and this will be, so that'll be 8 events so far, and we've still only had 2 teams come out victorious.
Yeah, like I say, Redline are just so incredibly strong, and they've just been in control all day. They did get involved in a little bit of the fisticuffs in the previous race, but in this one, this has been a much calmer third race than I think anyone was expecting after what we had in that second one.
Yeah, and if you're RAG, you kind of have to make it a bit mixier, I think. But the gaps really did open up quite early on in this race, and it was almost impossible for that to be the case. But as we come up towards the end here, Rietveld in P3, I will still say that Kevin Siggy, by making that move from P5 to P4, I think that's the move of the day. Realistically, as much as it's not gone to get P1 in the race, it's just taken so much pressure off the Team Redline team. It means they could have lost the lead in this final, and job was a good one. But also it forced Yuyovski to be on the absolute limit of the car. Obviously, he's going to have to take a drive-through here on the final lap of the race as well. Kevin Siggy, as much as he's not won this race, and he actually will finish as the last driver in Redline. He's played the team game, and he's made the huge difference here. Of course, it's not worked out in terms of Shinjic did never get the move done on Benito, so Benito's performance has been exceptional. But yeah, fair play to Kevin Siggy. But Team Redline, they will continue to be the team to beat here. RHG are just going to fall short one more time.
Yeah, they're going to kick off the Summer Cup in the very best way possible with first, third and fourth. It is Team Redline out of the final corner to win once again here in the VCO ERL. And look at that slide from Enzo Benito all over the places. Look at the tight battling in the background. Kevin Siggy getting involved with Iovsky, Toman. It's just crazy back there. Toman actually ends up getting in fourth place. I don't know what actually happened back there. But either way, Benito and Rietveld, they did the work. They did what they needed to do. Super effort.
Yeah, well, Enzo Benito then does take the race victory. It will be Shinjic, who again made an exceptional move at the start of this race to get up into P2, but unfortunately he met the brick wall that is Benito. Jeffrey Vietveld then finishes in P3. Then we've got Toman, who finishes in P4. Siggy finished in P5 though, so he's dropped backwards, and no idea what happened there at the end. I think Toman may have just sent one from about 4 miles back, actually. That's more than likely what's happened there, but it's not going to make a difference. And Erhan Yuyovsky, who did have a drive-through penalty, did not take the drive-through penalty, finishes in P6. What a spectacle. What a time to be alive. But the one thing that stays the same is that Team Redline always win.
Hoovering these up left, right and centre. We will catch up with them once again. I don't know if they're getting bored of hearing us talking to them after these events.
Probably not.
Well, you know, I mean, like this is like the punishment. It's like, right, you've won. Your punishment is you got to speak to us for a little bit, but then you can go off and actually properly celebrate. I think they're bored of looking at our faces, mate. I don't know about you.
I think you should speak for yourself. I think it's a treat, an absolute treat to come and speak to us. When we're all tired after 5 hours of just constant brain tickling action, and we have no idea what we're trying to form words in a sentence. It's horrendous. It's an absolute treat for them.
Let's be honest, Luke's just glad that he gets to talk to Enzo Benito once again. But what a race it was. What a finals it was. What a way to kick off the Summer Cup. But it's Team Redline on a roll, Lewis. I mean, other than their blips in Assetto Corsa Competizione, no one can seem to stop them in rFactor or iRacing.
I mean, also, like, blips is such a hard way of putting it, because we know how good they've been. To the fact that ACC's not their platform, and yet still they've managed to get to the finals, at least at the start of the Spring Cup. They're getting stronger on that platform bit by bit. Yeah, maybe they didn't get there in the Masters, and they didn't get there in the ERWC, but still they're super strong. And then every time we go racing on iRacing and rFactor 2, well, who is it? Of course, it's Team Redline. That's the only one bit they need to tick off now, is actually go to win the ACC bit. And they're like, right, cool, we own this competition now.
So they're going to have to steal some drivers maybe, or just dive a little bit deeper into the platform. But now we can look back on this new format, Luke, and but we're waiting for these drivers to come and join us, because I know they're just waiting for that opportunity. But reflections. I mean, you've had some comments over the day, but now that you've seen it in its totality, what do you think about it?
I like the last chance, second chance, no chance after this race qualifier thing. I love that. I would love to see that come back in some capacity. Maybe I actually quite like the fact that we've got the Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3 with individual driver from each team. But I think when we get to the Masters, when there's less teams, I think the last chance qualifier is a must, especially if we have a World Cup, for instance, next February in person. I think we have to have a last chance race. I just think it's a really interesting dynamic, especially when it will be 1v1, for instance, if that's a format we go for at the Masters or the World Cup finals. And then there is that one race where just everybody and their brothers in there. And I will say the qualifying for the finals, I think a full reverse grid is a necessity. I think it's something, it's one of the charms of the competition that we've come to get used to. And changing that, I think it just lost a little bit for me in the final there. Not a lot, but a little bit. But other than that, I think it's been fantastic.
Well, he's been the dominant driver today on rFactor, despite the fact that we've talked about him as Mr. Adaptable, the man that's been able to be the backbone that Team Redline have relied upon no matter what platform they've been on. But today, it was Enzo Benito that led Team Redline to victory. He's standing by with Lewis Luke.
Yep. Absolutely super effort once again, Enzo Benito. I've said it to Luke a bit earlier. You've got to be bored of listening to us post race. He doesn't agree, but I think
I'm not bored.
It's the best thing about the racing. After you can get the interview by you guys. Yeah, of course.
What do you make of racing these cars on rFactor 2?
Oh well, Yeah, I like the car. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't like it. It's a love-hate story, but it was a good, fun car overall, I think. And just missing a little bit of drafting because it was really hard to gain time if you are behind someone. There was literally no draft. But overall, I think it's a good race.
So this is the most unique car we've had, obviously. What are the massive for people watching at home? What are the massive differences that you've had to overcome to get performance from the car? Let's say the same as the AMG, for instance, on ACC.
Oh, it's a whole different world, but this one is a little bit. I don't know. I don't want to say it's easy. It's definitely not easy. It's a front-wheel car, so you don't have to fight it as much, but you have to be so smooth, so gentle with throttle, with the braking. You have to trail brake. You have to, it's different things, but at the same time, not easier. I don't think it's easier at all. But yeah, I mean, in the end, you just practice. You understand it, and you try your best.
Well, cheers, Enzo. We'll go straight over to Kevin Siggy, and we'll catch up with you, Kevin. Someone who we know is a bit of a touring car specialist, more so towards rear-wheel drive touring cars on rFactor 2. What did you kind of make of this this Toyota Corolla this afternoon?
The Corolla, I think, one of the worst cars I've ever driven in my life, especially with the way it's done in this game. I think the setup was just absolutely horrendous. So with my driving style, it just did not work. I could not get up to grips with it, but I think in quali doing my PB or something that was kind of okay, but then later on when it was crunch time in qualifying, I couldn't do anything. But yeah, just absolutely horrible car, and like one of the worst things you could literally pick. Like, I don't know what they were thinking, but I did not like it. Demotivated me from practice, but at least I kind of kept up with it and dealt with it, but it's just not something I enjoyed, that's for sure.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We said earlier on that sim racers will find anything to moan about. He wins the championship and still whinges about the car. Kevin, all I want to mention really is how important did you feel like getting into P4 in that second race was, because it took so much pressure off the rest of your team?
I wasn't really looking for that. I think them being P1 and P3 was already enough because we knew that we had a bit more pace than the RIG guys. Apart from me, I've been having a couple of issues for some bizarre reason, but after getting P4, I mean, it was obviously a ton easier for them because I could just easily defend against Erhan. And I knew for a fact, looking at the lap times, he wasn't really anything special, as good as the change kick, of course. I mean, neither was I against my teammates, but at the end of the day, it was fairly simple to kind of defend, but I didn't also want to put myself in a silly situation and get a silly penalty for that, so I just kind of took a chill. Also, as you saw in the final quarter, I just literally stopped in the apex because I knew what shenanigans he was going to bring up, so I just wanted to kind of avoid that. And yeah, I mean, after seeing that he got a drive-through, it was obviously time for me to kind of chill out. So, but yeah, getting P4 was obviously very important on my side.
Cheers. Yeah, absolutely. We'll go straight over to, of course, Jeffrey Rietveld. Speaking of shenanigans and stuff, you really did get involved in the middle of it in that second race. Tell us about like what the emotions were like in the middle of that when you were having Marcel Chinchik and stuff. It was pretty intense out there.
Yeah, it was really intense, to be fair, and I think that we should have sealed the deal already in the second race. I mean, they were clearly trying to hold me up, and push me into a mistake, and well, all kind of shenanigans happened. I had multiple brake tests on me and stuff like that, so it was really hard. And they did a great job at that. I mean, at the end, it's a team game, but it was really hard to drive in that 3-guy REG sandwich, to be fair. So.
Well, first of all, mate, well done. Sensational performance, and we know you've got pace. We know you can go out there and win races. But for me personally, you've kind of given yourself a reputation within this competition specifically as the ultimate team player. How important is it to have a driver in your team that is just able to adapt to every situation and not necessarily always be looking to be P1?
It's all about teamwork in this competition, so I don't care whether I finish P1 or P3 or P4 as long as we win the round. And I mean, if you're a little bit slower in quali and your goal is to hold up the other team, so the guys in front can create a gap, then you do that. It's very simple. There's like no ego involved of going for the fastest lap or or stuff like this. When I qualify up front, the boys will do the same for me. So yeah, naturally there's zero ego involved within the team, and I think that's why we are like very strong in general.
Well, massive congratulations to you and the team, because it's been a fantastic night once again in the VCO Esports Racing League. Congrats.
Thank you very much, guys.
We'll hand straight back over to Arjuna. They are just absolutely on it in this competition.
They're getting used to talking to us. That is
Still bored
for
of it.
sure. Still, maybe a little bit. But it's been a long day of racing, so we're not going to drag this on for too long. Luke, final thoughts before we wrap things up as we celebrate Team Redline as our winners to kick off the Summer Cup.
I think the thing we can take away from that is what Jeffrey just said. It's teams dropping their ego and figuring out who's the fastest and who's the driver they can utilize more so as someone in a team effort in the middle of the pack, causing a nuisance, being a little bit different. I just don't think many teams are playing to that strength yet, and it's almost like they're battling to be the fastest in their team opposed to actually thinking about the bigger picture. I think Redline have got that nailed, and that's the difference between them and everyone else at this point.
Lewis, from your perspective, as we focus on rFactor 2 for the summer, we focus on this Toyota Corolla British touring car, what have you taken out of this first day of competition?
Well, I mean, yes, sure, maybe that final race was very, very calm, maybe almost too calm, if I'm honest. Kevin Siggy wasn't exactly having a lovely review of the vehicle. I've actually kind of enjoyed for the most part. I think we've had some great racing throughout the day. Yes, we've had our odd bits of mistakes and stuff, which you always kind of get in these styles of racing. But the changes in the heats, for me, I absolutely love the heats at the start of this now. I think that is such a good switch. We're seeing all of the teams out there at the same time. It's a slightly different strategic affair than how we've had before. I think that's such a good move. For me, I'm all over this.
Well, we've changed things up for the Summer Cup, but the same storylines have presented themselves. The smorgasbord of action, it's fast, frenetic, it's the Esports Racing League, and as per usual, seems like Team Redline is unstoppable. We'll take a look at the results from the day. Remember, 3 heat races, one driver per team for those first 3. We saw some great performances from the like of Koana Gaming on their debut in this championship. For Brabham Esports, we of course saw Matt Richards very strong in his heat. Then we went to the quarterfinals, 14 broken up into 2 separate groups. Koana Gaming needed some luck, needed to stay out of contact. They looked like they would make it to their semi-finals on their debut in the competition, but they fell by the wayside. Brabham Esports missed out because Richards didn't get the support from those behind him. Ultimately, it was Redline, Apex Racing Team, and Williams from the second of the quarterfinals. Moving on from the first one, it was BS Competition, RAG, as well as the Patrick Long Esports. And they were the story of the surprise in terms of getting to the semi-finals, but RAG and Redline. We've seen this before in rFactor 2. We saw another blockbuster of an event. It was the same result, though, as it was during the Esports Racing World Cup, with Team Redline on top. So that's the story of the day, but it all leads into the story of the Summer Cup. And we mentioned prize money was being paid out today. Team Redline will walk away with $500 in their pocket, RAG with $300 in their pocket. And from there downwards, you can see all 25 teams that we saw today walking away with at least a little bit to console them if they didn't get the results that they wanted. Well, what fun it was. Remember, if you want to catch more esports racing coverage on VCO Esports, this weekend is the second of the VCO Grand Slams as we go to Watkins Glen for the 2022 iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen. Radio Show Limited and RacePot TV will bring you uninterrupted coverage live on RacePot TV and VCO Esports, so do make sure to join us this coming Saturday at around 12:20 p.m. UTC for all the action for what should be a remarkable race. We saw Redline's success today. They won all 3 of the classes in 2021. Can they continue that form? Of course, more to watch on VCO. We've got the PRL League starting up next week, which will have coverage on the VCO. But if you like this Esports Racing League, you'll have to wait for 2 weeks from today. When we go to iRacing, we break out the Dallara IR18, and you, the fans, will decide where we go racing. To stay involved on social media, but on behalf of the entire team of Race Control, for the SimGrid and P1 Gaming, for the team at VCO, and for our production staff, Mike Yao, Lewis McLeod, Luke Crane, and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, we bid you farewell from now, where we've seen more Redline domination on rFactor 2. here at Donington Park. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time, same place, to continue the Summer Cup.